So this is like, out of all the podcasts, in quotes podcasts that I've done, this is the worst one.
Worst as in the most jank, like
Yeah, most jank. Like even the one where we invited like 9 people. This one's just like my webcam's broken. Jousis is an enigma as usual. Lighty's playing RuneScape. Fuck it, I'm gonna start recording. Let's just do like a really short one, yeah?
All right, 5 hours. Let's go.
No, like just a really short one.
5 hours.
No, just
I
talk
almost
about
just
like
spilled my
just
latte everywhere.
just talk about PoE like everyone wants, a really short one. Wait for
So the thing
Cat'll
about
show up
Elden
at
Ring,
some point. Yeah, go on.
yeah.
No, I'm serious. Go on. Didn't it get like nominated for like best story despite not explaining any story?
If you don't understand a story, it's just your brain lacks grooves.
I mean, there was asteroids and a guy was like really strong and he held them back.
Not
That's all I remember.
asteroids. Actually, it's a star colony that General Radon was holding back after the Scarlet War when he was fighting, Melania, Blade of Mikola.
What is the Scarlet? Listen,
Well, it's when Mikola, was allegedly kidnapped, and then Melania went after Radon with the Clean Rot Knight army.
uh-huh.
Then she got her ass eaten, and then everyone pretty
I don't know
much
about
got
that
like
one.
turbo AIDS from
Reasonable
Killer Rot.
reasonable people disagree on who won.
No one won,
Yeah,
especially
they
not
both
the poor
lost.
citizens of Ohio. That's who
Oh,
really lost.
Ohio.
Kaled really that's the real downfall of that entire war. I mean, it's a perfect analogy for war. Two superpowers vying over a very small farm area that just gets nuked as a byproduct. Truly Fallout.
And what do like the dogs with swords have to do with the story?
Dogs with swords.
They
The
fucked me up.
Radagon's apostles that
I don't
were.
know if they had swords. They had claws and they could like combo like 1,000 times.
Wait, you don't mean the red wolves of Radagon? Do you
Yeah, I
mean
don't think he's talking about the wolves with
No,
swords. I think he's
I'm
talking
just.
about just the big head dogs.
Oh
the
yeah,
big
big head
chicken?
dog.
I'm
Sorry,
pretty
I
sure
was
those were
getting
just.
Dark Souls mixed up.
I think those were just animals that got mangled by the rot corruption.
Oh, that was fucked. What about the giant balls? I'm just thinking of everything that's ever killed me. There's these really big
Those are
trap
just
balls that just
booby
come
traps
out of it.
that
Booby
magicians
traps.
set up.
Yeah.
What magicians?
They're actually sorcerers, not
Yeah,
magicians. Thank you.
sorcerers
What's
is
the
the correct
difference?
term.
Oh, is there magicians?
One works in Vegas 3 days a week.
Oh, I
The other
see.
one performs magic.
What about the big chickens that have like blades where their feathers should be? In the weird island area that was all blood and shit.
Uh,
There was like a really big, like a 12-foot chicken in like a flooded area, and he was just fucking me up.
what?
This is an Elden Ring. I thought you played it.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to extrapolate your gymisms.
Okay, I went
Yeah,
through a
what's a
thing.
big chicken? Are we
I
talking
went-
about Sekiro?
I went through a thing bigger than Sekiro, way bigger than Sekiro, like fucking 20
Chicken,
foot.
though.
Big bird, and he's got fucking blades in his feathers, like where he lifts up his wings and there's all blades there. Kind of like Sekiro. That's pretty much exactly like Sekiro, except 30 foot tall.
The death rot, not the death rot birds.
Could
The
be.
Deathrite bird.
skeletal?
It's got like
the
a baby
undead?
skull.
I
Yeah.
don't think so. It was like a really big crow.
Now, are you
That's
talking
still
about the
sort
exact
of
same
describing
thing?
a death bird.
Not okay. I know there's like a wall of China, and then you cross into the east, and that's the red area, and there's big birds there. Not those.
Hold on.
I'm talking about like a little
Oh,
tiny island.
I can't gloss over the ball of China. What is that?
Wall of China. The
Wall
wall
of
of China.
China.
Like
Oh,
there's dragons
okay.
and shit. It's not that area.
You meant some sort of ball that
Ball
was
of
made
China.
up of China.
Not what I
Chinese
meant. No.
people, food, culture.
No. I did get all my shit kicked in over there though. But no. I mean like yeah, there was like a little island, and you had to kill a guy before you could explore it properly, or
That's
failed multiple
most
times.
every zone. I
Yeah,
think.
no, I'm poor. This is really poorly described Elden
The
Ring,
more
isn't
you
it?
describe it, the worse it does.
The more it sounds
get
of
for
just like the whole
clarification.
game.
Yep.
There was okay.
Um,
I can barely remember.
That's okay. Do
I'm-
you want to pull up maybe the patch notes and use the table of contents as a loose itinerary?
Yeah. Sorry, I came into this thinking I'll do the most PoE podcast I've ever done, and then I just didn't. Shit. PoE patch notes. PoE Sanctum patch notes. There we go.
I do find it quite strange that historically 30 leagues in a row, every league is named after an action, and now twice in a row, out of nowhere, they're named after locations.
Well, it's like they always used like single names, and they're getting to the point where it's like they're duplicating them, so they can't have like Ruthless even. There's a Ruthless support
Or
gem, and now there's a Ruthless League-ish kind of
that's
thing.
not for the lack of words existing.
I mean,
It's
like for SEO, like if you're gonna look up something, it's gonna be way more confusing if three things are called the same thing.
yeah. But my point is, they didn't have to call it. They called it Ruthless because it was named as an homage to the original difficulty.
Right.
But they could have named it any other word, of which there are thousands that can be used to describe things in English.
Before I get started on this patch notes, let's talk about Ruthless, because I like it, and I'm under the impression that you don't, or at least you just consider it slow PoE, right?
Correct. I think a large. Well, first off, let's just to add multiple asterisks. It's in its infantile stages and is subject to change drastically over time.
Mm-hmm.
So my opinion will probably change along with as the game changes. Um, but I am of the heavy opinion that it is way more just inconvenient than difficult, because a
That
lot
makes
of the
sense.
challenge of it can be very much. This is someone who's gonna would never trade in Ruthless. It would all be solo self found.
Mm-hmm.
But again, my background is we've all done things that are like Gucci Hobo to large extents or no stash, etc. I've already have a background heavy in Path of Exile challenge based things, and this feels basically identical, if not slightly easier than a lot of those. So for that reason, it doesn't really feel difficult. It just feels kind of annoying at
I'd
best.
agree on it feeling difficult, but it doesn't feel annoying because, like, in Gucci Hobo, for me at least, the most fun I had was gearing my character. Like, once I got all my uniques and I got to maps, I'm like, what's the point of playing? Whereas
Well, that's
Ruthless, the entire
yeah. I think
experience is that, basically.
partially. I do think the best part of Ruthless for the most people is going to be just getting to maps,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think that that's where it's kind of really going to fall off. But to me, that's going to be the easiest part. So I'm going to have the inverse experience, but I don't imagine it's going to be designed around. I mean, they've self-proclaimed it's kind of designed around people even getting to maps is an accomplishment, which for
Yeah.
me it is not at
It
all.
was,
So
I think the wording was like each act is considered endgame. Like if you get to Act 5, you're in the endgame. Like, oh,
yeah, and to me that was like a comical statement for
bit
someone with my
facetious.
background. But
Sure.
you know, I so and I've talked because initially when I was going to play it heavily, after I basically in a weird way, Bex talked me out of it because after talking to her about it, it was like this is probably just not designed for somebody with my level of background and experience and already challenge based content and path. It's just not going to be enough of a baseline difficulty. I'm probably going to have to implement yet another level of artificial difficulty to make it enjoyable, in which case I can just do that in regular path, and it really wouldn't serve much of a different purpose. But when it comes out fully, and if the game mode is truly different enough of an experience, then I'll check it out in like solo self-found hardcore. But in a softcore setting, especially a trade setting, I don't think it'd be much
Yeah, I could see
much to
trade
do.
just entirely ruining it for me because I just instead of playing the game and getting upgrades for
Yeah,
myself,
because
I'd just go
none
and
of
farm
the
money.
none of the environment or enemies are at all metrically harder. It's just harder by proxy because of item scarcity, which trade
You're
totally subverges. So
It's
it's
like
kind of
being
like
born poor. You're
it
just
is.
starting on ruthless mode
Yeah,
in society. Did you play the alpha at all, Yosis?
I did not.
Did you get an invite? Did
I
did you
didn't even
apply?
check.
Nah, you're not.
I
You're
didn't.
not.
I didn't even apply for it
Is
because
it? Does it
that
well,
sound
doesn't
like
appeal to
something
me at
you'd
all.
find?
it's a moot
Nah.
point now.
Yeah, I figured. Because your entire thing is making overpowered builds, and so you can't even do that if you can't get the gear.
Yeah, like when would I ever get any of my required uniques in Ruthless?
I don't know. I just
I
like the
don't even
sound of
play
it.
regular SSF.
Yeah,
Right. I liked the sound of it until I thought it was gonna be sure you can get the league mechanic. What am I trying to say? It doesn't merge over into like a standard ruthless. I think they said they were saying. Like there's no SSF merging down into normal ruthless and then ruthless merging down into standard ruthless. I think it's its own thing. So I don't know whether like at the end of the league what's gonna happen with all the items. Like is that just now
Or-
Ruthless. Like, I don't know. I saw like a weird graph thing about shit
Mhm.
not merging over. So it's not like okay, there might be a standard Ruthless. Honestly, I thought the whole thing was just standard Ruthless, no league mechanic, like current league, no challenges kind of thing. I think there is no challenges, but I think they are putting the actual Sanctum into Ruthless now. So I don't know how it works at the end of at the end of Sanctum, whether it merges all down. I The main reason was I would love to I would play standard. Wow, 3 different sentences, and I didn't even finish 2 of them. I would play standard, but my stash is full of garbage from me playing leagues and it all auto depositing, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
You can
if
hide all your
I know, but
merge
Very much
or
putting
all
your
of
remove.
clean
my
laundry in the closet or
all of
whatever.
my fucking actual stash tabs are full of shit from
Yeah.
leagues that I've like sorted, filled around before a patch note or something. And now if I buy a new tab, it doesn't give me the new tab. It just turns a remove one that's full of
Yeah.
garbage into a
Yep.
tab. And I'm like,
There's
I'm paying you money to have it. Like, what is the point of this? Anyway,
Remove everything except the top right corner of the tab.
just give me a new tab so I can put things from these removed tabs into it, organized, and I can free up more tabs for you, Chris.
that is one of the sectors of the game that has been like there's been no shortage of attempts at quality of life in recent times, and some of them have definitely been impactful. Like the biggest one in recent times, probably the affinity system for anyone who's using a tab, which is everybody.
Mhm.
But that is the entire stash system, its storage, especially its merging and its over time settings, is like sorely needing updating. But I mean, there's tons of things that could do, like just adding a delete option or adding a merge two of the same tab option.
Yeah. I didn't even get to my point. My point was, I thought Ruthless wouldn't do the merging over thing. So I thought if I played Ruthless, I thought Ruthless was just a standard experience, and nothing I ever did in other Ruthlesses would fuck over with remove only tabs and shit like that. But I don't know what it's going to be like, and really I'm just speaking out of my ass because I played an alpha that had no fucking stash tabs in it. It was kind of nice. But, hey, that's my Ruthless talking out of the way. I liked it. Kinda. I played the wrong build 3 times and then finally the right build and it still wasn't cold up. But hey, patch notes, right? That's what you want to talk about. I mean, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Yep. Oh yeah, what was the last league called? Kalandra. We all hated that, right? I mean, not hate, but you know what I mean. Did you like it?
There's aspects of it I like, but I think it was fundamentally kind of designed incorrectly compared to other leagues that do similar things. So, like a good example of is it's a league where you're building a system and then running a system, and it initially didn't have and still doesn't have great reward scaling for that. And what I mean by that is like the setup process doesn't reward you anything. So setting it up is it spawns in a map, so you have to stop and engage with the content. Actually engaging with it doesn't even like not that many things pause your screen or offer immunity, but it doesn't. So it's kind of awkward because you have to like clear around the tablet and then deal with the tablet. And then the setup process was like quite clunky. It basically doesn't really work until you had your 3 skips, exiles, and refreshes. Once you have that, even the system lends itself to kind of failure because there's very often you'll just go multiple tiles where you're just causing bricks to happen, or you can't move your entrance, or you can't cause a disconnect. And then after all that's said and done, 15 maps later, you get to run it, and its experience scaling outside of the one paradise tile was super underwhelming. Its overall difficulty was way higher than an actual map at top tiers, and its loot was actually pretty good, but not when you calculate the fact that you just had to pause 15 times in the maps running up to it. So ultimately, like that was a pretty big failure. And then the rares themselves, the ones that have the inverted rolls, um, there's just way too many stats that if you hit, the item is ruined. So you'd have to have so many stars aligned for like a naturally generated rare to be good, because not many builds can recover from a ring just having -90 of any stat or any res, kind of regardless of what it had. Same for amulet. So that aspect of it was quite poor. And then the same thing kind of mirrored when it come to the reflection tile, where if you're trying to create your own artificially mirrored rare, it you'd have to have so many stars aligned. That's almost equally including that you're planning on crafting things that you hope get hit as a dead stat, not including things like lightning res for Diani. So you'd put in an amulet that had 6 rolls, and you'd be like, all right, I hope that, and that go negative. And if any of them don't, the item's effectively ruined.
Yeah.
So that the rate of failure was like ridiculously high, and the rate of success was ridiculously low as a byproduct of both systems. So overall, it was just like there was massive balance issues, and I think it was fundamentally kind of poorly designed. Not even to mention the actual lakes themselves were super clunky to clear because there was
Oh
so
yeah.
many like small nuggets they just put throughout it that really fucked with so many builds. Like anyone playing Shield Charge or Whirling Blades or any of the projectile based things, you just like hit everything known to. There's like trees. I don't know why they designed it this way. It looked really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the biggest shame, honestly, was the fact that we've had the most notable item in this entire game's history, being Mirror of Kalandra. The first instance we really see of engaging with this NPC is basically like an afterthought. Like we
Yeah.
don't really engage with her.
Well, it's
She's on
kind
a
of
she's
like
on a
how
boss.
like Sanctum
Like
League, they like announced Sanctum League and like it's under the Fellshire, law. But the only reason they say that is because they're
yeah,
using Fellshire assets as reskin shit. Like the Calandra
yeah.
stuff felt like we've designed this really cool thing. It looks cool. What the fuck are we gonna do with it? I don't know. Let's call it Calandra. The subreddit's going crazy about owls. Let's use this bird asset we have. You know?
Yeah, I mean the parts that when she spoke I enjoyed like hearing her talk, but it's like I'm like
The-
begging for anything at that
At
point.
that point, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like I think really every aspect of the league mechanic itself was kind of poorly executed and implemented. But hopefully we see my real hope, and this is one I don't know if I'll ever see, but I think there's no shortage of already good laid plans for leagues and lore and whatnot, and I really think we could pretty much just enter sequel mode for almost everything,
Mm.
and it would be fine for years to come. Like we could easily expand the lore of like the Val, Blight, Harbingers. You know, like there's no shortage of things we could delve more into. But I don't think we need like new things. I just think we need to. I mean, if they just literally made a league called Harbinger 2 and they introduced more uniques, more skill gems, more bosses, bigger, badder, cooler beachheads, I think people would be overall quite happy.
Yeah.
And the same thing for obviously, Blight, Breach, whatever. Like just more Breach Lords, more Breach uniques, more Breach skills, Val gems. Like it really just kind of like them introducing kind of 8 Val gems semi arbitrarily. This league really just shows how excited people get about Val gems. Where it's like to me, it's like a pretty easy thing to implement because most of them, to be honest, are probably gonna be pretty shit. But that's honestly, it's like irrelevant. People just get really excited about new things to test out, and
Part of the fun,
that
yeah.
seems like such an easy thing, like to implement. So yeah, who knows? Who knows what's happening? Kalandra Ring's in the base game now, so I imagine it'll be tier 1 to 0 rarity, but
Yeah, I mean,
one
I
day.
hope it just drops like core, like instead
It
of a
is.
mage blade, I
It is
just
core
get a
drop.
ring.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's a core drop. We just don't know its
I mean,
rarity
yeah,
tier.
like, yeah. I'm gonna assume, yeah, T0 or T minus one maybe.
I mean, it's definitely weaker than Mage Blood, but it's uh, it's quite good in the most top end scenario and useless everywhere else is the problem.
By that logic, all those attack-based weapons that they've remastered, reworked,
Yeah.
whatever, they're not all gonna be like mage blood tier, right? It's just
They
based
are,
on their
I
power.
believe.
Oh no.
Well, so what he said in the transcript, these will be Mage Blood Headhunter rarity and power level. That was before us seeing them, so I was really confused what they were going to be. And after seeing them, some of them are quite good, but like not even in the same dimension of strength of like a Mage Blood or a Headhunter.
It says in most cases these items have been made significantly rarer. I don't know if that's we've only buffed them to be rarer based on how strong we think they are, or if that's we've only
Good
made the
question.
ones that are really common more rarer, and the ones that are already rare as fuck we haven't really fucked with. So it could be rare either
Yeah,
way,
I
I
mean,
guess.
none of them I would like. I'm not sure what the best one would be. It's hard to say because a lot of them honestly become quite useless after not too long.
Mm.
Like things like Starforge even. I mean, it's just a big sword, and it's going to be very very strong early to mid game. But the second people start crafting real rares in the league, and even if the league isn't like a crafting league, they're going to make better things for that question. So anyone who's playing with any sort of longevity will just replace it.
That
But
was the
other
point
things,
of them, though.
it,
Like, their whole
the other
logic
things you
was,
won't.
we
Like,
want really good items that you can use, but
sure.
we still want 80% of the player base to make rare belts, was like the analogy.
So the question really becomes based off of their scarcity, because say something like Starforge end up being 20 divines, when you could craft or make an item 10 or 15% worse for a tenth of that cost. No one's ever going to buy Starforge really,
Right.
and then that ideally would just naturally drive the price down. But that's typically how things don't work, because that's just how Path of Exile has been historically. It almost has opposite economics typically. So there's certain of the items they introduced that I think could just be forever items. Like the Lionized bow could be a forever item for a lot of people, because crafting a rare spine bow, like a spine bow for a fizz build, is extremely difficult and requires like fracturing plus 2 arrows, then like getting all this, like hitting contempts and doing all this thing, and it's a lot of work. But that bow is like already super strong, can't miss, and has far shot built in. So that's something that you would probably not even bother replacing, and you'd rather just invest your currency in purchasing something like a Mage Welder Headhunter. Um, Same thing with like Voltaxigrift or Soul Taker. Like those are kind of build enabling things more than just being big beefy weapon go burr. And then Disfavor I think is the best of all of them. Like having it have 10 weapon range and then 30 to support gems is kind of wild. But also it's now locked behind Uber at Zeri, and at what rate we don't know. Could be 2% like most Uber Pinnacle drops, but yeah, like
Anything
many
in
things in
here
this upcoming
tickle your
wait and
fancy,
see.
Yosis? In a
I
build maker
was.
sense? Or are you like,
Are
I
we
am
still?
not paying attention? What are we talking
Yeah, I
about?
was like, are we still talking about the lake, or are we talking about Sanctum?
I'm just talking about the unique reworks. If there's anything in there like for those
Oh
attack-based
yeah,
weapons. Yeah.
the big boy uniques.
Yeah.
I think I'm also of the opinion that everyone agreed where Soul Taker got kind of shafted. It
Two
is
different
not nearly
two different
powerful enough
opinions
to
here.
be Headhunter rarity.
Right.
And there are some things that I think are buffed enough for them to go up a rarity tier. So like Void Forge is insane, 700%. Like
Mm-hmm.
even if they got rid of, they did get rid of the 30 to 60% increased physical
Yeah.
damage. There are lots of sources of flat physical damage that you could use to boost that build. Uh, one of them being, uh, people were talking about Chains of Command, Animate Guardian,
Sure. Yeah.
Void Forge, which I mean I would never do that depending on how expensive Void Forge is, but it would do a lot of damage
Yeah.
I was so
because the animate
confused.
weapons get like plus 100 physical damage base.
I
Yeah.
was so confused when I heard animate weapon because I'm like, what? You're just gonna take the sword and then animate it? It's gonna die. This is my level of gym build capabilities. I'm
Yeah.
like, what do you mean? Are
Okay,
you just
so
memeing?
you give it to the Guardian, and the Guardian summons a bunch of copies of its weapon
Yeah.
using Chains
Ah,
of Command.
If the Guardian dies, you're still fucked.
Yeah, if
yeah.
the
Uh,
Guardian dies, you lose the sword.
and realistically, that's actually the biggest. There's two big factors I think with Void Forge. The first one, like the biggest problem, is it's a two-hand sword, which not that there aren't good two-hand sword skills, but like typically that's going to be the one of the bigger stifling factors on build diversity, is the fact that you have to use a two-hand sword and all the things that come with that.
Yeah,
The
you're
second
basically
part,
stuck with
yeah,
either Cyclone or a Slam.
yeah, pretty, or totems maybe, but like the the animate guardian one is actually really intense, because change of commands is actually really strong on paper, but Arch Nemesis has been one of the biggest animate guardian killers historically ever, in a variety of ways. And
Mm.
we in Arch Nemesis's current iteration, we have no idea how it's going to be. Like it's totally wait and see as far as what, until we know the numbers on modifiers. Like we don't know what combination of fuckery could exist that just kills animate guardians. And not that that would like ruin someone's time, but imagine you bought a Void Forge, put on your animate guardian, and then there was just some silver bullet of modifier combinations that just like one dip your animate guardian, you'd feel real fucking bad. So it's just a little bit of a spooky proposition.
Legitimately, I've played a lot of minion builds, and every single minion build that has an animate guardian, I just untick that in PUB and be like, what's my damage without it? Because I don't want to live with the fact of having to constantly re-gear it when it dies.
Well, the thing is, it's real sporadic. Like it's Path is a game of edge case scenarios, but the problem is it's a game that people play a lot, and the more you play, the more you experience those edge case scenarios. So it's like, well, what are the odds of me finding a rare with these exact 5 modifiers? Well, and the map has this, and then this has this, and all this happens one time. Well, it's like, well, yeah, it might be 1 in 100,000. But when that does happen, you just lost everything, and that's going to feel really, really bad. And that could happen on your first map, or it could happen on your 10,000th map. And the guy who has it happened month 3 in League isn't going to give a shit. But if you did one map after doing your whole Animate Garden setup and all the stars aligned, you'd probably just be done with the League. So that's the one. I don't know what the answer is for Animate Guardian. I don't really know if it'd be that offensive if Animate Guardian didn't lose items on death, but it's still 8 items. Like if we fed out a Void Forge and it's like, okay, that Void Forge is now in your Animate Guardian and it's lost. If you want to change its weapon, you're going to have to replace the Void Forge, and that Void Forge is gone forever. And then if it dies, it dies. Like I don't think that'd be really offensive.
What if it
But
just lost
currently
one thing when
it's
it
just-
died?
Yeah, or even that, or just make it always lose its body armor, like some specific something. Because there's that rare roll that says like your Animate Guardian, or just make a mastery on Tree that says Animate Guardian has 20% less life or res, and when it dies, it drops its items or something. Like there's things you could do.
You could still, yeah, if it drops its items, you could still have situations where like you're on your last portal anyway, and you've lost
Sure.
your shit.
Yeah, but just give you like yourself a chance, I think.
Yeah, more choices, better.
Yeah.
I'd agree. So, yeah, we talked about Bird. What's his current league? Roguelite? Opinion? Good? Yeah? Bad? Who knows? I thought Bird would be
was a
good
big
going
fan,
in. Uh-huh.
I was a big fan of Hades. This
Oh, no.
is inspired by similar games, or
Yeah, the boon
exactly
system,
Hades.
yeah.
I think it translates well to the genre. I think turning an ARPG into a roguelike is not a stretch. I think the gameplay is going to be interesting because it rewards things that regular Path of Exile doesn't.
Not getting hit, making decisions using your brain? Or, what do you mean?
So, like, in the regular game, you build super tanky sometimes to survive, red maps,
Mm-hmm.
and you care about clear speed, single target damage, all of that. Basically, the incentives are different here because it ignores defenses. You can basically get rewarded by making a zoom build that just has movement speed and has like just enough defenses to not actually die
Mhm.
in the Sanctum. Like you still take some life damage, so it's still possible to die in the Sanctum, but they mostly want you to get ejected by taking resolve damage instead of actually dying. So you get like enough defenses to not die, but still have really good clear speed. And also because your objective is not just to be able to not die, but to not get hit at all. This is very much like a 0 HP delve situation where your build should be focused on killing things from around corners, killing things in one hit,
Like, what
basically
heist?
saturating the screen in damage.
Honestly, I'm not sure if they can be taunted, but Decoy Totem might unironically be very good.
Oh yeah, Decoy Totem sounds very, very good.
I don't know if they can be taunted, but if they can, that is like no joke kind of a thing. Is Decoy Totem.
So I'm already
yeah.
coming up with builds that are good at it and builds that are mediocre at it, but are fast.
Or just totems in general, like just putting a totem around a corner like you're describing, I think could be quite lucrative. Shockwave,
Which I
etc.
think is why I'm pretty sure some of the chambers are like there are no corners to hide behind,
Or they're just full of
especially if
traps.
it's like a boss.
Kind of like opposite of Kalandra. The Kalandra was a mechanic full of obstacles, and this is naked, naked and afraid. I do agree that I think the leap from ARPG to roguelite is a pretty fluid transition. We see a lot of mechanics in Sanctum being kind of zooped up from things like Hades, the idol system from Last Epic, the charm system from Diablo, like the stress meter from Darkest Dungeon, and there's like a lot of things that exist. My biggest fear, and I think that if my fear is correct, it'll be rectified almost immediately, is if that meter is going to be very unfun. It's going to be like patched nigh instantly, and that really reminds me of like heist launch,
Yeah.
where you were just killing things and you were accruing meter, and like everyone was having a pretty bad time, and it felt counterproductive.
I was saying
So
this reminded me of
that's the
Heist, like
big
early
balance.
Heist,
Yeah.
because it's like dodge shit, avoid contact, be sneaky, and typical player just run in, not pay attention to what they're supposed to be doing, and then complain that they're having a bad time.
It has to be intuitive and fun, and then honestly, if those two are met, the rewarding will kind of come as a byproduct, as far as like actual currency rewarding. So as long as the meter operates in a fair and like fun way, that is like a resource we're spending and not just an annoyance, I think it'll be a success. But that is like it's like a very fine line between that meter being like basically I'm gonna skip this entire league because of this meter is just not giving me good times, or
Like
it's
if it
like, oh,
has
this is something I have to try.
like a timer on it, like a I don't know what the right word is, courtesy timer or something. Like if you get hit 10 times in 1 second, it only counts as one hit, kind of thing towards your debuff.
Sure, yeah,
And I've noticed like those laser beams in the trap rooms and stuff. If they're just like a dot and they hit you and you just start draining points, that's going to be a not fun situation. Versus
yeah.
like you could maybe run through one and maybe just tank like a known number. Like you could make the choice between actively dodging traps or well
Like
full well that
picking
that beam's
tactical hits,
yeah,
kind of.
like it's
Yeah,
gonna hit
So
you for 5
something
resolve and you can go through it kind of thing.
something that they emphasize is that the attacks are very telegraphed. It's not like white mobs and maps where you run up to a pack of mobs and they all at varying times shoot an arrow at you and you have
yeah.
to move out of the way. This is like they see you and they start doing like a pre-programmed this pattern on the ground.
Hmm.
So essentially, so you might think that the reverse knockback totems is a good build here because if they can't be taunted, you just suck them all into the
hmm
grinder. But I'm pretty sure that won't be effective because even if they target the totems, they're basically just putting a pattern on the ground that you have to dodge
In like a
anyway.
set location, yeah.
So I think the main concern with that is might be unintentionally disingenuous, saying that there's supposed to be obvious attack patterns because it's not taking into consideration the player when it comes to our visual clutter, which is higher than ever. So I think that in a lot of scenarios, like in general, player spell priority takes priority over enemies most times. So I could see a lot of scenarios someone's playing, COC Ice Spear, and they just might not be able to see what is on the ground, and that might be like unfortunate. Which I guess kind of could come full circle back to like you might have to pick builds that unironically don't run MTX and don't have like massive visual clutter, because if this whole thing is based off of these large telegraphed mechanical dodges, you're gonna have to really see what's happening. But like minion builds walking around with 14 minions might not be the most beneficial thing then.
It is just like a type of player choice, though. Like, you're not gonna make a build that's terrible at breach and then go farm breaches. You're gonna play it, you're gonna realize, hopefully, you're gonna realize that your build is a bunch of screen clutter and you can't see shit. Hopefully, you're gonna realize and have these learning experiences that, oh, I need to be able to
Sure.
see the attacks. I don't know. I think it's okay. Like, each time a league comes out, I never like go into it going, I'm playing this build, and if my build doesn't work with this league, the league's shit. No, it's like I look at the league and I go, oh, I wonder how to work with this, and then I pick something based off that. Or if you're Lighty, you just spin a fucking wheel 16 times and
True.
you get
Yeah.
forced into a shit build.
No longer have ship builds in the wheel though. This wheel this time has been we picked only tier 1 builds with multiple stages of
Yeah, but
progression.
the build could be good. Doesn't mean you're not gonna like playing it. Because there was definitely times where you're spinning it. I'm like, please, 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 not this one. Please,
Oh,
not this one.
well, that's true. I mean, historically, there's been a lot of duds on there, um, but now this time it's like foolproof, literally foolproof.
What'd you get
Although
this time?
so this time I hit. So the way that I designed, like I called it the ultimate build wheel because I have these linear progressions between a stage 1 and a stage 2 build. And the stage 2 builds can do all content in the game, full stop, including every Uber Pinnacle. So my stage 1 build, I hit Witch, and the stage 1 build is EA Elementalist, which can do all content in the game already, including setting up your Atlas, invitations, favorites, yada yada, all in
That's
solo self found.
is that explosive arrow? What's EA
Yes, explosive arrow. Yeah.
on a
So it's the
witch?
ignite build.
What the
Yeah,
hell?
Elementals. That's what you typically do if you're trying
Oh
to lose.
yeah, I don't know how to
Um,
play this game. Go
that's
ahead.
fair.
Sorry.
So and then transitioning into occultist, cast on crit, forbidden right, um, which of the directions I set forth on the stage 2 transition, one of the lines literally says "Get Mage Blood." So like that's the level of
Ah,
elevation I have put forth on these builds.
you play
So like that's
SSF,
kind of
right?
yeah, I do, yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, I've had Mage Blood 3 leagues in a row now, so I'm not too
Hey,
worried.
it helps you set a goal, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of ways to get it, and also like, well, anyway. But so yeah, there's basically that's how I've been picking the builds. Um, but there's so back to your point about saying like kind of the learning process of like going into a league and identifying what build to play and then kind of making it to cater towards the content. That ideology I think is totally works for somebody who has the time to do it. But I
Right.
think the vast majority of players who just are way more casual and may only play one or two builds a league, and their first league build they play very much is like setting the tone for how much fun they're going to have, kind of like this that and that ideology doesn't really lend themselves to most people's experiences because it's like, well, I'm going to play this because I'm comfortable with this and this is something I know, or I saw someone play this 3 leagues ago when I last checked out Path. Let me play this, and then it's like that could be totally shit, and then that's now their experience, which is then going to further kind of compound their bad feelings if they're having them. That kind of gets a little rough, but it's obviously very difficult to design content to be all build accessible and all build friendly. Um, but it is something that like they should keep in mind, I guess, in a way.
Mm.
That's the challenge of game design. That's why they make their $100 million.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you gotta
Cater all
figure out the
audiences.
puzzle.
They gotta not nerf
Yeah,
minion builds, is what they said. Because the majority play minion build. They don't want to piss off minion players, right?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't. I don't think we have much access to the entire player base data. Do we?
Not
We have. I
really.
mean, PoE Ninja only shows the top 50,000, but like to pull those numbers, I'm not sure how you even what if there's
I'd
even like
say
a
like
library on that.
look at the early week numbers and just extrapolate.
Yeah, that I've looked at those and they tell a very interesting tale, but a very different one. Like, did you know that 85% of people playing Slayer are playing Bone Shatter or Cyclone the past 2 leagues in a row? Like, that's a fun statistic.
What I wonder how much that relates to like previous leagues, the top like as you said, it's only the top
Sure.
15,000 or whatever. Like I wonder if it's just there's been a really juicy build last league in that category, like a Bone Shatter, and everyone's just yoinked that. Next league I'm
Mhm.
starting that.
Definitely partially that, and partially just like all skills are very much not created equal in Path,
Mm-hmm.
and the gaps between what is the best skill and what is the worst skill is like a fucking the Grand Canyon. Like there are some things that are like when you're comparing seismic trap to siphoning trap. It's like not even in the same game. And there's a lot of examples of that through all different types of skills. So it's just I personally don't understand. This is something I've voiced to them many times. I don't understand why they don't just take the bottom 10% active skills and just give them like double their damage each league, because I can't imagine it'll even be enough to make them viable because mechanically they're so janky. But and if they're self-proclaimed into making bold moves, as if like i.e. the Exalted Divine change, to me that seems like a bold move that would be probably well received by a lot of players who really love those skills that we all kind of throw away, like Searing Bond, etc.
I'd like it if when they balanced like gems and stuff, they didn't just import an endgame POB and balance that. You know, maybe they could import like a leveling POB and see if it's
I
fun.
have no idea how they go about their process, but
Based
I
on
do
like
see the
that
end result.
that screenshot of like the things they were clearing maps with, and it was just like a dev made white item with like
Yeah,
2,000
yeah,
flat fizz or something. Like I want one of
yeah.
them.
I
Give me
mean,
that balance. That looks fun.
that could just be a meme. I don't really know.
Oh yeah,
Like
for sure.
their testing process is in question to a degree, especially after last league we heard from various alpha testers of their mechanics, and a lot of things might fall under the radar. I kind of attribute every single what I would call like mistaken direction as just kind of a byproduct of Path 2 and of COVID, like in general. Like
But you hope
they,
that, right? That's
for me, they got about another year of leeway where they pretty much
silver
have carte
lining.
blanche to fuck up as much as they want, and then after that, it's like, all right,
As soon as
come on,
PoE
it's
2
been 3 years.
launches, it's like now you've got the dev cow to fix all these fucking problems we've been complaining about. Is that the point you're
Well, that's
going
a
with?
problem in itself, right? Like they're not that they're setting themselves up for that scenario, but once Path 2 launches, it's kind of like every excuse slightly goes out the window where
It
it's
needs
like you
to be
had five
finished.
years, you had
Yeah.
this, like it's like Duke Nukem Forever. It's like you had plenty of time, you had plenty of resources. We see you're getting money still. We're still paying you to whatever. So surely by now it's fixed. So who knows what's going to happen? But that's like until then, I you know just hopeful that whatever
Hopium.
decisions they make is. I guess.
No,
More
yeah.
understanding than hope. I don't really have hope. I have just basic human understanding and decency, I guess. I'm not
They're,
afraid to call out ridiculous decisions, but like, it's like I get it.
they're all
I wish
humans.
more they would say it. I really do. I mean, I understand why. Like, same thing with like the reveal trailer. It's obviously designed as a PR. It's made to
Oh
look
yeah.
flashy. It's made to showcase certain aspects of the game they're proud of. And then there could be, and there can be, and there is changes in the patch notes that are basically hidden in bug fixes that are realistically more impactful than the entirety of the things they've displayed. That's not something they're going to showcase. I mean, I'd love for them to say, listen, we've been super behind the schedule, we've been stressed and swamped, and everything's going tits up at the office, but we're working through it over the next year and a half. But they're not going to, obviously, they wouldn't say it because then all the shareholders at Tencent start shitting their pants. So maybe I'll, if I get to, next time I meet Chris, I'll just whisper in my ear and I'll have faith faith once more in the humanity of the company. But yeah,
I
fingers
know.
crossed.
I'm pretty sure the trailer for this was finished like 10 days before they put it out, but I don't know whether that means the content of the league itself was finished 10 days before they put it out. You know, like they're always working on things up to the last minute, no matter what.
Sure.
And hey, no, yeah, fucking, why not?
Kind of how it's how South Park does their. I don't know if you've ever seen the South Park
Oh
documentary
yeah,
about how they
that's fucking
release their
awesome.
episodes. It's kind of a similar thing where it's like this is their cycle. It's crazy. We're down to the hour before this thing releases, but here it is.
I know they do that a little bit in Rick and Morty these days, like for the end credit
Yep.
thing, the stingers. They'll like have it animated to say one thing, but if something newsworthy happens, they'll like dub it over and be like, haha, look at us.
I don't really I lack the intelligence to
Oh
watch
yeah,
a
man.
show such as
Hey
Rick and
man, I
Morty.
could
I don't have
explain.
enough.
I'll explain all the lore for you. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm big brain like that. No, I'm not big
All
brain
right,
in
just making sure.
PoE, just in fake science, obviously, like vaccines.
I don't want to assume that Rick and Morty's fake science. I think it's pretty proven. I mean that, and I've seen a little bit of Young Sheldon. I'm pretty
Well,
well
yeah, I
versed
mean,
in that.
like if there's a universe with everything that's possible, then there's a universe where that's real science.
Mm, that checks out.
I was gonna let the
So when
silence roll, but okay.
you're saying when Captain Flowers was saying that you two were kissing in our chat, that is happening somewhere.
It happened here. What do you mean?
Okay, just making sure. That's how you both got sick.
He got me sick.
Okay.
You know, he was coming on to
Could
me.
probably explain that
What do you mean?
to the listeners.
Nah, it's fine.
No.
Look. Oh, okay, fine.
Look,
I
okay,
invited.
I'll read out one sentence that should explain it all.
Uh-huh.
He said, "I knew we shouldn't have used tongue." F.
That's an
you
actual
go.
quote from Captain Flowers. Listen,
Yep.
Yep.
I invited like 20 separate people to this podcast because Lighty's like, anytime a league even gets like a little hint of a launch or news or anything, Lighty go, podcast when, question mark. And I go, fuck, fine. And then from that point on, I started messaging people, trying to find an additional person. And consistent, no, maybe, yeah, I can't do it, whatever. And like, Lighty's like, you should ask Captain Flowers again. Like, twice, I think Lighty asked me to ask Captain Flowers back on.
Well, I was already speaking to him, and I was like, he definitely wants to do it. So just invite him.
Yeah, I did on the only way I know how, which is Twitter, which I don't use. So I sent him a message and then completely forgot that I'd done that. And I'm like, oh shit, I should probably check up on that. So I sent him a message on Discord like a couple days ago. He's like, yeah, I'd love to. And now he's sick and he doesn't want to do it, which
Yeah.
is fine. That's professionalism now. I don't give it, like, hey man, we could just talk about Dark Souls or whatever, or what we were doing Elden Ring. This isn't a PoE podcast. This isn't a job. You can come on and hang out and be sick if you like. But then tonight, I was like, couldn't sleep, sickness, nausea, all that stuff. And I'm like, I DM'd Lighty. I'm like, hey, you want to do this podcast for me and just record it because I don't think I can come. And Lighty's like, what do you mean? More details? And I'm like, I feel like I'm dying. Send help. And then Flowers said the exact same thing. And Lighty's like, these motherfuckers were making out last night. They didn't invite me.
True.
That's the whole story. Also, like, I've got Catmaster's name on the screen. He was invited and he said he'd show up, and I haven't heard a thing. So he's probably sleeping or dead in a ditch somewhere. So
I'll be doing his podcast with Baylor on Wednesday. I think so.
I know
I'm sure yell at him.
he has got so many people, like
I
so many
know, yeah.
podcasts. I couldn't fathom doing this once a week. I'd die.
Some of us have schedules and whatnot.
No, has he been talking shit behind my back? He's like, "What's your schedule like for when you're gonna be available?" And I'm like, I don't know.
I
Like, he's
sent
like,
him. I'll post it in our group chat. I sent him this 2 weeks ago because this is what
"Oh yeah,
I like to plan ahead of time. And
hmm
he was like, "Holy shit, you're actually like writing things down." And I was like,
organized."
well, "Are you not?" Like,
He's got like a little cheat sheet for like documents and
I
stuff
hope so.
for like what they want to talk about because he's definitely started
Right.
a couple of podcasts and he links it to you and like these are the talking points. I'm like, wow, these are organized.
Yep. He linked me one of those, and it was just blank. It had just got a couple fucking pictures of his face on it, and I was like, "Okay, good. That seems
I
helpful."
I was organized once for like one of my private leagues where I was giving away like
Never again.
MTX rewards. Exactly. I was organized, I was making it good, and I got all my mods in, and I'm like,
Ugh.
here, this is where we do the rules and stuff. And I disappeared for 5 minutes, and when I came back, the entire thing was just shit posts and memes and people changing things to fuck with me. So no,
Yep.
no organization allowed. Which is why we're picking talking points out of the patch notes. You want to pick one? Do you have anything you give a shit about that you want to talk
I
about?
would imagine you just go in linear order.
Oh no. New league, new content and features. I'll just pick something, shall I?
Sure.
Volcanic Fissure. My Discord's going crazy about that because it's like Molten Strike or something.
Molten Strike meets Tectonic Slam.
What is Tectonic Slam?
It's like Fissure without the Molten Strike.
Wow, that is so wise, and how can I learn the ways of science? I'm fucking
You
like.
slam, and then it hits
Tectonic
something,
slam.
and it does a Molten
It's
Strike.
Is there?
it's like a cone, but it's not a cone.
What's
Yeah, it's the internet is a series of tubes. There you go.
pushing gerbils?
Yeah,
What's the trap skill that all the racers use? Seismic.
a racist.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
Racers. Racers.
Hey,
Yeah.
whoever you affiliate with, is up to
Lighty
you, you know?
confirmed. Ben's a racist. Right there. Lighty said it, not me.
I didn't say it.
You just did.
Oh, did I? All right,
Why?
must be real.
What's the thing about seismic trap being not good, but the people that use it being good, so everyone thinks it's good and everyone plays it? Something
No,
something.
Seismic Trap got buffed 30%, roughly.
This patch?
Yes.
Oh.
I can explain why or how if you'd like.
I
There's
mean,
a couple of videos on it, but long story short, through basic curse buffs, it got quite good because temp chains also extends the duration of poisons, which then make more poisons happen. And then when poisons go faster, that does more damage. And then the poison mastery has been bugged for, X amount of time apparently, and was basically doing the inverse property of what would have been normally increasing the speed in which poisons tick by 20% was just reducing the duration of all your poisons by 20%, which is basically the opposite good. So after both of those things combined, long story short, your seismic's going to be doing more bigger, badder poison damage.
sorry.
End TED talk.
Thank you. I've spent the last. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. I've spent the entire time trying to figure out how to spell seismic so I can find it. It doesn't work. There's no seismic in the patch notes. What are you talking about?
Control F, SEI, 0 of 0.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like,
Yeah, it wasn't directly target. It's go to the bug section and type in poison. Yeah,
Poison.
look up the poison.
Poison.
Sorry.
That's the big one.
I was like, I'm for sure spelling it wrong.
There's a couple of videos about it on the YouTube.
Ailments deal damage faster, incorrectly lowered the damage of poisons twice. So if you played seismic and you chose poison and you had poison deals damage faster, you were lowering your DPS.
Oh.
Yeah, by 20% versus increasing it by 20%, meaning you were.
Well, I mean, so you're increasing your DPS, as in the damage that is actually applying per second.
It was the.
Whereas,
it was how fast,
so this bug made it actually lower, because like the overall damage is the same when you have poisons deal damage faster, assuming that you wait for the entire duration of all of the poisons. This was making it actually do less damage.
Weird.
Yeah.
So if you didn't use ailments deal damage faster, the damage is the same.
But it was used by I think 95% of people because it's
more.
And as far as everyone knew, it was working.
I mean,
it's kind of like the Vuln thing. Like Vuln just wasn't working for X amount of years, anyone who's playing a bleed build just didn't have that amount of damage and didn't know it.
It probably
Um,
worked in POB, so they assumed it worked in game.
Yep. Yeah. Which is the, that's one of the downsides of relying heavily on a tool is you just assume it'll work forever and is
A
the
tool where the
absolute.
code base is less spaghetti.
Well,
Yeah, but only, I mean, less
all
spaghetti,
it
you're
does
going
is
from fettuccine to
calculations.
penne. It's like, it's it's still spaghetti, just less.
I have questions based on POB and that thing I asked you about earlier, laddie, which was more of mischief golems. I noticed a lot of people in
Sure.
like 'cause that's what I want to league start. I noticed a lot of people on Pwn Ninja and shit like that use the Scourge Claw,
Sure.
and it's a lot more damage than an implied +2 wand. Is that just like
Mhm.
because it's more damage for the initial hit, or like what why? Why not get like gem level? Question mark.
I don't know. The gem levels should be better. It could
Fucking
just be bullshit, but it's
fucking
the
POB.
clause granting. Really, only real metric the clause granting is global damage. Now,
It's
the only thing I
like
can think of is that the amount of the amount of increased versus more damage the build had could be very low. And if you don't have, you have to have like a proper value of each. If you don't, you actually will lose out damage. Like if a build has no increased and limited flat, but nothing but more damage, and the more you're scaling is the multiplicative value is kind of irrelevant until you have an amount of increased as well. So if you have good base but no increased and then a bunch of more, you still aren't going to be as good as if you had some increased on top of that. So maybe it's the amount of increased that you need to make it better than the 2 gem levels worth of more. Honestly, it's a moot point. Just use Scourge because it's easier than making a +2. So
yeah,
if it says it's any amount better, like the
that
priorities for that build are
you're literally
is,
just doing the exact thing we were warning about. Like if POB or if Pwn Ninja says it's better, then just do that.
mhm.
Don't think for yourself. It could be worse. We don't know.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm not saying it for that reason. I'm saying it for the reason that Scourge cost fuck all, and making a +2 anything is going to cost more than fuck all.
That's fair.
So that build has nothing but damage. It shits out damage. You one shot Uber Pinnacle bosses without even thinking about it.
Yours
That's
is
not going to
like
change
yours is
whether
crazy compared to shit I found on like
I
PoE
probably
Ninja.
have the best geared one in SSF full
Yours has
stop. But
got
I
like the
also
most damage, but like very little survivability compared to like everyone else.
but the survivability is also going to probably not be genuinely received because I'm wearing mage blood with perfectly rolled like legacy flasks, and I have perfect synth bases with like my boots have unwavering stance as an implicit. Like I have a lot of wild shit on that build
Mm-hmm.
that isn't gonna maybe
Oh yeah,
transition so
don't get
well
me
for
wrong. I
POB.
looked at like a league starter one, and I looked at yours, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna pick the league starter.
Yeah, there's if you look at Manny, he played it this Kalandra for bossing or maybe last league for bossing. He had a much more accessible version that is much tankier and still has easily 10 to 20 mil DPS. I don't remember what the exact dot million of damage cap is, but there is a cap for dot damage in Path
Oh no,
that I don't remember why, but there is like I want to say it's 49 mil,
no
something
problem
like
then.
48 mil, but I don't think you could do much more than 50 mil dot damage, where it just stops working for some reason. Um, not sure if Jousis remembers or knows why, but yeah, there's just like a cap to dot damage. So really, once your
It's
golem has
there is a cap to
400,000
dot
life,
damage because dot damage is stored as an integer, and then the last two, like the tens place and the ones place, so the last two digits are just assumed to be decimal places.
mm,
So if you have the maximum integer of 2.147 billion, and then you divide that by 100, that is the cap for dot DPS.
24 million.
Or
Or am I
actually, that's
remember?
not correct because it's actually per minute. So you take the integer cap per minute.
Yeah, you doing
So
math
you take the
secretly?
integer cap like times 60 or something. So I'm pretty sure I don't remember the exact number, but there is a cap on poison or damage over time, and
Yeah.
it's basically to do with um, computer science math limitations.
So this is why Gandhi was dropping nukes because of something like this.
Yes, some sort
Video
of.
game Gandhi, yeah.
Yeah. No,
I'm
no,
trying to
real life.
remember what
Actual
exactly the
Gandhi
number was.
Yeah.
had a calculator error.
Well,
That's
it's
why
definitely
he went to war.
2.4 billion because that's the same number as the RuneScape gold cap, and I think it's for the same reason.
Yeah.
Enemies, yeah. The max int is 2 billion, so that's the maximum amount of coins you can have in RuneScape. So they just implemented platinum coins that are worth 10 coins or something.
Did they?
Yeah.
Cringe.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's like Dave
so
and Buster's money. Patty
if you
bucks.
search it, dot DPS is limited to about 36 million DPS.
There you go. But I digress. So that build has so much damage that I wouldn't worry about the weapon. Long story short.
Right.
Right.
Once
So
once you have
this
this
is how the
the three
calculation
link is what
works.
matters.
Dot damage limit is an integer, so it goes up to 2 billion, and then you divide it by 60 because that's now the damage per second. So it's up to 2 billion damage per minute, and then you divide that by 60, and that's the DPS cap.
35 mil.
Almost 36, but yeah, 35 something mil.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if there's any way to faithfully calculate what amount of damage I have or anyone has for a dot build in POB
Yeah, not
to
really.
that point. But once you have, I do know that I'm at the cap, and I after about 400,000 stone golem life, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. That's the
Um,
one other thing that would help me would be figuring out how much stone golem life you had. But you have over 400,000.
400,000
What
is
the
a
fuck?
lot.
Yeah, I'm like my finished build last league was like 250, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
I have.
damn, I'm scraping the fucking
So
top end.
what that requires is my elegant hubris timeless jewel has 380 minion life notables within 3 points of
Oh,
distance.
Jesus
So there's like
Christ.
a lot of things like that, and I'm not even using a mirrored I'm not using even a kalandra bone ring that has like 90 life on it. You could have those. You could have had those.
Yeah.
But you don't even need that if your gear is just cranked. But what the most important thing for that build is, this is actually the nice part. You get level 4 in power. That's the big one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get level 21 stone golem. The quality doesn't matter because there's no quality that gives life, so it's irrelevant. Then you get 21 20 minion life. You put all that into one of the Twilight Temple shields that is corrupted with +1 gem. Doesn't matter which one. You
Yep.
prefer Magna Eclipsis, and then if you had to pick a second one, it'd be the blue one because it gives you freeze immunity. But it doesn't matter. And doing that gives you like level 32 Stone Golem or whatever. And that's pretty much all the damage you'll need is just from that. That's like you're good to go. You're starting to one-shot Uber bosses after that. So if you buy that first, you're set. Which is nice
Yeah.
because you don't need you can just use a whatever link because your helm is your 4 link, your shield is your 3 link, and then everything else could be put a 6 link aura setup in your body. You can run Calum's Heart if you wanted.
Don't get me tempted. Let's not talk about it because I don't want to ruin my league starter from the 6 people that'll watch this and go, damn, that's a good idea.
Oh, that build's good. That build just got buffed pretty heavily because
Yeah.
curses got buffed, and especially elemental curses that run more than one, and that build runs too. So
I did a little bit of testing to see how much I could put on to still clear the content I want to clear, like League Start, and really, I don't need anything more than the impact, like not
no,
even the Empower.
that build kind of sucks to map with, right? Because
Oh yeah.
if you don't have barracks or spite, or you're not using ignite proliferation, it feels shit. Which you just use one of those two.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, once you get like your curse set up, you want to use a like Arcanist brand, applying Flam and Ellie weakness. Really, any build this league, any elemental build this league, especially projectile ones or crit ones, that the sweet spot is if you could run 3 curses, like elemental weakness plus your targeted, so we'll say frostbite, and then either like assassins or sniper's mark. That almost is like all the damage you need from tree can be redirected because that itself is going to give you so much damage. Especially once you start running enhances and like specking a little bit into curse effectiveness and get that sort of stuff and alt qualities, it's gonna be really strong. Like I think it's gonna be unless they secretly tweaked boss life or something, that's gonna be kind of insane.
I have like a question tying into Ruthless again, because I was trying to like convert a build across. Can you think of any spells that you can instacast that I can put like a hex touch on or something that I can use while walking?
I don't think.
All
Does,
like on a left click, you're saying?
yeah, like on a left click.
I
Because
guess you
like
basically only have vortex.
Yeah, that was my
right.
thought also. Um,
Because of my like previously in the build, it was just like a movement skill, but they deleted all of them mostly, so I couldn't have something.
There's
like Withering Touch.
There
or
are
whatever.
very few instant skills that hit things.
Mm-hmm.
So you're stuck with the initial hit of Vortex, and I guess like Frost Blink.
Yeah, Vortex works fine as long as it's one thing. I didn't want to have to rely on like getting a cast when damage taken gem and praying, you know, because that ain't gonna happen.
So,
Support gems don't exist.
alternatively, no, this is like super jank.
No, yeah,
Um,
There
go for
was
it.
they did mention that cast and damage taken does not lower the effectiveness of hexes, so it's still good to have a curse
Yeah.
linked to cast and damage taken. It just costs like 150 mana.
So what you could do, and I don't know the level of shit you're trying to propagate here, but you could put it on a minion curse on hit and then convoke on left click and have them around you.
That's a terrible idea.
So Stone Golem keeps itself alive. Really
No,
in my
no, no,
build.
not for more mischief. Sorry, but like,
No.
yeah,
I'm just you're
okay.
talking a generic ruthless.
Ge-
No, that's why
oh
I knew what
yeah,
you were saying. I've just it's if you just had a Stone Golem linked to curse on hit, linked to a curse or whatever, and then they're just gonna pretty much roll into packs and slam, and when you convoke, they're just gonna be on you and near you. I guess that's okay. But what is this for? Like,
this
what's
was
the
just
point of
for
this?
generically cursing shit that was near me while I was moving around. So Vortex literally solves the
Blasphemy?
problem.
Just use blasphemy?
Yeah, but like,
I mean, blasphemy got nerfed pretty heavily this patch, realistically, but it's still a thing.
it was for RF, I think. So, you know, just cursing shit as I'm moving through it.
Yeah,
Basically,
I
walking
really
build.
don't understand their intention behind giving blasphemy a negative effect multiplier when it already has a penalty. It has two penalties. Like the fact that it's small radial and also it reserves 35%, I feel like is enough of a downside to not merit also having a negative effect bonus on it. Seems kind of weird. I'm not sure who would run blasphemy at the moment. It
Dancing
basically is going to reverse
dervish
your curse to
players.
last week. Dervish players.
Yeah,
You'd
there's
run
like,
blasphemy for just running like grace or something.
nah, you like give them like fucking buffs and shit, so they do more damage.
Well, why wouldn't you just Arcanist brand then? What else are you doing? You're dervishing, right?
Well, I mean, in most dervish cases, well, Jam, I didn't even think about dervish for this build. For this league, in most dervish cases, you're hiding behind a wall as your swords go out and kill shit.
Hiding behind a wall. You must be playing some shit dervish build.
Listen, okay, give me a good dervish build, man. Listen. If I'm the glass cannon and they do a fuck ton of damage and they run off and clear shit and I pick up loot, that's how I play dervish. What do you mean? I don't want a tanky dervish boy.
Why wouldn't you want to survive? I mean, you were CI, right?
No.
What the fuck?
Hey man, you gotta give me these builds. I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. I'm looking in the wrong spots, obviously. I will legitimately play dervish this league if you give me a build for it.
There's no point. If you're playing Deathwish, it's better in every way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm league starting Deathwish.
Yeah.
I want to play like a lot of builds. I want to make a bunch of money, and instead of spending it on like chance scours for mage blood that doesn't exist, I'll spend it on builds.
Sure. I'm gonna get my mage build this league through Gwen probably, which is gonna be
You did say you had lots of ways to do it. I'm assuming you weren't going to go div farming.
No, I mean getting a div card than just gambling is probably the most consistent, but yeah, I think I'd rather I'm gonna do expedition mostly because I'm planning on doing Harbinger and eventually making Ward Loop, and then that's gonna be on that side of the tree. So
Oh.
I'll just do a couple thousand logbooks and get a mage blood probably.
Hell yeah.
What I think would be really
Yeah.
funny is if self damage lowered your resolve in Sanctum.
That was asked, wasn't it though?
Past never taken. I
No,
don't know.
like
I don't know.
self-inflicted.
Did anyone
yeah.
ask that?
I'm pretty sure it was
might have
asked
missed
by
that
Ziggy or
question.
something like that, wasn't it? Or implied? Because they said they were thinking about whether like self-damage would or whether like your minions getting hit would or shit like that, and they said it was just purely
Man,
you, didn't they? I could be making
Minions
shit
getting
up,
hit,
false memory right
that'd
here.
be so bad.
Yeah, they were
That'd be
like,
so sad.
what if your animate guardian
We'll
walks
figure
into a
out the
trap?
answer real quick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I do
So
think we're
either
gonna,
cast and damage taken builds completely don't work, or they're totally fine.
They're probably totally
I
fine. It'd be
this
monster hit on you, right?
whole mechanic definitely like to me like reeks of like we're gonna get 8 patches in 8
Oh,
days
yeah.
of slightly tweaking how these there's like a lot of moving parts with this mechanic, and I feel like Not that they don't do moving parts well, but things tend to fall through the cracks in these sort of highly mechanical,
There are so many things for them to
ice
test, though.
mechanic. Sure,
Like,
yeah.
so many use cases.
And they're already kneecapping themselves by doing 9 things at once as a company, so this feels like that'd be a big patch league.
And we can only assume that their like Q&A have already fixed all the major groundbreaking bugs, and it's just a little shit that we experience because there's so many players compared to however many QA and whatnot.
I don't think in general, I don't think they should communicate with us nearly as much as they do. I think it almost leads to mostly bad things. Their amount of communication. But if they're going to go down the route of mass communication, which they seem to be doing with 4 manifestos, 4 FAQs, patch note, live stream, whatever, I would really like to. It'd be interesting to see if after a league launches, they reveal like the top 5 game-breaking bugs that their QA team caught and fixed the week before.
That'd be
Just
cool.
not just to like be like, oh, so you always talk shit about us not doing anything. Well, take a look at what we caught. This could have been how bad it was.
I feel like
kinda
that
interesting.
creates a scenario where you are incentivized to make a really bad bug and then fix it.
No.
Like it's somewhat
Us
like
make a
they're not
bug?
going to do that, but it somewhat promotes
Oh, I
writing
know
the
what you're
code
saying.
incorrectly in the
Like
first
bad,
place.
like creating like artificial good faith or whatever.
Not like
Like,
artificial good faith. Like I would never accuse anyone of that. It's just like you would technically get rewarded for doing it somewhat sloppily the first time.
well, the employee should be fired. But I'm saying like as a
They should be
viewer,
hung.
yeah. Their fate should be strict and bureaucratic. But I'm saying like us. I know what you're saying in general,
Well, the
but I do
problem
feel
with
like you could make that argument for every single decision that is made that we get privy to the process for. Like the same
there's
thing for the FAQ. Like the second they show these FAQ questions, my first thought is, who are these questions for? Did they already have answers and they're just fishing for questions to fit them? Like these are the sort of things I start to think about, which is could be totally off base, but that's the sort of responses that can be elicited from
honestly
divulging
the
this sort
way
of
they've
information.
done like Q&A stuff in the past, I wouldn't be surprised if Ziggy just got an early look and then wrote his own questions, and that's how they went with it.
Well, I do think, I mean, so from my perspective, the vast majority of questions
Oh,
asked
you mean
from
the
Ziggy to
FAQ?
Chris are
Okay, never mind.
screened, but
Did you
I
mean the
I,
FAQ like that they write
I meant
up?
the like the manifesto FAQ. Like I think
Right.
they could be like I think they could for some of those things they could be just looking for questions they already have answers to a degree.
Well, there was the ones that were like, is this, and this happening? And they just write no. But it was
Sure, but
like
I
a
do
common
think
question.
they're a very sassy company, and they relish in their sassiness quite often. Whether them just answering things with smiley faces or whatnot. So I think to a degree they like to perpetuate that sassiness, and I think that fits the narrative of them being a sassy company.
Right. Like the username in one of the trailers or pictures being like
All the usernames and all of the
all of them
character
all the
names are
time.
memes. Yeah,
One of them was send back Star Wars memes. So if you
yeah,
don't know about that, send back Star Wars memes on Twitter right now. I'm sure she'll really appreciate it. Whoever
yeah.
made that
She really
trailer's
definitely.
really
What is it?
definitely Bex that
Jar
made that account. You
Jar
know,
Jar Binks Rule 34. Just Google that.
Jesus no,
Send
that's not what I'm
send it to
saying.
her. She'll appreciate it.
Jesus Christ, like
Oh,
no, for fuck's sake.
Misa.
And you say you have like you're constantly messaging Bex back and forth. I'm starting to question
Yes.
what you're sending. Fuck.
Not that.
Not that?
Mostly I get sent. I can't say what she sends me, but it is mostly essays of words.
It is from what I've seen lurking in your stream. It's just like I have a question about how a mechanic works. Instead of googling it, I'm just gonna send a tweet to Bex real quick.
I do take advantage of my relationship at times, and I just send her things, and she responds within 5 minutes. And
It's
it
her
is very,
job though.
very,
I don't think
very
she's
nice.
your friend, Lighty. I think it's just her job.
I don't get that impression at all, so don't worry.
Oh, good.
It's
It's
more like
if she
a
could write
stepmother who's
if she could write
reprimanding
a
me half the time.
physical a sigh into her email, she would, but she's too professional for that.
Well, sometimes she responds with just memes, so I don't know
That's
about
fair.
the too professional part.
Well, you know, it's part of the
There
job
was
description there.
I'm not sure if you saw the series of events, but I said if I valved my headhunter or my mage blood in league, will she give me a weta pet? And she responded with basically a meme of saying no. So of course I did it anyway, and then I just sent her a picture of my character with an empty belt slot, and then she just laughs at me. And then she fucks off. I never got my weta pet. So
She never agreed to it, obviously.
Well, this is Twitter. This is the new age of Twitter. No means yes. Blue check mark.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no,
Make
yeah.
Twitter great again.
I use Twitter like once every 2 weeks, and it's to do nothing. Just check if I have any notifications, move on with my life. One time I logged on.
I was meant to ask you, why are you only following Kanye on Twitter?
Huh?
The only person you're following on Twitter is Kanye West. I was just wondering why that was.
Dude, I hate that guy. Don't even try to bait me. I don't get. You were gonna spin it into this? Fucking it. I was about to
talk about Path.
I was about to start some shit. I just don't. If someone's a cunt, just stop. Who gives a shit if they're an artist? Just stop it. No offense. I didn't like Path of Math. I'm spinning it back to PoE. I didn't like. I didn't like Path of Math, right? No offense, Path of Math. You're not watching this. You've moved on after they banned you, and then you made the choice to leave, or whatever the fuck that was. I never liked him, and I just didn't consume his content because I didn't like him. I just, if someone does something fucking stupid, just stop consuming, just move on. There's so many dicks in the world. So many people are cunts. Lighty's a cunt, but at least he's doing it to your face, and you know what you're getting. That's why people vote for Trump. Goddamn.
Yep.
I'm a terrible human. How's your life, Jousis? You've been sitting there.
It's the fever talking.
I've been working on the same math problem since before the call started.
The answer is 4.
You gotta divide it by 60 to get the dot damage per minute.
Unfortunately, it's not even like if you guessed any number, that wouldn't be the answer. It's not that kind of math problem.
Is it like George's
Last
number
time I
or
checked,
whatever it
math
is?
was numbers.
No, like
Call yourself
any
an
number.
expert.
Like it's like what is the runtime scaling of this algorithm?
Double it and give it to the next one.
Be sure to put your
Still doesn't make sense in the
Be sure
context
to
of the question.
put your array inside a when array,
so
not a
in
for
case
array.
anyone is wondering why I haven't been paying attention, it's because I've been trying to solve this damn algorithm.
Dude, send it to me. I love googling random shit.
I've been googling this whole time.
Yeah, but you need a fresh pair of eyes that don't know what the fuck you're going on. That's the best way. Seriously.
This is an ungoogleable question.
You say that, but anything that people have given me, I can find. I'm a Google champion.
Here. I'll send you a picture of the question, and you'll read it, and your eyes will glaze over.
My eyes don't need to glaze over. I'm already sick.
You can't even type this on a keyboard because it's got esoteric symbols.
That's fine. Yes, send it to me.
Hieroglyphics?
Why the fuck are you doing this?
I gotta help my sister study for this final exam that has questions like this on it, and the professor posts like a practice final and doesn't post the solutions, and the solutions to these questions they're not in his slides.
MK Ultra, yeah. Previous podcast guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Consider an algorithm, dude. I didn't even do smart math. I went to the one where they learn how to do taxes.
Stopped after loci.
So basically, no rule that you ever learned in math applies to this question.
What is line?
There's a log. That's like doubling of something. I don't know how logs work.
That's not how logarithms work.
I learned log through COVID. There's a T. There's
so
an N.
In the interest of not losing all of our viewers.
N. No. There's no viewers. We can only go up from here. The mathematicians are in. Our numbers are spiking.
Fair enough.
Assume that N is a power
I've gotten
of 3.
most of the steps. I've gotten down to I simplified
running
it to
time.
something that makes more sense. But so there's a way that you normally solve these questions, which is you look at the master theorem, and the master theorem gives you the answer. Except they specifically said t of 1 equals 0, so you can't use the master theorem.
Is t the running time?
It's really hard to explain what t is.
What is the running time? How are you supposed to get the running time of an algorithm?
You're supposed to, so you don't actually get the quote unquote how long does it take. You get how much does the runtime grow based on how much the input grows.
So it's like if it initially takes 5 seconds and you put it in the thing, maybe it'll come out to be a set number on top of that, and you're looking for how much it grows as a percentage.
So here, if the answer was theta of n, what that means is if if I run it on one thing, it takes the amount of time it takes times 1. If I run it on 2 things, it takes twice the amount of time. If I run it on 3 things, it takes 3 times the amount of time. So it scales with the number of things that you put into it. If it's theta of n squared, then it's that squared. So twice as many things takes 4 times as long to run. 3 times as many things takes 9 times as long to run. So I need to figure out what the theta of n of that nonsense is.
I don't even know what a theta is.
It's just notation for saying this is how long it will take.
Is that what the T is, the theta?
You have to use the T of n to figure out the theta.
Is the theta the circle with the line through it?
Yeah, your expression should be in circle with line through it. That's theta.
Okay.
You guys talking about pronouns?
You're gonna have to teach me calculus for me to help you with this calculus.
This doesn't even use calculus as
What the
thing.
fuck is I assumed weird E was calculus. What's weird E?
That's
Sine.
a summation, not
that
a calculus.
What's
so
that
it's
mean?
like the sum from I equals 1 to whatever's on top.
It's Roy G. Biv.
Oh. So is it like
So it's-
multi-step?
So
Like the
at the
mitochondria.
bottom there, he says
Shut
the
the fuck up,
summation
Lighty.
expands to that.
The powerhouse of the cell.
So what's...
So you get T of n equals T of n over 3 plus T of n over 9, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so at the bottom is what that expands to. And then you're like, okay, how long does that take? Well, it's an expanding tree of expanding trees, and you have to figure out the size of the expanded tree.
Is it infinite?
It's not infinite.
Because it has an end?
You forgot to say
Because
what is.
you decide what n is. You can plug in n equals 5. Well, it doesn't work here. It needs to be a power of 3. You can plug in n equals 9 and get the answer. But it's like, what if n is infinity? How long will it take? Oh, Catmaster.
Huh?
He's
He
awake.
misread the timer.
He thought it
Even
was...
if it was 2 hours later, that still would have been a
He
half
thought he
hour
missed
to
it
go.
by 2 hours, so he didn't... What did he show up 2 hours ago?
No, he thought we were starting in 30 minutes from now.
Hey man, we
It would have
can.
been 30 minutes ago. The initial timer would have been at 5 p.m. and it would have been 7 p.m. would be 2 hours afterwards. So he'd still be a half hour late.
Why didn't he join?
Classic Germans. Tell him he has to answer a math problem to come in.
Yeah, you have to help me with this math problem.
Now, the T in the problem, does that stand for tits or is that just a coincidence?
That's just a coincidence.
Okay.
I don't actually know what the T stands for.
Well, it could be tits.
So, yeah, realistically, it could be.
Could be tits. It could be...
This problem would be a lot more interesting if you were solving for tits
It could
of
be
n.
Toon World, Maximilian Pegasus's famed Yu-Gi-Oh card, Toon World.
Oh, yes. It could be anything that starts with T.
That's its own problem in itself.
Okay,
What-
I put it
what
into
is T?
I put it into Google and I got this. I don't even know what this means. Is this just like pasting random shit into like English Translate and just getting garbage out?
No, I don't think that's Toon
What
World,
in the
Jim.
world?
What's this?
That pi approaches... No, that's n approaches infinity.
Yeah, I think I got this wrong.
So it's n to the something.
It says to neon.
I'm really
That's
confused where it got the root
Has no
5.
bad cards.
Let me see if I can figure out. Hey Cat, you're looking awfully JPEG.
That is blurry
my
as
boy.
hell.
Yo, I
I've
just
invented the blockchain.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
there we
yeah,
go.
Yeah.
We're going. We're getting there. We're getting there.
It's cool.
Hang on.
Your mic looks better. Your webcam
Can't
looks
even
better than
see his
mine.
Camera. Anyone? Oh, there we go. Where are you inside of? You're inside of a sponge.
He's playing Minecraft.
Inside
put
of
a time.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
No, I never really
We
trust
should put a
Germans playing
timestamp
Minecraft.
that says skip the math problem and to when
No.
Catmaster joins.
No. This is what we're here for.
Because we
Well,
spent
but
the
you
last
guys-
10 minutes me trying to explain this math problem that's in the group chat. Because that's what I've been trying to solve this entire time.
Oh, okay. I thought it was PoE related math.
Dude,
No,
you
that-
know,
Could
that would
that's
be amazing if it
Jesus
was
Well,
the
we don't know
Christ.
if it isn't. We don't know what T stands for. It could be the Path of
T
Exile.
stands for Path of Exile.
T stands for the tier of item that you're getting back.
Mhm.
Yeah, there we go.
I've been out of math class for so long, dude. That I just look at that and it says
Now, if
It's a
only there
computer
was a
science
person-
question as well.
the
Is
white
there
one.
anyone else who knows Path but also knows math?
Dude, where's
can
Gog?
ask.
Let's get Gog in here.
Unfortunately, no, not anymore.
Okay. Okay.
I thought that math was double T.
That's the second T. That we've come full circle.
There's a joke here somewhere.
Mm,
Somewhere in here we may find comedy.
true.
How do you like represent that E thing in English?
With the letter E.
Some
Isn't that a
of
sum? Yeah.
some of the thing from I equals 1 to the thing on top of the E.
So you have to
sure
write
it's-
I equals 1 first in the sum, or is it the top
If you're
one? of the
doing
sum?
this in like Wolfram Alpha or something,
Sum of
It's
Like-
some body once told me. The
I
world
yes.
equals 1
was gonna roll me.
log. Honestly, I put it into like my usual thing for cheating, and it's not Wolfram Alpha, but it shit itself. So thanks. It made it all
Nice.
multicolors, and then it couldn't recognize the E. It couldn't recognize the E. It got everything else.
Congrats on shit, man.
No, yeah. Hey, Kat, we were talking about like we
Forbidden
talked
Sanctum?
about 2 things in the actual league, so you've missed nothing.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question is like how much actual PoE discussion did I miss?
We talked about
We
like
talked a little bit about
Kalandra.
Sanctum
Kalandra, maybe.
and
Ruthless. Talk about Ruthless.
Yeah, we talked about Ruthless a little bit. A lot of Elden Ring. That's part of PoE, right?
Yeah, might as well be.
Okay,
Yeah,
fuck it.
I'm hyped.
Eldritch Altars.
Mhm.
Good nerf, bad nerf, mild nerf. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna really change much. It's just like an overall
have no
balance,
idea.
right? Because they changed
I-
Maiden gems to make Maiden. Well,
I
they
legit
nerfed.
did not use the altars.
What?
You didn't use the altars?
These are
I mean,
different.
I rarely encountered them in the first place.
He's built different.
Like
How do
all
you
of
make?
all of my gameplay was involved
Oh.
this league.
That's good, Kat. Yeah,
in,
appreciate it.
boss rushing.
Right. So you did invitation.
Like
printing.
I would get fragments and try to one shot the boss, and I didn't actually map very much.
Did you make much money doing the actual invitation farm, like boss killing?
I got one good drop, but it was just like a foil shield, so that's not worth very much. If I had not opened the key, I would have made money on that.
Yeah,
run.
but you don't think about that shit. If you kept Bitcoin, you'd be rich. Who cares? Play the game. Don't sell the boss keys. I mean, that's what
And
I
was
did.
only
I
able
sold all the
to-
boss
I was-
keys.
Well, I asked the
Amazing.
question then. It's like you're gonna immediately roast his
No,
answer.
I'm not roasting his answer. I'm just saying, like, don't feel bad about opening it and not getting anything good. You're actually playing the game. That's a good thing.
I was
I
only
do-
able to one-shot bosses that are one-shottable. So, like, I tried Uber Maven, you can't one-shot that. I tried Uber Cortex, you can't one-shot that.
Did you not know that going in? Because that would have been a quick Google.
Well, so the Uber Maven, I thought there was at least you could skip several phases by one-shotting something at some point.
Oh, you thought you couldn't go to the 3 different memory game breakpoints in the beginning? You thought you could just go straight from phase 1 to phase 2, basically?
I thought I could skip enough of the fight where I could actually complete it because it's not like the one-shot setup is 1 per instance. Like it's actually less than 10 seconds to set it up, so it is possible to one-shot multiple times in a row. So I thought maybe, if I do it quick enough, if I'm skilled enough, I could
Don't-
do this fight without taking any hits or whatever.
Don't your setups
because I
typically take
one-shot.
like a minute because of the amount of bullshit that you're doing there?
This one, it takes less than it used to, but still quite a lot.
Mm.
I'm trying to remember the full combo. I haven't done it in like a month. So first you have to, let me think.
Launch the game.
There's like 8
Yeah.
buffs that you have to do, and you have to do them in the right order. You also have to put on and take off Ralakesh's Impatience to get all the charges.
Oh, I remember the
then
build now.
You have to summon a golem to get the Primordial Might buff. You have to Wave of Conviction the boss and hope that it ignites it, so you get combustion.
You
You have to
honestly
walk
sound
over
like
them with brittle boots.
you sound like you're hunting Easter eggs more than you are playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is not interacting with the boss yet, except for shooting Wave of Conviction at it. And then you have to walk over it, and then you have to channel for all 13 minions, and then you focus on left click in order to focus and release the channeling skill at the same time. You could also focus before you channel, but this way is more reliable.
Hey, cat.
And then you do the whole combo, and it does 500 million damage.
Not as an ignite though, obviously, because you'd be capped at 36
Not
million per
ignite
minute.
because
I know,
yeah,
I
there
know
is a
PoE
cap.
stuff now. Look at me.
And also, it's a
500
lot more
million.
satisfying. Yeah, 500 million damage. It's really satisfying to see Uber Exarch die in one frame.
Then
That
you don't get to see the
bastard.
Minotaur.
But no
So
loot.
you get the Minotaur then.
Yeah, I
the
didn't
best part of the
summon any
fight.
Minotaurs. I killed them in one
Wait,
hit.
then you don't know whether you could one-shot the Minotaur.
I'm gonna
I
take
think
a
there
guess.
was
You probably
one
could.
attempt where I failed to one-shot the Exarch, and he started summoning Minotaurs, and then
The Minotaur
because you're running
is
around
spookier
trying not
than
to die
Exarch.
from all the mechanics, you can't one-shot the Minotaurs.
He is definitely scarier than Exarch himself, though. The Minotaur.
Mm-hmm.
He's spooky man.
There was one attempt where so the portal into the arena was on the degen ground, and there were 2 Minotaurs and the Exarch right in front of me. I just insta died whenever I moved.
That checks out. So I guess to answer your question about the altars initially,
Yeah.
I after my initial setup when I started getting my real character together, I too did not click altars at all because they're too slow. I was doing 60-second maps, and then altars are just too much time to even stop and read what's happening. So I basically skipped them. But
When you play softcore, you don't read them. You just click them.
well, some of them just break your build, like random projectiles, etc. So I have to
Yeah,
read
but
some of them.
That
I've been
one
told
was
by
fun.
expert softcore players that if you're reading them, then you're playing the game wrong.
Hey man, I got 6 flasks for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you could, or you could just skip them.
Wait,
It really,
5.
like,
I got 5
they didn't
flasks.
offer.
6 portals. Sorry.
They're definitely really good if you're full clearing maps, but if you're boss rushing, I don't think the altars are particularly valuable. The biggest thing that you
I mean,
gain
if you're
from the
boss
value of
rushing,
them-
then nothing in the map is valuable.
Oh, the boss. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, except the boss, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the altar change, we know we're gonna get less minions on average. I think they did the math in that by like a
Yeah.
little bit. I think it's gonna be probably similar feeling. It's like many things this patch. It's kind of like a wait and see. I know, like for a fact, in SSF, you're still gonna have to pick whatever necklace you're picking, right? You have to go get the thing. So whether it's Omni or
Mm-hmm.
Ashes, you go get your Omni Ashes. Then if you want other shit from those, you go do them. Otherwise, you're probably going to shadow shape your Atlas and then just pick 10 maps to rotate between for Maven. But
When people say
if yeah,
when people say
what are you
boss
saying?
rushing, do they mean like printing invitations for the endgame bosses, or do they mean running to the boss, killing the boss to then stop the altars from offering boss like
No,
options?
the first one typically, but for a variety of reasons, not just because of like Eldritch invitations, but just because of invitations. Whether you're just farming out pinnacle bosses or uber pinnacle bosses, like you could be doing. It depends on the setup you're doing, but so for example, if you were farming out Mavens, you would be doing boss rushing maps to get Elder Shaper maps, then doing those with the double fragments, which is now removed unfortunately, or will be in a week, to farm invitations like that. But you're pretty much just running through the map, killing the boss, and then fucking off, and that's that.
What's the double fragment thing that's being removed? What do you mean by that?
There's a keystone that says when you're fighting a Shaper Elder Guardian, they summon an another one, and that other one has a chance of dropping fragments, and also the Eldritch Decay Divination card is the big part of it. Also, that keystone unfortunately is just being removed from the game and not reintroduced at the moment. So that's a big nerf, which is unfortunate. I after speaking with like other people from that also play SSF at like a high level, we're all quite concerned because that sets the precedent. So as of right now, like their change was phrased in a way like they're doing us a favor in a way, which was saying, well, we're going to roll a lot of the boss keystones into their core functions. That way, you don't have to invest in them while also just atlasing. So you don't have to have a boss atlas on a whatever atlas. That sounds fine on paper, but realistically, that means if you're playing solo self-found, we're just going to be losing things. As of right now, that thing we're losing is we're losing free fragments and Eldritch Decay div cards we previously would have had. We don't know what the
Yeah, but
atmosphere
you're
looks
also
like.
losing a not insignificant amount of refund points that you'd have to invest into getting your boss setup going and then switch back to your map setup. Right
I
now,
would.
like,
So it depends on the amount of stuff you do. Like if so, for me, it's totally irrelevant
yeah, it's
because
negligible.
it's a negligible amount of unmaking orbs realistically. Because what normally I do is I do an on week and an off week, but these complaints are specifically gated towards someone who plays like high end SSF. If you're not playing that, these problems might not be your own. So that's like the caveat to the conversation. But if I'll do 300 maps a day for 5 days straight. Then I'll swap into doing bossing, and I'll swap off and go back to 300 maps a day for 5 days straight. And between those swaps, I probably lose 30 to 40% of my fragments now with that change. Now that being said, we don't know what the Atlas tree looks like, and a lot has changed. It looks like as far as how things are moved and things are different. They could have buffed shit and not told us because they do that. They could have nerfed shit and not told us because they do that too. They could have made more travel points. They could have made less travel points. It's we have no there's no reason to you know doomsay until we know what the actual numbers look like. But as of right now, all we know is we only lost one thing, which is one thing we won't have next league. So until we know more information, it's going to be worse as of right now, but not by a big amount, but by an amount equal to the amount of fragments we lost. So whatever
Yeah,
that
that's true, but like that's true if you are doing that playstyle anyway. If you're doing like your hundreds of maps and then you're doing your hundreds of bosses. But for
Yep.
someone who's not on average like doing that, right? For you, nothing changed, right? Except you're missing out on drops. But for someone who wasn't doing that, what changed is that there is no significant fear of missing out between going from your mapping situation into, oh, let's do a couple of bosses now and see whether I like it, because there's no
But that's
stuff
the
that you
point
would
of
have had
having
to
a tree to
respec.
begin with. You're supposed to like specialize into different things, aren't you?
Yeah.
Specialize into what you
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to do.
exactly. But like the things that the design focus that GGG has here is that they don't want people to respec from a mapping into a bossing setup, but that the refunding is solely to do with what you do in the maps. So you can specialize into your league mechanics. And I think
Sure.
they said either Chris in the interview or in the thing, they want to give us methods with which we can invest and raise the risk reward for bosses, but they want to do that outside of the Atlas tree. And that power is gone from the Atlas tree for now, but will be reintroduced at some point in another axis, so to say.
So what that phrasing? I don't know for a fact. Like I'm not sure. So there will always be a fear of missing out as long as there's a keystone that toggles Uber bosses. Because you will never any time I run a shaper, if I'm not running an Uber version, I'm missing out on what I could have gotten from the Uber variation. So that fear of missing
Well,
out
but
will always
that's a
exist.
huge addition of risk reward. I mean, there's a big difference between a build that's ready for
Sure,
Shaper and a build that's ready for Uber Shaper.
it's a step of risk reward, similarly as a step of risk reward was adding an extra guardian and you getting an extra fragment. They've just removed a step. So we used to have that level of risk reward, which you no longer have, but there still is level of risk reward. There's just less steps. It now goes from baseline to the most extreme. There used to be a little bit in there. Another example of that is the Cortex things, ones that double the modifiers. That is one step. That is the step between baseline and the step between doing the Uber version. We know that one. I think that one's still there. I don't know if it is still there. But if that step is also gone, what that basically says is that you can either do Cortex and get whatever amount of loot would come from that, which the loot may have been reoriginated from the Keystone into Cortex, or if you can't do that and you can't do Uber, then you're missing on the Uber version. So it's still the same fear of missing out. There's no longer easy, medium, hard. It's now just easy, hard. But we don't know how the loot was redistributed. So again,
Yeah, but previously, like I'd say that most people would have taken the easy medium investment as like your base minimum investment to be worth doing bosses, right?
sure.
And if something like a build or any sort of activity in Path of Exile requires something that's so mandatory that you need it, otherwise it's not worth doing, then it should be baked into the base activity or skill or whatever, right? Like if
Yeah.
every Helix build needs 100% Impale, then where's the choice in making a Helix build? That's a bad example, but you know what I mean.
I do. I know what you mean, and that same thing does extend to 1,000 examples in Path where those same ideologies kind of conflict. You could look at it in any sort of gem representation between why do 80% of builds have determination when others don't. It's because there is a best practice for a lot of things. So there was a best practice for Atlas Passage trees, and it was doing a mapping setup and doing a bossing setup, and that meta is going to shift. But even with that being said, I still just don't know if we're going to be coming out of this with gaining or losing something, which is could be a not the most positive way to view it, but I don't know how else other to view it than I used to get 10 fragments, now I'm getting 4 fragments. I feel like I've just lost 6 fragments. It's easy
And
to
that's a
say, like it's easy to say as the person who just took my fragments, I shouldn't feel bad about that. But the other day I look down and I'm missing my 6 fragments.
At the same
no,
time, like a lot of reasons that they don't, like one of the excuses they have for not adding certain things into the game is we don't want to add it to you and then realize we don't like it and then take it away and then you go, where's this thing I had for free, now I can't get anymore. And this is the exact same situation that like they actively like avoid, don't want to do. They don't want to give you something and then you go, oh, I really love this, and they go, oh, we don't like it for the balance, and they take it away and now they're the bad
I mean,
guys.
the 2 leagues ago they added the Infernal Cry jewel that they just removed from the game 2 leagues afterwards. That was like such a small period of time of that jewel being in the game
Mm-hmm.
for it to just be taken away. Like that seems like a strange thing for those people who use it. I didn't use it, but I'm just saying in general, like introducing something and then Snap taking it away because it wasn't like the maybe planned out the best, or having things like, not that this is a similar excuse, but replica conquerors being removed from the game and saying that we weren't able to find a home for it is kind of like a strange thing to say in the same respect, where it's like, well, you found a home for the RMR on regular conquerors. Why couldn't you just put -2 to 3 mana on a jewel, -1 mana on a jewel? Like there's like those kind of excuses feel quite hollow to me. So whether they're saying they're
well, you
reordinating the
just
value,
use two regular jewels with 1 to 3.
sure. I mean, yeah, whatever. But like it just there's a lot of excuses. Not like I don't want to say the word excuses as if they're not reasons, but there's a lot of reasons that feel much more hollow compared to the solidity of other reasons. Like that one, those things seem strange. And then just removing the fragment thing, saying we don't have the ability to reintroduce it into the game right now, kind of seems like, why couldn't you just make the Shaper Guardians have like a percent chance to drop an extra fragment or a percent chance to spawn an extra boss? There's like, I mean, there's no shortage of examples we can come up with how to re-add that into the game in some way.
Well,
So
I mean, if it's random, it fucks people over in races, right? Like, oh, let me
which is
quickly do
probably
that.
why you have it being an option on a notable that existed that you could spec into and decide the
Yeah,
risk
and
reward
then
for
they said
yourself.
they don't want to have that anymore, but like maybe in the
Sure,
future you
sure.
could like buy it on the map device, or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can
So
like
they,
add some
yeah.
sort of
So
fragment to
the
the
fact
map, or I
height
don't
of
know, just
hubris still
outside of the tree.
exists. That's a risk reward. If you don't do that, you're missing out. But that's not an Uber thing
They
either.
have to take
That's
it
like,
away long enough for you to realize, like, to not notice that it's gone, and then they have to bring it back, and you go, "Oh my god, I love you so much for bringing this back.
I
I've
mean,
been missing this."
literally Starforge right now is an example of that. Like, Starforge is basically as strong as it was in the original Legacy version. You took it away for 4 years and you gave it back, and then people shit their pants over it. It's like,
Yeah,
hello, we had this, and you took it away, and you're adding it back. Soul Taker
this
is
is
kind of a
just how
similar
this is
situation.
how they do the balancing with skill gems and
Is
shit
there
like
any
that. They've stopped doing it with skill gems. They've like stopped completely destroying. Well, they still, but they stopped absolutely murdering some and then horrifically buffing others. So there's 3 metas in a league, and now they're just doing it with items, and not even
And they
items like ways to
horrifically
farm.
nerfed a couple skills this
Yeah.
week,
I've
obviously
realized my
majorly.
mistake in my wording. They always kill things. I know, but I mean like. It's just different ways to balance metas. A meta isn't necessarily like the best build to farm. It's
I
the
have
best
no
map to
problem
do
with
or the
them just
thing to do.
saying Lightning Strike is too strong. We're going to cut its damage in half.
Do you have a problem with them
That
just saying, "Oh, we didn't like this on the Atlas, so we've got rid of it now. Maybe we'll bring it back
I'd
later." That's
prefer
basically
that.
what they've said.
I'd
Isn't
much
that what
prefer
they've
them
said?
saying no. That's the problem. Is they don't say we don't like this, so we're just removing it. They say,
Right.
oh well, we feel like this is an appropriate level of scaling.
They're
Or
just
we don't
being
like the
tame. They're being
deterministic.
safe.
They're
But
they're
that's
being
I mean,
coy.
read
where's the
between the
difference between
lines.
saying this is not appropriate and we don't like this? I mean, those are
The
two
the
They
expressions
don't
of the
want to
difference
same
is
offend
coin.
people.
well, the difference
Yeah.
is they're putting like an artificial level of emotionality behind a company's response that isn't merited. Like when you say, "Well, we feel that you as the player we don't want to burden you with the fact
Right.
that you have to do it. Oh,
We're
we think
helping
that your
you.
fun is going to be better suited if you do this." It's like it is not. You've created a sandbox. How I play in it is up to me. You can
Wait,
balance the sandbox,
are we
but like
being
it's
gaslit? Is that what's happening? No, you never
basically
liked this. Come on.
GG
I'm
stands
helping
for
you.
Gaslit Girl Boss Gatekeep. Like that's what it stands for. Okay, when they say anytime, any situation in which they tell us how we should be or they think we should be having fun is totally misguided because that is totally not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to balance the game in the way they think is fair and they think best fits their vision. And if we don't like it, that's our problem because this is their vision. If they think, okay, we don't want to have you getting too many fragments from this double, boss thing, we're removing it. It's too strong. You don't get it anymore.
So
Fine.
you don't
So
take
like,
offense in the change per se, but you take offense in the
Yeah.
communication.
oh,
Yeah.
110%. Yes, that is strictly what I take offense to.
Yeah.
If you feel like this decision is best for the game, and this is something that you think was too rewarding currently, and if you basically don't, if you take it, you're getting way more rewards. If you don't take it, you're losing out. If that's what you think, that's fine. But then don't pretend to be like, we want to have it so the players don't have the burden of swapping atlases, as if that's a burden, as if that's your decision to make what is burdening for me. You know what's a burden for me is getting RSI playing fucking Venom Gyre. That's a burden. Like it's so they're the misguided like care behind that sentence is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So I don't
I'm
mind the
being burdened
decision.
by being patronized by game companies.
Literally, that's my only complaint, and I think it's just could be some asshole intern writing bad copy, but like I don't think that's their intention always, but I think they're just following a trend. It's like people who do like goofy YouTube faces that have like animal
Yeah.
names or something like Catmaster.
Yeah, right. Or
Yeah,
gluing
that's
your
my
eyelids
gripe is
together
with
on
that.
TikTok.
I exactly. I just hate when they
That's an
say
analogy.
how I should be having fun or like we're doing this on your behalf. Like you're not. I've lost things and I'm upset now. Like this is not on my behalf. Like I'm gonna play the
Well,
game
the
how I
thing is,
want.
although what I think you fall victim to here is not something I see with a lot of Path of Exile players, is that they go, instead of evaluating the richness of the drops and the opportunities in the environment of the current patch, which obviously we don't have a chance to, right? Because we're not
Sure.
playing the patch yet. You fall into the trap of being like, well, I compare, instead of like within the ecosystem, I compare from patch to patch. I compare from 319 to 320, and then undoubtedly you've lost stuff, right? Because the bottom line, the number
Yes.
is lower than it was in
But the problem
3.19.
is that I have nothing. This is why you shouldn't have podcasts before leagues because I have nothing to go off of but what I'm being shown and what I'm being told. And as of right now, I'm being like they're patronizing me on a change that currently means I'm losing shit, and I have nothing to do but react to that because I don't know how the game feels.
Okay, new
Like
plan.
Arch,
New plan.
like
2
Arch
months in when
should
we
feel
all hate the
terrible.
league.
Like that's how it should. Well, I think you should do a podcast, not whatever, but like a week into league would be the most appropriate time, because then it's like, okay, I've had time to experience what it is. Now I can make a judge, like an actual judgment of the content, because like anyone who is like overtly excited, and they're saying Arch Nemesis is gone, like that is a completely like baseless claim to make, essentially, until we know the numbers on the modifiers that enemies have. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. Like you have something like with the molten thing that has 4 different abilities that we'll say in total does 200% damage to you. And now it's gonna be redistributed into 4 modifiers. Okay, so I fight a rare that has 2 of these modifiers, so I'm assuming, well, it'll probably do 100% damage. Well, what we don't know is the scaling. We don't know what those values actually are. So it could only have something that says adds fire damage, but it could be adding 1,000% fizz as fire, and we would have no idea because that's what they've decided to do. So until we actually like data mine the numbers and see how it feels, and you'll know right away. We'll know day one whether these rares are fucked or not, or it could be the best thing ever, or it could be back to how Path used to be. But to say anything aside from like we have to wait and see is just like based off of what you haven't played it. I haven't played it. We have no idea what the numbers are. I mean, I'm hoping it's better. The name change is a in a vacuum a perfect thing. It makes sense. Okay, cool. But everything else is like up to figure out. And like the loot's the same way. Anyone is saying like, oh, the loot goblin problem solved because it's redistribute. Yeah, okay. So you do 100 maps right now. You find a touch mob. You call some guy in Discord. He calls it. You each split 10 divines. Fantastic. So I get my 10 divines over 100 maps. All right. Next patch hits. I have no idea what the loot goblin is. I do my 100 maps, and on average, he now drops 1 divine. Well, I've just lost 10 divines on average for 100 maps because I couldn't identify what to kill. So unless that 10 divine I would have gotten for culling is redistributed appropriately over all those maps, you're going to be strictly losing out in a trade league setting.
I mean,
So if they
I'm
do that
sure
change appropriately,
they
that's
weren't
fine.
planning on the whole MF culling thing. There's not going to just to burst your bubble. There's not going to be an appropriate change because I don't think they
Wait,
intended for people to have a fuck ton of divines from all the magic finding. They didn't.
Didn't Chris say get your magic find characters ready?
He did, but he didn't.
He did,
He
yes.
didn't plan on every character having a fully twinked out standard fucking MF experience of the top 1%
Well,
because that's
you-
what the
you
colors
can't-
were.
You can't make that assessment.
I can make the assessment that Chris
You
didn't
can make the
plan.
assumption.
I can
Well,
make
all we
the
know is what
assessment that Chris
Catmaster just
didn't
said
plan
happened.
that 99% of the players would be the 1% because that's not how percentages work. They're not balancing it around the 1%. But if every single player is bringing in a 1%er magic find culling monster,
Incorrect. Like the framework
Fuck
of
off.
this mistake was laid way before. They knew that as a community, we've established the ability to utilize the Discord for community access. We knew
Fair.
it because they've had Forbidden Trophy, had it for months and leagues. Okay. They knew that any information in Path of Exile for years, when identified as profitable, will be distributed among the masses within a week. They know that because that's how the game operates. If something busted occurs, everyone knows about it within a week if it's made public. They know that they're testing these functions based on around them saying, get your MF ready, meaning what? They should be testing mapping with characters that have magic find. They would have seen this happen. The high-end characters that give currency would have been the first thing you would imagine they tested, except when they did it, what was the result? Probably the exact same result we all saw. Things could drop upwards of 20, 30, 50, 100 divines in these extreme edge case scenarios, but that's what's going to get propagated. Like all the framework for this, this mistake, if they want to call it that, which I don't think it's not a mistake, it's just a choice they made, right? Like all the framework for that was laid and should have been very obvious.
well,
So
if
this
that's
in
what
no
they
way was
balanced
like-
around originally, then it doesn't matter if nothing's changed because now players are still running their amazing magic find twink builds.
Except because you don't know what the modifiers are until you've killed things, you have to either always play it. If it's on the old loot system, you have to always MF, or you're going to lose out what you would have gotten.
Yeah,
which
I'm
is
fine with
terrible
that.
design, and I
what
can't
do you
imagine
mean?
that's the case going
How
forward.
is it
That's
more
just so
terrible
bad.
than the
It's
previous one?
the exact same design, except instead of it being deterministic, it's now RNG. Holy shit! What game are we playing? A deterministic fucking endorphin experience, or are we playing an fucking
If
RNG
it's the exact same numbers
ARPG?
as last time, then
It's
instead
not.
of me playing the build I want to play and calling my friend who's calling, I have to play a calling build. That would be terrible if that's the case.
Calling my friend who's calling.
You don't have
I mean,
to, but
that's-
it's an option. I
don't
get, I
have
know
to.
what you're saying, but I
You're
fully,
leaving out massive amounts of
I know
currency for
exactly
trade.
what you're saying, and I fully agree with what you're saying, but I also think you're a moron and you're wrong.
Okay.
I think we can easily summarize that. Like what Lighty said, we were talking about the Eldritch altars, and Lighty outlined this entire strat where he wasn't clicking altars anyway. So we can safely say that previously already without the altar nerfs, there were other Atlas or other approaches to farming that didn't benefit from the altars, that were alternative
Yes.
to the altar usage. And now those things are even better because the altars get toned down a little bit. So like overall more attractive.
Sure, that's fair. Yep.
We're not sure what we say about the Guardians, but you went into, for just a short moment, you went into the topic of the unique items that got buffed, like specifically the weapons, Soul Taker, and what is your opinion on that?
I'll
I'm
be right
curious,
back.
because I've heard.
I need 5
Yeah, I
minutes, but
mean-
you guys keep going.
They're all
Right.
definitely better than the current versions, but they're
Yeah, but,
nowhere
like,
remotely near what they were described as being, which is of the rarity or parity level of things like Mageblood and Headhunter. Not even fucking
Yeah,
close.
that comparison is what I was aiming at, because I thought that
Absolute
was a little
batshit.
bit
Like that is
disingenuous
it's
to
not even remote.
compare it like
And
that,
so-
even because
And they're really, really
just
good.
saying
Some
that
of them
rare
are really
belts still
good.
have value, because not everyone can afford a Mage Bane or a Headhunter. But if everyone could afford them, those would be the belts of choices. Whereas with the weapons,
Sure.
they are still numerically not good enough to be best in slot. You'll always
No,
find a
but-
better
so
rare eventually.
the
So like,
thing
why
is-
are they tier 0 rarity?
Well, we don't know if they're tier 0 because they
tier
don't know
1.
we don't even know if they're tier 1. The reason I'm saying this is because they don't. As someone who collects uniques, and as someone who knows a lot of the unique numbers through mass amounts of data we've fed amongst communities, they don't know their own numbers very well when it comes to unique dropping. They don't have a good idea of how things actually drop, and the peaks and the break points in which things drop. For example, like when you're MFing and you're ghosting a map with everything juice and winged reliquary scarabs, like the breakpoint between a gilded and a winged, it says 100%, but what does it actually mean? What actually means like 50 times. Like there's crazy breakpoints for when rarity just hits a certain conversion value, and we know what things drop. We know that you can almost deterministically farm out a squire in tier ones in like 100 maps with the right setups. There's like things you can do. So I don't know what the rarity of things have been. Um, but that being said, if these things are tier one rarity, I think that's fine because tier one rarity actually in the moment isn't that rare compared to 0. What was previously tier one, being like shavs and calms when it was in their heyday, like that gap from tier one to tier two was massive. But that gap was shifted down to where tier 0 is miles ahead in rarity of tier one. And tier 1, 2, and 3 are kind of like in a small sample size, not a big deal difference. Now, that all being said, the weapons are very good compared to what they were. All of them are. Some of them are better than others. You have things like Disfavor, which is way better, and it does a lot of really cool things, like huge weapon range, bigger base fizz, has an insane item quality, really cool for alt quality gems, etc. And you have things like Vera Nostra, which even being buffed is a 1.2 or 3 attack speed weapon, which is like slower than old people fuck and is unusable. So like the gap between items is very wonky amongst these things. But some of them are worth using probably forever, and some of them, despite being like, mage blood, whatever quality, you're just going to replace anyway. So like something like Starforge, if you're playing a two-hand big fizz build, you're just going to make a better sword eventually or buy a better two-hand because it'll take a week for one to be made. If you're playing a trade, you'll just mirror someone's 1200 PDPS weapon anyway. Okay, fine. So depending on the cost of that, that might be a good like bridge to gap. But things like, the Lion bow, like that might be something you probably just use the rest of the league because the cost from
Lion
going
and
from that,
Voltaxic and
yeah,
Void Forge, I see being able to,
like
because they have more value than just the raw
sure, yeah,
damage.
and
But
it's
something
also
like
like
Disfavor,
the upper echelon of making your own and someone making one. Like typically when a two-hand weapon is created in trade league, because there's a lot more optionality for what bases to use and variety, the mirror cost and the cost of getting a near miniature one isn't actually crazy. But like whenever somebody makes the best two-hand fizz bow, there typically is only one, and it takes longer to make because it requires them getting +2 arrow, etc., etc. Those have a much higher price tag, much higher
Oh,
build
hey,
requirement, much higher whatever.
just throwing my name in the rink. I'm gonna try and make mirror items this league, and I want to make them like as cheap as physically possible for fees. So
Okay.
I'm gonna take
Well,
all of my money I make from farming. Like the last league I tried to make a shit ton of money. I made like 5,000 X. Well, because it was X at the time and not divines. But this league I'm gonna try again. And instead of using, I don't know, a stupid meme project, I just want to make as many mirror items as I can and just undercut any TFT. Like if there's a massively fee, if there's a thing that's usually a
yep.
ridiculous fee, I want to make that and I want to sell it for fucking
Charge now.
pennies.
Yeah.
That's my
That's
plan.
all fine and well. You have to still make. I mean, what? Well,
I have to still
that's a
make
whole
them.
other
You're right.
conversation.
I'm gonna. This is gonna suck. I hate crafting. But hey, if what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
if you know any Lighty that are specifically always expensive as fuck fee wise and just a shit time,
Well,
send them. Just tell me the items.
Fizbo.
Fizbo, I'm writing it down.
You're looking to make a +2 arrow spine bow. That's 3 tier 1 fizz, and then probably tier 1 either crit strike chance or hybrid with veiled, and then attack speed or with veiled or double damage, etc.
Sorry to derail, but yeah, keep going. Whatever.
Yeah, long story short, if the items are incredibly rare, they just buffed, they're kind of fucking pointless. If they're like pretty rare, but like grindable, like for example, Disfavor we know now drops off of Uber at Ziri. That's all fine if it's a 10% dropper, but if it's a 1% dropper, it kind of like defeats the purpose of its existence to a degree. And a lot of things like Soul Taker's definitely better than what it was, but it's not really good enough, I don't think, to merit it being 200 divines or something in League. Like that seems crazy to me. So yeah, they're gonna be good, but if they're nothing more than like super high end stopgaps between you progressing to a mirror item or this just being the best in slot you're gonna have that league and you kind of just accept it, I don't see them serving a purpose. Like if any of them are more than like 20 divines, I think
the
they've
problem
kind of
is
missed the mark on their...
stuff that is Mage Blood tier. I mean, there are stuff that is Mage Blood tier that are absolutely useless, but the reason that Headhunter and Mage Blood are so sought after is that they are useful in some special way. Like there's a nice, unique, if is maybe the right word, mechanic tied to them that make them interesting in some way. and so expensive, and maybe you don't like the fact that you get steel buffs or whatever, and you could get something that bricks your build. I don't know if that still happens. Maybe you don't like the fact that you can't use your. I don't think anyone would not like using flasks. Honestly, Mage Blood's amazing, but like, there's a specific. I don't see anything on this list that has a specific thing built in. I know some of them, like the Lion Eyes bow, already has like fast
Voltaxic
shot
would be
and can't be hit and
the
all that
only
stuff.
one. I think the Voltax is the only one that's like inherently build enabling. Like without question, Void Forge could pump out a lot of damage, but you're still like the builds that would use Void Forge previously. Because the problem is, we talked about it a little bit, but you're using a 2-hand sword, which kind of sucks, right?
Mhm.
Like that's limiting your scope of play to a degree. Um, so because of that, you're kind of a little bit edged into certain scenarios. But aside from that, like Voltaxic was really strong because of initially because of Chaos Spark. That was one of the first things. Well, because of alt quality gems, you could just do Spark Poison now regardless. So that kind of missed the mark. So you're playing an actual bow build, I guess. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure what exactly they're going to
It
do
just
with the
seems like
rarity
a
of
weird
this.
choice to ridiculously increase the rarity of some things, but not make them wanted. Like, sure, they're a bit of a buff, but they're not like a headhunter, or they're not a mage blood, or they're not like an iconic item. Apart from
Yes.
like maybe two of them. I mean, I like Bino buff because you can maybe still get Binos from that little fucking spider chest, and it's a cool stepping stone of an item. But like, aside from that,
Well,
eh.
there's only 4 tier 0 items, just to clarify,
Sorry,
in the
go
game.
ahead.
There's Headhunter, Mageblood, Squire, and Reefbane. Those are the 4. One of them's a meme fishing item.
Oh yeah.
Squire typically is half, if not a quarter, of the price of Headhunter, and that is then half and a quarter of the price of Mageblood. All extremely powerful, all deserving of the tier 0, moniker. Um, but these things just don't come close to that realistically. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, it just all boils
It,
down to what their
it
supposed
could be
rarity
they're
is going to
using
be.
the wrong wording again just to imply rarer, but
That's
not
that's
like.
the problem with
Yeah, I know.
Path of Exile is wording is very specific, right? we know for a fact that wording matters. Historically, it's
Wait,
mattered very
maybe
much
they
so.
mean they're making Headhunter and Mageblood more common to the tier of these items,
That
and
would
we're
be
gonna have
cool.
more fun.
Sure, I'd like that,
Not gonna happen.
but I don't think that's the case.
No, probably not. Safe bet, no.
Um, yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's like everything else. It's a wait and see.
Hey man, I don't mind being the niche
I,
category of generically talking about PoE, but nothing useful and
no,
just going
I
for a
would
really long time.
anybody who is planning on farming out semi-deterministically any of these items, I would assume, unless they somehow fucked up, that any rate of acquisition of any of these uniques from div cards, unique strong boxes, etc., is going to be incredibly nerfed as well. So like I wouldn't expect to farm out the lion card and just get a lionized bow. That's
Mm-hmm.
probably going to be like a 1 in 1,000 or something if we're going off of their alleged numbers. Like I wouldn't expect the Soul Taker card to be nearly as common as it currently is, which is very common. So there's a lot of things that fall into that category that I would probably be wary of. Um, but again, they're all quite good. There's some of them are much better than the others. I don't think any of them are remotely worthy
Yeah.
of being called Headhunter Mage Blood
I
tier
think
of
the
rarity
I
or
think the
value.
statement he made where he's like, we want these items to be not something that you plan to get, but something that is considered like a quality of life increase or something that's like on a very powerful build, you grind for that rather than expecting to get it over the course of the league. I think that's undermined by the existence of the div card recipes for certain items.
It's also like a bit of a self-defaming sentence because it said, "Well, it's not something you plan to get, but then we expect you to grind for it." Well, you know that if everything we're talking about is in the scope of path trade, then you're just going to plan to buy it anyway.
And if it's an obtainable in a sense of like a boss drop or something like that, you're not gonna be like, oh, it'd be cool if I got a disfavor, but I'm not planning on it anyway. I'm gonna farm 100 Uberit series. I'm not planning on getting a disfavor. I'm
No,
just like Chris. I just happen to be in this content.
the intent. I mean, you might do 1 or 2 bread series and then get one, and that's kind of what he's saying.
Right.
But the thing is, like, so on paper, all of these things are like self-fulfilling prophecies. Disfavor, hypothetically, say disfavor is a 2% drop rate and it's worth 100 divines. What is that going to do? That's going to mean that people are going to do more Uber Zeri, which is going to, get more disfavors and make them more accessible and make them sell. And ideally, the price would go down as more enter the market. That'd be fine if that's how it works. But I think typically people tend to stick to whatever their best thing is or their most fun thing, and they tend to not always align. So I think it might just be like, all right, well, I've gotten my 60 divines, I'll just buy disfavor and then reroll now or something, versus like I'm gonna keep playing the build but a neutered version of it, and then eventually maybe one day I'll dream of getting a disfavor.
I mean, a
By
thing
the
to
way,
remember.
this math question is evil. I got
Nice.
what I'm pretty sure mathematically I checked it is the answer, and it doesn't sound right. Especially because the next question is like, how do you make it better? And it can't really be better than it is. So maybe it's a trick question, is that it can't be better.
A thing to remember on some of these items is divines are now exiled, so like even getting a well-rolled one in some situations isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I
So
don't.
you
Yeah,
could
you'll
hit
need to
you
get
could hit the
5
loot
of any of them.
table of the 1%, and then it's a shit one because it's
I don't
just a
think
min
they
roll.
showed.
Or even
They,
Avenger
they showed the numbers, right? But we don't. So there's some of them have pretty wide ranges.
I'm assuming any that don't have a wide range is just that's it. Like they gain 700%. That's not going to be a roll if it's just
Yeah, that's not a
700.
roll.
I hope it is. I hope it's a
Starforge is 400
1
to
to 700%.
450. Lion
I wanna
Eyes
see
is
a 1 to 700.
probably a good 40 to 60% range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Hopefully the disfavored, some of them are not too big.
on the same topic of like drop rates changing, what is it? The Scourge fusing orb thing? Is that going to change in rarity, you reckon, or are they just going to be a proactive buff? Like
It's gonna be super rare. I mean, they're
Well,
gonna be
I
as
mean-
powerful as during the original Scourge League.
aside
Well, they're
from
not
like
gonna be.
the drop
I mean,
rate won't change,
yeah.
but people will be buying them more, therefore they'll be more scarce, is what I mean.
I don't think they're going to be that much more rare because their value realistically tanked when the divine change happened. You can't make divine orbs with tainted fusings anymore, right?
What do you care about divine orbs with tainted fusings though?
Well, he
I mean,
means
if
like
it's X-Link,
making a
like,
6-link and then
powerful shit.
vendoring it.
After your
Yeah,
first
I
six
get
link,
that, I get
first
that,
few
but
ones
like,
don't matter.
I don't think that their value was tied to that so much.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
there's a
heavily.
lot of people
Heavily
constantly
was.
wanting
Well,
6-links though.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying like
Well,
I'm not
it
aware of
was.
that.
So to quote a certain Catmaster, I'm not looking at it in the scope of the change now to this patch. I'm looking at the scope of what was its value in Scourge, but in the patch that is Divines are the new Exalted, it's not going to be as valuable because it's now giving you 20.
Well, and in
fusing.
Scourge they were 10 times more common than they are now. That's like, I mean, obviously they
Have
they
you
needed
yourself-
something like
have you
the
done-
divine.
Have you been mapping with all the Abyss, all the Beyond nodes on?
No.
Okay, well, I have a little bit, and I can tell you that they drop pretty commonly, even as of now. You can
Well, yeah,
get them
right
on-
now, but like not in the future. That's what I'm saying. Like possibly not after this change. Do you not think they're adjusting the drop rates after
No,
they
I
buffed them
don't-
back
I
to the
don't-
old power?
No, because it's again, it's kind of still a self-solving problem. You have to val the item before doing it. If it's an already valid item, then you're not really crafting it. If it's once you get your first 6-link, the incentive to get more is pretty much zero because what do you get for getting a 6-link? 20 fusings to link the item you already have linked. It doesn't really matter. Like, so maybe in trade, but for a little bit, but their actual value doesn't really go up too much. They said it's going to be more similar to the rates of previous ones, so it was a 50-50.
It's
might
the
just
same
not be.
rates, I
It might-
think.
Yeah, that's what they say, but they also said, that Soul Taker's as strong as a Mage Blood. So I'm just saying we don't know for a fact what the exact rates are. If it's a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4, that's much less than a 1 in 2, right? So again, it's kind of wait and see, but I don't imagine there's that common. The commonality of Tainted Fusing actually was a lot higher in Kalandra because Kalandra as a tile dropped a lot of Tainted Fusing or Tainted currency in general. Yeah, I don't think it really matters. It's a very niche application. Once you have your 6, if everyone has a 6-link, no one cares about fusing anymore, right? So then the value won't go up. It's not like more tainted fusings is more better once you already have a 6-link.
Well, then there's like min-max, like, yeah, the economy's always shifting.
Min-maxing what? I'm saying it's
Min-maxing the
fusing.
corruption, like you'll get your 6-link, but then you'll want, if you're using like uniques or something, you'll want, if you're trying to upgrade things, you'll go, oh, I want like the good corruptions for my character, and then you
So
try
then-
and get
okay,
those.
So
I know,
it's a-
I know you don't have to 6-link it before you corrupt it, I know it's
Not
only
that.
two
I'm not
times.
saying that.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
saying that we're in an era where the role of uniques matter heavily.
Right.
So you're now going to be valing perfectly rolled uniques in mash to
Ugh.
then get a specific
I'm not gonna be
val
doing.
implicit to then.
Yeah. Fuck.
Well, I'm saying that like it's not as if okay, I'm gonna you know get my unique and then I'm gonna get my six link and then eventually I'll just get a normal six link and I'll divine it perfectly and use it. That's fine if you're doing that, but that's no different than what currently exists right now. And the scenario you're saying is okay, I get my brass dome, I get a early one, I get a six link one early from Tainted Fusing. Cool. So now I'm gonna get brass domes, divine them until they're all +5 max, and then now I'm gonna val them all until they're +1 max all res or whatever implicit I want, and then I'm gonna use Tainted Fusing. Like that's the scenario that no one's going to be going through.
Fair enough.
So yeah, the value of just being like, oh, people are going to start valuing things in max. Well, that era is kind of already slightly gone because if you're caring about your item being min max to the point of having a specific val corruption, you would definitely care about your item already having good rolls, to which you're either buying high end rolled ones or rolling them yourselves, which cost way more than the whole tainted fusing thing altogether because you're spending divines.
Yeah.
Just to mix things up in the conversation. Have you looked at the Path of Exile's Twitter since you started casting? There's
No,
this.
I
You've
can't because
seen
I've only got
the.
so many monitors.
Yeah, you've seen the jewel where your reduces to ignite duration on you apply to all elemental ailments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They
so the
released
shock
a
one? Yeah.
shock version of that, but that's chance to avoid
Yeah, the
applies
shock
to
one's
all
actually
ailments.
good. The
Yeah.
fucking
That's
ignite one's
super
terrible.
insane.
But the shock one's good. Yeah,
I
the shock
didn't
one's
see the
good.
You
ignite
just
one,
get
but I've
two
seen the
abyss.
shock one. And
You
it works
get,
for
get
like
just two abyss jewels with like chance to
So
avoid being shocked, and then
for
get
brittle.
that's the
100%, and then
obvious
be
thing.
immune to all ailments. That thing needs to be super rare.
There's
I just
actually an interesting point that was brought up regarding that because of how avoidance is displayed when it comes to immunity. If you have Temper Shield on, it doesn't say immunity to shock, yes. It says 100% chance to avoid shock on your character display. So it begs the question, if you just have that on and put on Temper Shield, is that 100% avoid shock going to propagate your cold and fire res? I can't
Then it would
imagine
be
so
even.
because that would be so strong if that's the case.
I mean, it must be like that, right?
it works for
Well,
brittle and shit as well, right? Though.
it does, yes, in
Shittle and
all
Brit.
ailment. Yeah. So, but even if it's not, it's just what Kat's saying, which is you just run two abyss jewels and then bing bang boom, you've got full ailment, for 3 jewel slots. Which, to be fair, 3 jewel slots, 6 passive points on average, isn't like free, but I would pay 6 passive points on any build to get full ailment immunity. So to me, that seems like a pretty
Totally.
obvious one.
Or a belt slot.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't want a belt slot because that's where that's my mage blood header goes there.
Yeah. Both of them at the same time.
If I could, I would. There's only been one league in the past 10 leagues where I haven't had a mage blood or headhunter, and that was a dark time.
You earn that quality of life with the 2 months of playing through the suffering to get it, and then you're like, yes, I can finally play the game.
Sometimes I get it day 3.
Well,
Those are the
sometimes you're
best
really
times.
fucking lucky. You're a piece of shit. Whatever.
Well, that's an interesting point that I often bring up when people will say like, because I was talking to people on Twitter about this, and it's pretty much like, oh, well, this is my favorite league so far, and I was like, oh, and then I asked them about their experience. Or this is my worst league so far. Ask them about their experience,
Oh no.
and it's almost always explicitly tied to how lucky they get or what build they pick, right? So
Mhm.
that's almost always the case. So like a good point to just like a mantra to have is no matter whether a league might on paper be better or worse than any other league, what matters what only really matters is the experience you have in that league. So if you just pick a good build and you end up getting a little bit lucky and have a good experience, it's probably going to be the best league you've ever played, almost always, because it's like everything's going right. This feels fun. I'm having a great time, and everyone else can be like, "This is fucking terrible" or whatever. When it's like, yeah, but that hasn't been your experience. In the same way that you can get ungodly unlucky 3 weeks in a row, and it could have been like Harvest League or Ritual, and everyone's like, "This is the best thing we've ever had." It's like, well, yeah, but I'm just shitting the bed constantly. So
By the same
what
logic,
matters, like,
I have way
yeah,
more fun in the game if I never look at Reddit.
sure,
Because it's about my experience, not the like. If I'm looking at Reddit and I'm seeing everyone else complaining, I start noticing those negative things. Whereas if
yes,
I'm just
yeah,
playing on my own, I'm having a great time no matter what I'm
and
doing, practically.
which is something I recently brought up that is we talked about earlier, which is one of the biggest, I would say, problems with Path of Exile is like there's no safety net for edge case scenarios that will eventually negatively affect everyone at some point. And when they do, typically it is like the fast track to not wanting to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So an example of that is I just recently went 48 or 47 Oshabis dry on getting a Sacred Blossom. Or sorry, 47 Harvest Bosses dry on getting an Oshabi attempt, which is almost 5 times the alleged drop rate. So like what I would imagine should be done is a scenario like that. There should be some sort of like loose mercy system, like twice the drop rate. And we've had this in things like Harvest League where it's like you do 100 maps, you get no Shabi. And there's tons of things we could do in a similar scenario. But I'd like to see that sort of thing propagated where it's like if you go double over what is the average of a scenario, there should be some sort of something because otherwise anybody who's experiencing those scenarios gets really, really like it's just like depressing. I mean, really, if like
Have
imagine
you?
doing a boss X amount of times. Like I had Leggy in my Twitch team went 225 Exarchs dry on getting an omniscience. Like that's an absurd amount. I mean, he plays more than anyone in the game, pretty much. But like, can you imagine anyone who wanted to play this game casually and sees like wants to engage with that unique in any setting or be able to even afford it? Like that's a very demoralizing feeling. So I think there should be some sort of like mercy system for almost any mechanic that there's like these sort of edge cases.
Yeah, I agree in some capacity, but as someone who's trying to figure out drop rates, I'd hate that.
Well, figuring out drop rates is a fruitless endeavor
I
because
I know.
they change constantly and they don't tell us, which is unfortunate.
There is something like that for map drops that does exist. I think it'd be cool in some situations, just as long as the players don't know it's
Well,
a
maps
thing.
are good. Yeah, maps are good. I mean, again, that's why you make it 2-3 times the drop rate or 2-3 times the average occurrence rate. So it's literally just a mercy system. And if you hit the rate prior to hitting mercy, obviously your mercy would reset. So if I'm like 30 Oshabis in or 30 harvest bosses in, I get an Oshabi drop. But if I were to hit a Oshabi drop prior to 30 harvest bosses, it resets that 30 counter. That
I
way I
wouldn't
don't
I wouldn't like it as a
take advantage.
guaranteed thing. I'd like it as a percentage increase type
Well,
of
that's how
thing.
every mercy system effectively works: is the percentage increases until you hit a guaranteed.
Right, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
So it would go for every Oshabi you kill past you being dry increases the chance of it dropping by 5% until the
I don't know.
eventuality of being X amount over.
I
It's
think
it's quite
trade is already a mercy system. Like you're able to trade for something if you like save up for things, and yeah, you're right that like omniscience, for example, is or ashes are super interesting amulets, and when they're so low, and people can't play around with them. But honestly, like there's so many interesting uniques with interesting interactions in the game. I feel like a lot of the attractiveness, like for a lot of people, into the attractiveness plays the rarity of an item and how unobtainable it is. Like something cheap that would be almost as interesting. Uh, doesn't seem as interesting. I don't know. I'm just thinking like there needs to be top end items in the game, and if you
sure,
buy
sure.
like if you put in a mercy mechanic, it undermines the
But we're not even
obtain
talking
like
about
the
like so.
okay.
For example, Oshabi, like we're not even talking about the loot. We're just talking about the chance to engage with it. Like something like that. Like there literally is a mercy system for Exarch. It's 28. You do 28 Exarchs, you get an Exarch. They could have easily just made that a 1 in 20 drop off of like a boss. But they chose to make it a mercy system because they identify the fact that deterministically engaging with content is something that people look forward to. But that same thought process isn't propagated in other aspects of the game that are also boss systems, which is very strange. I mean, if you can cut to the invitations are systematically created through you engaging with bosses. It's not randomized.
You
You
could
work
just
towards
have
it,
a
you get it.
solution that is like you can craft the fucking boss encounter with a certain amount of essence and just make the essence
Sure.
that it costs less than
A
what she
really
can give
obvious
you.
example people have mentioned is just make it so you could purchase an Oshabi for 5,000 of each juice.
Yeah.
Like that's an obvious one. Like there's things you could do like that. That just like that inconsistency is quite strange because that leads to those ultra dry streaks of engagement. So it doesn't have to do with the actual loot itself. I'm okay with
Yeah,
there
yeah, okay,
being
I get that
like
now. I
lottery
thought you were
systems.
talking about the actual loot,
Yeah.
but you're talking about the
Well,
access to the boss fights, the
funny thing,
access to.
speaking of access to boss fights, they introduce every time they introduce any system, my mind goes to what is this? What is the purpose of them doing it? Right? Like so, they introduce expedition, and my first thought is, all right, they're testing some sort of vendor mechanic. They're testing the concept of using vendors for different currencies. They're testing the concept in heist of you having mercenaries from Diablo. Like that's my first thought. When I saw this league, my first thought was, holy shit, they're testing account bound items. That was the first thing I thought
Yeah.
because those relics are account bound. That's something I've been complaining about for about 8 years now. That I thought every single, in my opinion, every single boss encounter should not be tradable. I think they should all be account bound, because the loot you get is what you're trading anyway. But the ability to fight them is something that people are sorely missing. And speaking of fear of missing out, almost every time there's a league, and I poll people all the time. So you just farmed out your Maven's Writ. Are you going to run it or are you going to sell it? Well, I'm going to sell it because I'm not very good at Maven. And realistically, that's never the case. It's not that they're not good at Maven. It's just they don't do the fight, so they don't learn it. They don't even try it because they know that I could sell it for 2 divines, and I'd rather have the 2 divines. So I'd much rather incentivize people to run and engage with mechanics and roll the actual value into the loots they drop. Because that, to me, it seems like so sad that there's an like all these. This game is basically based around bosses now. That's like the hugest part of the game, and most people don't engage with them partially because they're afraid they're going to fail. And realistically, they'll probably succeed. They just didn't try it. And also, like, they don't want to fail because they don't want to lose the money they would have gotten from just selling it. But I would love people just to be able to do these bosses. Like, it's a lot of fun doing these bosses. You know, like, especially, I mean, in a hardcore setting, obviously the risk is you dying. But in a trade thing, the risk is you losing the money that you could have gotten from selling it. Like, I have so many people I've talked to who've been like, oh man, I just ran 6 X arts and just kept getting the staff, and now I've just wasted like 14 divines. Well, it's like, yeah, that's like a unfortunate mentality to have, but that's realistically their experience, because if that same amount of loot was rolled into the actual encounters, then they can enjoy the fight and be like, oh, I got, like a good example is the elevated sextant from Maven. That's like guaranteed value. So you don't really feel bad you're doing Uber Maven, because it's like, all right, at least I'm getting something, and that something is worth a decent chunk of my effort. But other bosses don't have that same system. Like if you do Uber Shaper and you don't hit one of the good drops, like he drops nothing. You get nothing. And even regular Shaper drops nothing. So I'd love to see if they could just make it account bound, they can honestly balance it around not selling the encounter and you promoting running the encounter and investing the currency you would have gotten or that value into the actual loot.
Sounds like you're asking for them to balance around SSF, because everything's account bound in SSF.
Sure,
unless you merge over. Yeah, that's
yeah.
fair.
No, it just seems like such a shame that they designed 20 bosses in the game, and then most people don't run them, not even because they can't, because they're choosing not to, because they think A, it's too difficult, B, that probably you will take a couple attempts to learn them. It's like not crazy to say you might fail a couple Mavens before you succeed, but once you succeed and once you learn to fight, you'll never fail it again. You're learning an encounter, but they don't want to run the risk to a degree. I have so many people I ask the question of like, how many boss you run? It's like, oh, I just killed my first Maven after like it's been in the game for 3 years. It's like, oh, why? It's like, oh, I just didn't think I could do it, or I just wanted to sell it.
Not gonna lie, I haven't done any Uber bosses.
Why haven't you done them?
Because I can't. They're scary.
Have you tried them?
Yes.
Okay.
You
tried all of them?
Not all of them. My builds are shit. I think I got close on the Cortex one.
Okay, so then if you were to try it again, you could probably succeed, maybe?
Yeah, if I make a strong build, probably.
Have you sold your other Cortex? Or you run all your Cortexes?
No, I think I just sat on them and just looked at them because they were pretty. I was in like an SSF environment. I didn't want them. I didn't need the. Here's the thing. I didn't need the loot from them, so I didn't run them.
You don't know.
I'm a hoarder. I'm a bad example. Sorry.
No, you're not a bad example. I think that's honestly a fine. Every example is a good example if you're playing the game the amount you're playing.
I will say I ran more.
Is very valid still.
I ran more red guy bosses. The names confuse me. I ran so many red guy bosses, not Uber ones.
Exarch?
If that's what it's called, yeah, Exarch. And I got like
or Cirrus, I don't know.
I got like 150 divines worth of jewel gems that I wouldn't have gotten because if I was playing trade, I would have sold those and just bought my shit.
Well, that must have been
jewels.
No, it must have been Exarch then, because only Uber Cirrus drops jewels or gems.
Yeah, not gems. Sorry, I get them mixed up. The ones where you need 2 and to connect shit. I got like Sanctuary of Thought or whatever, and some other shit that was just like, this would be amazing in trade because I could sell it and be so much money, but I wouldn't have run them in trade because I would have sold them. I would have printed like 20x worth of invitations a day. Right, exactly, yeah.
You wouldn't have. So, well, that to me, that's a little strange, right? Don't you think?
What? It's human mentality. We do the opposite. We do the opposite in like life. We're all about, well, I don't know. I'd assume most people are more about long-term gains than short-term games. But in PoE, it's just like, I can get 2x now, or I could gamble for like 20. Sorry, I'm in old speak. I could get 2 divines now, or I could gamble for 20. I'll take the 2 divines, and then I'll, save it up because it's incremental and I can do it over time. It's exactly what you were saying with like people are making their own mercy system by just selling the boss, then running it.
Sure. Yeah. I just think that's unfortunate though, to a degree, because people. I think there could be a future where you could still get those two divines on average by engaging with the bosses meaningfully, rather than just selling them to somebody else.
Right, but at the same time, making like the boss keys or whatever account bound is just doing what you don't like them doing, which is taking away the choices of having to do something more difficultly and getting rewards or whatnot, or selling it, or taking away the choice of trading it with your friend, or it's just yeah. Make a fucking make Ruthless 2.0, make a new tick box that's like I want account bound, but I get 3 times the drops. They're not going to do
One
that
thing I
because that would
think
be
this
fun.
game, I don't think this game needs is more game modes.
Yeah.
I don't think we need this. I don't think Path needs to be spread any thinner than it already is.
Offline mode with workshop support. There you
And
go.
get the big cheater tag like you used to
PoE
have on
VR
Torchlight.
chat. You okay, Cat?
Cat's going.
Yeah, I'm just changing the camera thing
I'm just making
Oh
sure.
shit!
because I was annoyed with the background removal not working properly.
Oh, it doesn't matter,
Mm.
man. Lighty's on the beach. I haven't cropped his camera. He's on the beach playing
man.
RuneScape the whole time.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Living my best life.
How much do you reckon the fracturing orb's gonna cost? I think I want to farm.
There's
I really
no way
hate.
to tell.
I know, but hey,
There's-
listen. This is the point of this early fucking podcast. We talk about theoreticals that
Fucking
don't
pointless.
matter. As soon as listen, everything
Waste
we
of
say could just become irrelevant with a patch, like a fucking manifesto or whatever the fuck they reveal
Yeah.
tomorrow. You know, that's the point. We're just a long conversation of a bunch of people just chatting about random shit. Tell me how much
can
you
tell-
think this goddamn
hope-
fracturing orb is gonna cost.
Down boy. I hope they're the same rarity as the annulments. That if they do that, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, fracturing orbs are still a big gamble, right? You
Uh-huh.
use it, and there's a 1 in 4, if done properly, that your item is now dead, right? Or there's 1 in 4 it's a success. There's a 3 in 4 that your item's dead, realistically.
Right.
And if you're really, really good, it's a 50-50. But most items don't work with that 50-50. An example would be you're trying to craft a claw, you roll 30% attack speciences until you hit also tier 1 accuracy, tier 1 multi, or tier 1 crit rate. So it makes the fracture a 50-50 versus a 1 in 4. That's you being proactive with your fracturing. But you could go, it's a 50-50. It's not crazy to go 5 in a row with fucking it up. The real question is it easier to farm out fracturing orbs than it is to farm out Oshabis? I can't imagine it's any worse because Oshabis, again, like I just described, you can go real fucking dry. So
Yeah.
historically, even farming out Exalt, if it's somehow as rare as Exalted, farming out those in Harbinger is still faster than guarantee farming out Oshabis on average. So I hope it's at most somewhere between an annul and Exalted, but I hope it's much more towards the annul one. And that being said, there is a memory, the Harbinger memory, where you become the Harbinger. That one is extremely good for Harbinger fragments.
Yeah, I want to try that.
If you hit that, just know it also converts everything else that drops.
Yeah.
Meaning, if you were to get divines, they're converting to alch shards, but it is still extremely good for getting shards. And also, if you do happen to hit rogue markers or juice, those all convert individually. So you do get hundreds of shards that go converted, and you'll drop whole orbs, which feels kind of good. But even now, with fraction orbs being added to the game, ancient orbs effectively got nerfed in a way because you can't use them on jewels anymore. So
Yeah.
that's a bit of a bummer.
Or flasks for the
I missed
sadistic
that.
people who do that.
Yeah, flasks. People who ancient orb flasks should be institutionalized. Like that's
Hey man, if you
there's
really
no flask
need
in the
a
game
worms
currently
flask.
accessible from ancient orbing that you would want to do it on.
Hey man, if you're in SSF and you really want a worm blast, I know it's just an easy option. What can I
Worm
say?
flask is weighted quite rarely. Also, your odds of that is not good.
I got one.
But no, yeah, you can't ancient orb, or you can't temple ancient orb jewels.
Yeah.
The pool is quite small now, so they wanted it to be quite tight.
That's why I wouldn't be surprised if like that ailment avoidance
I
thing
mean-
is rare as fuck.
I'm assuming the jewel change is one I'm not quite fond of, but I have an idea of why I'm assuming they're just trying to effectively cut the chaff for Path 2, but it was kind of like they removed a lot of really important jewels from the game. You know, like Replica Conquerors is gone, Brawn is gone, the EK threshold's gone. There's a lot of important ones that are just gone now, with no real place to get them back efficiently. You can get the EK one back from the Helmet enchant, but you just lost your Helmet enchant, so that kind of sucks. That being said, I assume they're doing this they're going to be basically cutting the chaff for Path 2. I think they're trying to make room for Path 2 uniques. But one thing that irked me the most is we just saw they showed that shock avoidance jewel,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't even bother using new art. They used the fucking trap jewel that already existed.
Hey
Like
man,
even when they removed Hyries and just reintroduced it and said it was a new unique, at least they gave it new art. They didn't even get
yeah,
this thing new
they
art. It's
probably
a
have
jewel.
like
You could have just
200.
drawn a fucking square and just made a different color. It would have been better.
They probably have like 200 pieces of art lying around for random jewels as well that they could just put on. Like people
Oh
are gonna
yeah.
get that jewel idea and be like, oh, it's just a piece of they won't even idea it. They'll see it. They'll go, oh, it's just this worthless garbage. This was like an out previously.
I imagine only about 8 to 10% of the player base even is aware of patch notes before playing the game each league.
But the
Bet
people
you
who
it's
aren't
a
aware
church
of
or two,
patch
though.
notes also aren't aware of like jewel prices typically, probably.
No,
Like,
they're probably but which is equally as unfortunate for those people who just find Mage Plus and they're like, this is a piece of shit vendor. You know, it can
yeah.
happen. So it's just like, yeah, you might find a jewel now that's could be worth multiple divines and just previously have acknowledged it being a piece of shit. I guess to your point, if you see it on the ground un-ID'd, you'd be like, oh, there's that same trashy trap jewel. I'll just leave it on the ground. I didn't ID it,
Mm-hmm.
not knowing it's actually
Previously, when I played the game, like super early on, my early memories of like, I need to figure out what's good and what's worth stuff. I just went on Pwn Ninja and looked at the top like 3. Anything above like 10C, I'm like, I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna remember the name and I'm gonna remember the art. Everything else is garbage, and I vended so much shit that hindsight's 2020. Shit's valuable.
Yep.
That's okay though. Dude, is there anything else? Man, that's all I wanted to talk about practically.
I didn't say anything about the fracture thing.
I got the memory of a
Like,
goldfish.
it changes nothing about the stale crafting meta.
No,
It just changes how we get fractured items. But
Whoops.
and like you get a little bit of a mercy system to obtain that, because previously fracturing was gated behind Oshabi, right? So like now you can actually just work towards it by putting Harbinger on your map device.
Well,
so that's
it's
kind
the
of
same
cool.
thing, though. But it's like, oh, okay, so I had to put on Harvest to craft. Now I have to put on Harbinger to craft in SSF. Like that's kind of a meme.
Yeah, but like by the nature of like dropping shards versus like having to do a boss, it's a little bit
you could call a
less
shop a
punishing,
boss.
I assume.
It's a real piss walk of a
Extra
boss.
shit to do. Yeah. Is it
No,
more
crafting
deterministic now?
is beyond still. We don't know.
No, I mean like, is getting fracturing orbs from Harbinger? Would you think is that easy to do than getting Oshabi bosses to do the same?
We don't know the drop rates.
Wow, Mr. fucking SSF.
That's not SSF. That's just a mathematical fact. We don't know the drop rates. We have no idea if it's going to be better or worse.
Yeah.
On paper, I'd like to think, again, if I'm assuming the drop rate's around that of an annul shard, it should be better. But to Cat's point, at least tangentially, you're getting currency and not having to do harvest, which I'm not sure which one's better in Trade League, but I know that harvest juice sells quite well also, so it might be worse of a consolation prize. There's no divine shards, right? Because they don't want to make them, so...
Which one do you hate more? Killing harvest monsters or killing harbingers?
Harvest
in a sense of
detracts from the
tedium.
map itself, so I'd rather do something in a map than out of a map while mapping. That being said, Harbinger is chock full of proc shields, which feels kind of shit.
Mm.
We'll have
with
to
all the
see that
nodes
with
on,
the
I
rare
don't know.
monster reward rework. Like, how many proc shields are we gonna get? That's the question.
And also, well, that was a modifier exclusive to Harbinger, so that shouldn't change because that's being gifted. That's being given by the obelisks, not necessarily the rares. But even that being said, to your point though, typically in Arch Nemesis, Harbinger rares didn't reward their reward types, and they only spawned with 2 Arch Nemesis modifiers. I have no idea how they're going to work now. It might only still cap the rares at 2 modifiers and then drop nothing, which would probably feel worse than if it gave it up to 4 and dropped something. So I don't know how that's going to be balanced. That really comes down to just, again, the feel. But in a nutshell, I would always rather resolve an encounter in a map fluidly while mapping than detract from mapping.
Right.
So I would prefer to do Harbinger in Harvest in a vacuum, I guess.
They said you can
Plus,
save
like,
up the things from Sanctum, right? Like you can save up like 8 of them and do them all at
up to
once.
8, and you need 32 to finish a temple.
Yeah, but like 8's a floor, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's yes. If the math adds up, that is 1/4 of the amount you would need.
Yeah. So you just do 8 maps and cycle. You reckon you
Yep.
just
You also
click on a
there's
thing in the
not
map?
Ideally, yes.
you can't really boss rush either. Not that you would. I mean,
You could league
depending on your
mechanic
play
rush.
style, you are. If you're planning on interacting with the content, you're forced to effectively full clear the map because you have to find and engage with the whatever the sanctum thingy.
You reckon there'll be a mini map icon?
Oh, I hope so. There wasn't for Kalandra, so who knows?
Yeah.
I really wish that every map boss had a mini map icon, because fuck me, like the last league there was 3 best map combo sets, and one of them was a Toll Mud Geyser, and I fucking hate Mud Geyser.
Yeah.
Like trying to find the boss because I just forget if I killed it or something. You know what
You
I'm
just
saying?
run
So it's like,
around and then you kind of stand still and you just pray that he finds you.
well, you do outer circle, inner circle, and you look for the blue pack he's with, but like sometimes he saw you off screen before you saw him, and he just fucks off like attacking like your rampage summoned weapon or something. So
You need map
it's a
wide
little
decoy
annoying.
totem. Just pull him in.
That's Val decoy totem's the real meta, right?
Dude, fucking tweet Bex.
I don't want no. Leave me alone.
What do you mean? Come on. You're the guy with you got the hook. You got the hook up. Come on, just do it. We need
Catmaster's
it.
playing some fucking hentai game right now.
Absolutely.
I tried playing a game to fit in, but it was way too distracting. I don't know how you do it.
Well,
I've been
I
doing
typically
math
play
this
3
whole
games at
time. I
one
missed
time.
out
Yeah.
on what, like an hour?
You didn't miss out on
I
much.
think I
Math
finally
is like playing a
got the
game.
answer. There are like 3 possible answers, all of which that I can prove are correct. So something's wrong with one of my assumptions.
Oh no.
Wait, doesn't it involve imaginary numbers and negative numbers and stuff like that? Isn't it very possible that there's 3 solutions?
If adding more things to
so
the t value create different times, then wouldn't your answer be
there
right?
there
if
are
they're all
different
the same?
solutions based on what you assume.
Okay.
Like so part B of the question is like, what's the runtime if you don't have to calculate the same thing multiple times? Like if you calculate it once, you cache
Okay.
it. Which means that in the first one, you're not allowed to do that.
No, it's
Which
okay.
means that the way that I was
Yeah, it's
solving it
fine.
earlier was the optimized
fine,
way
don't
to
worry about
solve
it.
it, and now I have to
Whatever.
deliberately
Yeah.
do it wrong to get the right answer.
Ben, brother.
Hmm.
My nana delivered ice cream and mango.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice.
sorry about the
So-
talking.
I
I'd
really
get
hope
into
you
that.
don't have to actually go through this on the actual final, because the final is like an hour and a half long, and that just took me like 3 hours. That was one of the 5-6 questions.
Wow.
Yosh is out here.
Well, I
being
mean, now
a
that you
good
know how to
sibling.
do it, you could probably do it faster, right?
And this is a novel problem. Like, you can't apply the way that I solved this to any other problem unless it's like the same problem, but you use a 4 instead of a 3. Like, this is like, people write research papers on these problems.
So your sister DM'd you asking for help with math. My sister DM'd me asking me to relate Call of Duty characters to different Pokemons, and which ones would be represented as a Charmander, and which ones would be represented as a Pikachu, if Pikachu meant scared and Charmander meant angry. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about! I'll Google it and send you an answer, I guess, but okay.
That's pretty difficult as well.
Yeah! I'm like, I can't even name more than 2 Call of Duty characters, I need 4?
I
can't even
didn't
name more than 2
retain the
Pokemon.
rules. Like, as you explained it, I understood less and less.
I thought they just wanted me to pick a Pokemon and relate 4 Call of Duty characters to 4 Pokemon. So I sent that off because I'm like, I'll just Google Call of Duty character names, find ones that I can kind of remember, and send them off. They're like,
all of them are Ramirez.
They sent me a thing back that was like, so is this soap guy, would you say he's mellow? And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, did you even read the Pokemon cards? So I read the Pokemon cards, and it's like blue Squirtle, mellow, relaxed, like an emotional chart. like relating emotions to Pokemons to how you feel, so that people who can't
Why
like
does there need to be
verbalize.
the middleman of Pokemon? Why can't
Because
we
people-
just say, you know, what is
it's
the
like-
personality of this character?
It's like a psychology thing. Like people who can't verbalize like can relate to Pokemon's easier. Like someone with ADHD
Okay,
or
that
something
makes
like
a
that.
little bit of sense.
So it's like specifically designed for someone who, like,
So you
their entire
specifically
life is Call
define-
of Duty. I
you
think I've ruined
specifically
someone's
define, like,
life by
Squirtle
defining
as-
Price as Squirtle. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, you've totally sabotaged the whole exercise by
I
giving
mean,
your
I
opinion.
can give you the example. I mean, well, here's the problem: is I don't know anything about Call of Duty, and the person that this is made for is obviously very fond of Call of Duty, so I could have ruined it, you know. But
Now,
they'll
see, the
talk about
problem with that is that there isn't a whole lot of variation in personality of Call of Duty characters.
Exactly. They were
They're
like, here's the
Not
thing.
the
I shouldn't have done
same,
this.
but very close.
I just sent 4 Call of Duty characters off that I had Googled. The Soap, Ghost, Price, and Shepard. They're all very generic names, right? And then they're like, so, you know, who's like who's like Squirtle, who's really relaxed and sad and stuff? Who's like Pikachu, who's really happy? Who's like some electric-looking character who's really worried? And then there's Charmander, who's really angry. And they're like, can you organize them by like happiness? And I'm like, shit, I don't know. So I was like, Price, he's like Squirtle, he's really relaxed. And then Soap's like the generic happy character who's like Pikachu, you know? And then Ghost is like, he's always worried because he's Ghost and he's like in the shadows and stuff. And then they're like, who's angry? I'm like, what's the... I was like, what's the name of the guy who... I didn't say this to her, I did it in Google. I was like, what's the name of the guy that shut up the airport? So I put the Makarov guy who's the terrorist from Call of Duty, and I said, that's the angry one. And hopefully that doesn't come back to bite her.
That's
in
not
anything else.
wrong.
It's the only Call of Duty character that's like standoutish, like, you know, that Makarov guy. He
The
shot up an
only
airport.
criticism I have is that Soap isn't a particularly happy person, but I mean, any sign of happiness would put him above every other character. So,
Well, I put Soap as sad, tired, moving slowly, low energy, withdrawn, sick, bored, flat, exhausted, and frozen. They're the terminologies we have.
I
It
mean,
was-
if you account for the time after he died,
Well,
then that's correct.
I put Ghost as the happy, calm, feeling okay, focused, ready to engage character because...
Well, he died earlier.
Listen, we don't have to like... That's the thing. This is what's going to happen. Is the person that's having trouble displaying their emotion is going to go through these exact conversations with their therapist or whatever. So they can sort it out there and he'll get corrected. Like,
Yeah, I feel like someone who has trouble describing their emotions would just get into the pedantic argument that I just did.
Exactly, and then they'll help the person make their own shot, probably. Hopefully, probably
Like
not.
if you're trying to quantify emotions so that you can talk about it in relation to these characters, then you have to have several clarifications.
They're like, they asked me specifically which ones relate to things and which ones are more like emotional and whatnot, and I said Call of Duty characters are basically cardboard cutouts, and they're all evil. Anyway, that's ruined.
Valid.
Yep. I helped my sibling with Call of Duty cutouts. You're helping them with advanced mathematics. Cat fed his cat recently, and Lighty disappoints everyone in his life.
Very true.
Oh god, I punched the microphone.
You
You
find
didn't disappoint
didn't
Chris.
hear shit. Who?
Chris?
Why? Which?
I don't know.
And
Peace
what,
Wilson.
what encounter? Hey, Cat, you going to ExileCon?
I wish.
Hey, Lighty, you going to ExileCon?
Nah, it's like
No shot.
What the hell? I guess it makes sense because travel times and shit.
no
Oh,
money.
It's,
That's all.
it's in
Money?
July,
That's
Multiple
so
thousands of dollars. To
It's in
go.
winter.
It's
gonna
like basically a new computer, like a new state-of-the-art computer for
yeah. If you
gaming.
think, okay, am I gonna spend $3,000 on a $3,000 gaming
Minimum-
PC, or am I
really-
gonna spend $3,000 to go to ExileCon?
Really, because it also, if you're gonna go all the way the fuck there, you're really gonna go for like a week, and you're gonna like.
I'm gonna
At
do
least-
the
at
the
least.
tourist shit.
2
Yeah.
weeks, I'd say.
I mean, yeah.
I think I
so,
scheduled like 5 days or something
Yeah. So no shot.
because
No
I have a
shot.
limited amount of vacation time.
Plus, it's
What
like
the fuck? Sorry, I fucking scared the shit
Also,
out of
the
me.
con is only like 3 days,
yeah.
maybe 2.
Plus-
So like
oh,
I'm
like-
I'm gonna go to the con. I'm gonna go, see however many sites I can see in 1 to 2 days, and then I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I mean, if you make that money, it's fine. Like, I'm just not like part of the working
You have
population,
like a
and
dog
I
and a
just
house and like a life. I
Yeah.
can't just disappear for weeks at a
Yeah,
time.
if I streamed full time, I probably wouldn't be able to afford it. So I've basically played less Path of Exile in order to be able to afford going to the con. Which,
yeah.
Sure.
when you think about it, I can see why you don't want to do that.
I'm also
Yeah.
getting married like 3 months after that, so I probably just shouldn't be doing that. And I'm going to like New York Comic Con after that. I'm gonna be hanging out with people like at vendor booths and stuff. So busy little boy.
Making
Can't just be
connections
jetting around. Yeah. Well, I've got a lot
instead
of
of
friends who
pissing
are
off
like
Bex.
host. Well, yeah, pissing off Bex. So it's probably more like pissing off Chris because a lot of my friends are people who deal with him for acquiring trading cards and various kinds
Oh
that I
no.
can't talk about. But there's a yeah, so I'll be like at booths and stuff for Comic Con. That's like in October. Then right after that, I'm getting married, so it's like just too much in 1 year.
One of the
Congrats
one of
on
the
the
reasons I
marriage
wanted
stuff.
to go
Yeah.
one of the reasons I wanted to go to ExileCon is it's kind of interesting that up to this point I have literally never spoken to or messaged a GGG employee directly. Like
You
we've
go
never
incognito or
interacted.
what?
Like I don't have a Twitter.
You wear a mask? Like, how are you gonna go?
He'll
Yeah,
be
I'm gonna go.
he'll be in a
I
fursuit
think New
of
Zealand
a
still has a
fucking
mask policy anyway,
yeah.
so I would wear a mask and then just goofy, comically large shades and a hoodie, and we're good.
People are
Actually,
gonna be
you're
able
like
to
you're not gonna
identify
tell
you, by
anybody
the
who
way.
you are.
I mean, people are gonna know that it's me there, but
They'll
they
go,
won't
"Hello,
find my
I am
personally
your greatest
identifiable
fan."
I
information.
don't know if they would. Maybe someone would recognize your voice and be like, "Huh, you kind of sound like that guy." But I don't know
Yeah,
if they would
if
be
I
like,
go to the front of the line to meet a dev or something and I go salutations exile, they're gonna know who I
Well, you're
am.
not gonna.
Yeah,
But
That's
I
not how
mean,
you interact with people.
no, that's
IRL.
kind of a giveaway. Then I feel like.
All the time.
You go to the
I feel
bank.
like I'm gonna do it on
Salutations.
purpose just because it's funny.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's fair.
Well,
Oh,
you
now I
want to
have
dox
to.
yourself, have fun.
I gotta get enough money to get Jousis down to Exile. Then.
Oh, I already have the ticket
Wait, what? You
and the
are?
plane ticket and the
Yeah.
I thought.
hotel
I
reservation.
thought you said you weren't. Oh shit.
No, I'm the other two said that they weren't. I am going.
Oh fuck yeah. I gotta listen more.
It would
Yeah,
kind of
like-
suck to try to get an ExileCon ticket now because they sold out in like 3 days or something.
Oh yeah, they sold out like in an hour.
I'm sure we could, us high-profile individuals, could probably just message them and be like, "Give me a ticket."
I don't
Yeah, I
know if
think
I'm
they-
high
I'm not
profile
sure,
enough
actually.
to justify that.
What do you
No, yeah,
mean?
yeah. Oh yeah. If you're like,
Like
"Hey,
a lot
can I
of
get
people know who
pizza?"
I
Tell
am,
me.
but like, would they? Would
If
they
the first thing that you
sell an
did
extra
contact
ticket?
wise to GGG was you'd message
I'll sell
Bex
you
and
next
be like, "Hello, I am Jousis. Can I has ticket, please?" They'd be like, "Abso-fucking-lutely."
Yeah.
Probably not. I don't know.
If you ask, can I buy one more Gen Pop ticket?
Mm-hmm.
Like people are for sure canceling.
I feel like they
periodically over the
would
next year or two.
they would prioritize like actual like I wouldn't consider myself
Dude,
an influencer.
Go fuck
I just
yourself.
make funny
You're an
videos.
actual fucking YouTube.
You are
You're
vastly
you're
overestimating
you are a
how many
community
people
figure.
play this game. Like, not people who
Yeah,
play
but
this
like
game
they
full
would
time.
they
It's
would
low.
prioritize people who are actually going to like promote Path
Nah,
of Exile. Like I'm
nah.
gonna go there, I'm gonna say hi, and I'm gonna leave. Like I'm not gonna live stream it. I'm not gonna vlog it.
Nah, they it's more about, it's like for them, for you, it's you're meeting the devs. For them, it's they're meeting the people who actually play their game.
I mean, I'm certain that they would like me to go, but does that extend to giving me a ticket or allowing me to buy a
Does that
ticket
extend to
when the
breaking
tickets
their
are
own
sold
rules?
out? Yeah,
I think
breaking their
you'll
own
be fine,
rules.
for sure.
Probably. I hate doing everything in that regard. Like, anytime I message Bex, it's via email because I don't want an instant reply because it makes me anxious. And anytime I do, I always end it with, like, a cat gif. And I spend more time on the internet looking for the cat gif to send than I do writing the email because I'm so unprofessional. But even I would do it. I mean, you've already got a ticket, and the other two here aren't gonna, like,
You never sent me any cat giz.
do you want cat gifts? I never want anything from you. I go,
Cat
"Hey
gifts
cat, you
in
want to
the
go? You want
chat.
to come on a podcast?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay." And that's it.
There. The very first result.
Not gonna lie, I might have sent that to Bex already. Yeah, it's very cute, isn't it? Cute cat gifts, first result. I know. Perfect. I also sent one of a cat like skating on like slippery floor.
Slippery Jim.
No, not for that reason. I was making memes about sliding places. Well, that's just even worse. Hey, yeah, anything else to talk about? Not really. How was your Calandra League, Cat? Last league. Did you
was
like
my
it?
Calandra League. I
Yeah.
played to 97 in HCSSF, which I can say more about than about other leagues, so I guess it wasn't that bad. But I also have like a backlog of lakes, and I haven't fully unlocked my lake options, and I've completely lost all motivations to log in, despite me saying multiple times that I'm going to push the character to 100 still.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So you're liking
what
the
build?
league because your characters, you had a good time with your character?
I had
or-
a good experience. I had a good run on my HCSSF character, but the league was very demotivational in terms of the rewards that it offered and the mechanics. During the league itself, I also didn't have much of a problem with Archnem because I was playing Bane, right? So you're running Temp Chains and Feeble, and you're cursing everything, and it wasn't that bad. But like when I did Endless Delve, which was the only one of the 3 events that I did, I really realized how truly oppressing Archnem is when you're in a small room and you're forced to be with them, and there's no way you can get away, and you're not playing Bane Occultist, right? Because you're in the drop bear node, and then all of a sudden, without you having the time to hover it, you get an executioner, which doesn't allow you to get over 50% HP. So you essentially take twice the damage from all sources because your health pool is only half as big. And then on top of that, you get like a malediction, which that makes you take increased 30% damage from all sources. And then you get like a mana siphoner on top of that with that mana donut that drains your mana and subsequently your life, and you instantly die. There's like no counterplay. It's also it wasn't exactly entertaining in Delve to bum rush nodes like all the time and then hoping for a good Archnem combination, right? Like the reason whether whether I was able to get past the node or not didn't depend on the nature of the node, the mods on the node, the depth of the node, or like my character's abilities, my character's skill, or even my mechanical play. It solely depended on the Arch Nemesis roulette, the Arch Nemesis slots machine giving me good Archnem combinations so that I don't die instantly.
Yep.
I'm so glad I didn't play it.
That's where I finally got fed up with Archnem, even though I was fine during the league. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't play the Mayhem or the Delirium. I'm glad that I only played the Delve, because that one I was actually looking forward to. And yeah, I got to, what, I was like rank 5 Raider or something like that.
Nice.
Wanted to make rank 1, but died on the way. To set
Not
too
nice.
little time aside on the last day. But then also didn't have to play until the very end. That was also good. I was able to go to sleep because it was like a 20-hour rush.
Did you play Ruthless at all?
Yeah, I played 2 maps essentially. I didn't kill Kitava. I finished after I killed Act 9 boss. And I wanted to play more. I mean, the alpha is still up. I'll probably play in the couple days leading up to the league release, like outside of doing videos, and I'll probably play my Bane character tomorrow, finish all the lakes that I saved up in HCSSF, and hopefully die some satisfying death. And then when the leagues merge on Monday, I'll probably be doing a little bit of Ruthless here and there when I'm not like preparing content. I mean, I want to do some live streams, and we'll also do another podcast on Wednesday. So there's definitely going to be some live stream time where I'll be able
Who's in
to
the
play a
podcast
little
on
bit of
Wednesday?
Ruthless. Hmm?
Yeah.
Who's on Wednesday's podcast?
I think there's a guy called Lighty.
Some piece
may
of
have
shit,
heard
I
of him.
heard. Some absolute scumbags are on that Wednesday podcast. As
And
far
then
as
we
I
have
know.
the very, very honorable Sir Gog, who will put into context all the teasers and all the stuff. We will have a lot of stuff to talk about, as opposed to this podcast, right? We'll be having teasers that come out
Structure.
daily that we can talk about.
Listen, this is the least podcasty podcast. That's why I like it so much. No offense to your podcast. I mean, I like going on your podcast, but I don't feel as relaxed as I am right now on your podcast. On your podcast, I'm anxious, and I feel like I can't be myself because I feel like I say something, then I'm like regretting it for the next 10 hours, and then someone says a mean comment about it, and then I'm
Well, I mean,
anxiety.
this is you can't compare this. This is A, not life, and B, no one can see your camera.
Hey, I broke it, okay? It's not my fault. I'm just eating ice cream. It's delicious. It's all melted now, but I'm drinking ice cream. It's delicious.
Did you eat all the mango first before the ice cream?
No, there's like 3 bits of mango at the bottom in like an ice cream soup that I'm eating one at a time.
Sounds good.
Trying to eat it
Soup.
as best I can without making incredibly loud spoon
boy.
on bowl sounds.
You know, talk about builds, starter builds.
League start?
What's
Sure.
going to be good for the league mechanic build-wise? Like that's something. Have you talked about the league mechanic at all? The resolves thing?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell us your opinion on what build would be good for it, though, because we talked about it a little bit, so I want to see if you say the same stuff.
Well, at surface level, I was thinking, like many other people who I talked to, hey, at least it's a mechanic that's hardcore friendly because you can fail the mechanic without dying in hardcore, right? Because it's solely based on your resolve bar. But then when I was thinking about it more, was like, well, I mean, technically that just means all the defenses that you build in hardcore don't matter for the league mechanic, right?
Mhm.
And you'd be better off spending that same investment on mobility and damage because that would actually help you with the league mechanic, whereas your defenses like evasion and armor and block and all that don't do anything for your resolve. And you're sacrificing offenses and mobility to get those. And yeah, those are the key things that you need to get through the Sanctum. So
Honestly,
yeah, I don't know,
I
a little
didn't
bit
think
torn.
about it that much. That's basically the same thing Lighty said. Like,
Yep.
people are going to be thinking less about getting defenses and more about movement skills and like getting out of the way of danger or
You also
doing more
said
damage.
also, I mean, we're all on the same page where it's like, well, if it
I
doesn't really
didn't
do
think of that.
damage, then all we have to do is basically be a glass cannon build that has just enough life to survive whatever the minimal amount of damage they do. And after that, it's kind of all trying to avoid the resolve shenanigans. So like things like totems or mines around corners or just like flood the fucking screen, kill everything builds would probably be, you know. I've also said that we mentioned, I'm not sure if you thought about this, Cat, but how strong decoy totem could possibly be in that set of scenario.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
there's only like 2 unique mobs you're killing in the room, and if they're not attacking you for 5 seconds, that probably is just the room done. So it could be the rare time we're running a singular decoy totem.
Wait,
It's like,
you
And it
think there's
depends
only
on
like
There'll be more.
two
That's
enemies?
just the boss rooms, though.
Yeah, there's some
There's
rooms where there's going to be
rooms with
packs.
monsters
yeah,
and
there
shit.
there should be rooms with lots of mobs.
but even then, decoy
I
totem
wonder
still covers like.
I
plus
wonder if
AoE
they're
or
going to
whatever.
change targeting because
Mm.
they could just target your 20 immortal spiders,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd
With
still have
spawns
to
or whatever.
dodge quite a few things. But if they target, like, it depends on how the attacks work.
Yeah.
Like if they target the minion, is the AoE of the attack still big enough that you would still have to dodge even if you're standing all the way over there, or maybe it just is a set pattern.
Based on the trailer, it looked like some things were set pattern for the room layout, even.
Yeah, set
Like the guy
pattern of the
that
room
sits still and
is a way to
casts.
avoid that. Have it just automatically target the player regardless.
What I would
Like it could be like a delirium attack instead of the mob actually like having to turn towards you and attack. It's just something that happens when the mob is there.
what I would recommend is anyone who wants to really become the best Sanctum Path player in the world, you know, as one of the best Path players in the world, I could tell you this advice is fantastic. Go do Adziri, get her to split phase, and then run around for 20 minutes, and then not get hit by anything. If you could do that, you could avoid all the things in Sanctum. Because if you could avoid flame blasts and storm calls and punctures, I can't imagine Sanctum's any going to be more intense in that scenario.
Would you recommend predictive or lockstep? Because I've definitely survived things on predictive I wouldn't have on lockstep.
I'd recommend World of Warcraft Dragonflight, thank you.
Why the fuck, when I joined your Discord, was it just 7 people screaming about a bird in WoW? Like just a
They found a
bird.
rare mount.
Oh, okay.
They found a mount.
It was ridiculous, the amount of noise that they were making about like an NPC bird that was just like, I've got it! And I look at the stream and there's just a guy standing next to a bird.
They were sitting there for 8 hours waiting for this rare mob to spawn.
That makes sense.
And then they killed it and they got a mount. To be fair, they got an egg that in 7 days will hatch into a mount.
Hell yeah.
Even
7 more
of a need.
days of paying for WoW so I can get my pet bird.
Yep.
That's fine. Hey man,
Literally.
if that's what you find fun, that's great.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hey Jousis, what are you league starting? Oh god. He's dead.
Seismic trap.
That was a very
another
good...
thing about the resolve mechanic I wanted to say is that
Mhm.
they said that you take less damage to resolve the closer you are to give melee an edge, right? Because melee kind of has to be close to them and therefore it's like inherently worse at dodging things. But you don't have to be a melee build to actually take advantage
Correct.
of that, right?
Yep.
Like you just play seismic trap and like walk up right next to them and
The
just walk
first thing I thought
circles
of.
around them.
It's like the fortify thing all over again. It's like you're designing this to be beneficial for melee, but what's preventing everyone else from just doing this? And then it's like, okay, well, whatever. That's just, I mean, if as long as everyone gets a slice of the pie, that's fine. But like, that was my first thing I thought of was like, well, what? Why wouldn't I just stand in melee range always then? What is the incentive to not be in melee range if I'm
Is
just
there
gonna
any...
get?
Well, I
Is there
guess it's
any...
easier to dodge when you're not a melee, right? Like, so if you're
Just
good at
not be a
dodging,
shitter
then that
then.
would be
Just be great and don't send mid.
Is there
just
any benefit to
quickly
bear trap?
letting your cat off.
Can it like
Bear
last longer
trap.
than... Yeah, can it last longer than decoy totem?
Well, they can still target you when they're bear trapped.
Yeah.
I
But,
don't
like,
think bear trap blocks things
It's
in
just
place
slow.
anymore.
it
No,
doesn't...
after
for fuck's sake.
whatever that was before the last Twitch rivals, they made it a slow.
Hey man, I play bear trap actively. That's why I know full well what's happening with it.
Yeah.
Hey, my league start is going to be more a mischief, but what I'll swap into if Sanctum is good is probably a Herald of Thunder build, assuming I don't self-resolve myself.
Well, that build will be much worse than Moth, which is the problem.
Well, yeah, but I want to like take all my monies and make it really good, and then yeah,
Oh, yeah. Step one is buy Headhunter.
yeah, that or a Mage Blood. I'll probably buy a Mage Blood as quick as I can, and then alternate between like a Magic Find build for generic gameplay because everything, and a Herald of Thunder build for
You,
league mechanic.
You played Ward Loop before?
Yeah, I played it once early on. I never got the one with Ice Spear working. I want to try that one at some point.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would play that one this league.
I played
It still
Volatile
works
Dead
even
originally.
after survival. By the way, it's the build.
It's on my list. I got like 8 things I want to play, but my first 3 are going to be Magic Find, Herald of
You have
Thunder,
to
and
run.
more of
There's
Mischief.
2 different ways to do Ward Loop without having survival. One involves changing the level of your cast damage taken slay and taking more damage. The second revolves running a second Iron Flask. That's going to be up every other time.
I
But
saw one that didn't rely on skeletons being repeatedly casted, but put on like a Cyclone or something, so you basically
yeah,
like turn it
it's a
into
lot
Castle
clunkier
Channel.
though.
Okay.
If you look on PU Ninja right now, there's 4 or 5 that aren't running survival. You can just emulate them.
Is that Jewel gone?
Yep.
Mm.
So, the list of jewels that are gone, been posted on Reddit today, but it's like atrociously high. Because there are so many that are gone now that really were like extremely useful and extremely like commonly used. I just posted it in our chat. Like things like, so obvious ones are like replica conquerors. Any single stacking build is pretty much using brawn. Mantra Flames was like one of the most used jewels in the game. That's gone. What else? Every single threshold, pretty much. Coded Shrapnel. Yeah. Mantra going is wild. Like, they initially said that we're removing jewels because they thought they were not used. Is that what the first thing they said was? Or underperforming or underused jewels?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, so of the people that are on Pew Ninja, which is the top percentage of players, almost 10% are using Mantra, which seems like a large chunk of people.
Oh, I totally didn't realize that the survival jewels are missing, and that hurts Ward Loop.
It doesn't. It still works. You don't need it. It's just different.
You don't need them, but they're nice.
Yeah, you have to change the setup slightly. We were just talking about it a second ago. There's you can still do Ward Loop. Like it's good. It's effectively the exact same setup. Requires a little bit of tweaking numerically, but I would have thought Ward Loop is like your ideal build because you're big into the numbers. It's like a beautiful dance of mathematics.
It's a
general.
clusterfuck. The one Ward Loop I've always wanted to play was the one that was like self-chilling, reversal, self-shocking. The thing that balanced like 4 different things, just get immense speed, but then also be a ward looper. And I'm like, this looks fun, and I took the first step towards trying it, and I'm like, my head hurts, I'm giving up. Fascinating. But yeah, I got a list. Let me see my list. It's complicated of all the shit I want to play. Let me see.
Instead of so earlier, I was supposed to be also doing this math thing, but I just had an idea and
Just
had to
writing
do
stuff down.
a little bit of a POV.
Oh no.
It was so based on the idea of I wanted to make a character with the fastest clear speed possible, like not picking up drops or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
And also just to throw a spellcast loop in there. So
Yep.
you know, not something super meta, but something pretty fun and pretty fast. Now, people have toyed with this idea before. You have the Hidden Blade and Mjolnir in your main hand, and you have infinite phasing. So, like from Raider, so that means that the Hidden Blade is shooting a projectile, which is the Mjolnir, every 0.5 seconds. So when the Mjolnir hits something, it triggers a spell. And as long as you have permanent phasing, it never shoots out the dagger. So that's the spellcast loop aspect of it, where just every 0.5 seconds you're potentially shooting out a lightning spell. And the other aspect that makes it good at clear speed is that you can flicker strike while you're doing that.
I see one of it on POB or Po Ninja.
All right. Why does it never shoot out the dagger?
Because normally when attacks attack multiple times while you're dual wielding, it alternates between the two. For whatever reason, Hidden Blade alternates when you get phasing. So like if you get phasing the first time, it uses your main hand weapon and uses the support gems in your main hand weapon. And then you lose phasing and gain phasing again, and then for the entire duration of that second phasing, it uses your offhand weapon and its support gems. So it's
Well, that
really
doesn't seem
jank.
intended. I don't know if that seems that's an intended
So
interaction.
technically, you can make it so that the only projectile it shoots out is the Mjolnir.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
one
And
of
so
Jousis',
you're not hitting your max proc rate with that.
That's one of Jousis'
So you can
favorite
still
builds.
attack.
Is something that's not intended and going to get patched immediately, so he doesn't have a market
It's
effect.
been like that since it came out. People have made videos on the topic. It's just I'm gonna do that and flicker strike and somehow get damage out of it and somehow not die because I mean it's gonna be horrific DPS and horrific survivability, but at least it'll do the Sanctum fast.
Will it?
Flicker striking into getting hit a bunch.
Yeah, it depends on how much damage you do because if you're just flicker striking and not killing things, you're gonna get hit. But I mean, you could also like the automatic Hidden Blade loop every 0.5 seconds is still helping you out. Like you can dodge and it's still doing damage. You don't have to be flicker striking. Also,
Yeah.
the flicker strike itself is going to do like no damage because you're scaling spell damage. So I was like, could I do cast on crit? No, that's scaling too many different things.
I
Should I
found
just
on my
have lightning conduit? They just nerfed that.
got a list of all the builds that I wanted to play. I got a Magic Fine build. I got Mora Mischief. I got Ward Looper. I got Sackwall Twisted but good. I got Herald of Thunder. I got Death Soak because I've never played it. And I wrote down Poison Golems because it seemed like something that could do like Wave 30 Simulacrum without trying. But if you have a better idea of something that can do Wave 30 Simulacrum without trying, I'll play that instead. I looked at it. It was pretty shit looking.
Ignite Proliferation, Golems, Maw of Mischief.
That's
I don't
what
think
my
any
that's my
build
league starter.
can
What do you
do-
mean?
That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
problem. Is you're playing a real build, Jim, and the problem
That's
is
a problem.
It is a problem because you're about to experience one of the real problems in Path of Exile for many people is the power level gap between a good build and a homebrew and a medium build and a bad build is monumental.
Here's the problem is
And-
I've already played this More of Mischief build, so I know it's good, which is why I'm league starting
Yes.
it for once in
You're-
my
you're
life. I'm
literally
gonna have a
you're
good
gonna
league start.
crush every single piece of the game's content without any issues. Full stop. And And then when you do other things after this and you try to do the same level of content, you're not going to get the same level of results, realistically.
Yeah.
So just like be warned for that. It's like,
Oh, I'm
well, I want to make
aware.
a build to do Simulacrum. Well, I could just play my Death Oath. Well, I want to do the Uber bosses. Well, I could just do Death Oath. So like, that's you know
That's
to be fair, that's the issue of having a stale meta now 5 leagues in a row, effectively.
that's the main reason why I'm picking so many different builds. Is I want them to specialize in the one thing, and I don't want to use the one thing everywhere.
So,
Typically, when I
so
play PoE, I'll do Herald of Thunder, and I'll get it. I'll spend a divine on it, and it'll be good enough to do red maps, and I'll play all the content with Herald of Thunder. But I want to stop doing that, and I want to try different builds. So I'm trying to force myself.
yeah, to your point, I made a build for myself to just run regular Elder because I farmed out like 100 over the past week. So I literally made a build that walks into regular Elder, and the second I walk into the middle, I don't move, and then it'll die, and I get my loot. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to click a button. So I made a build that could just do that. Like that's a example of like a niche build like you're talking about. So I'm sure there might be one that does Wave 30 Simulacrum, but that's a bit of a higher benchmark.
I found one, and it looked.
That's like actual content.
It looked like it was built
like
specifically for Wave 30 Simulacrum, and it looked like it couldn't do much of anything else. So I want to try it.
No. Well, just double check any build using Mantra Flames currently, because that was such a massive damage increase for so many builds that any build that used Mantra that doesn't have it now, like lost large chunks of damage. For example, like any of the Bone Shatter builds that are doing Mantra stacking went from like 40 mil damage to like 1 mil damage. Now that Mantra's gone. So there's like similar things across patch notes. Don't get baited.
I'm checking. Nah, looks like the hardest thing to get will be an Alls.
One of the
Or
fun things though is now that like
30s.
Lightning Helix and Lightning Strike and Spectral Helix are really bad comparatively, and also that Strikes got nerfed this patch. I'm really curious what the default attack skills are going to be. People are really using in the end game. I imagine it's just Venom Jar because previously it was one of the best ones in end game anyway, and it didn't receive that much of a nerf. But it'd be really cool to see things like maybe Smite. That Smite just got a Val variation or something like that. But there's or Frostblades. Frostblades could honestly be the best strike skill in the game at the moment, or best, non-gyre melee skill in the game, or attack skill, I should say. It'll be interesting to see what it shakes up to be in a couple weeks.
Power Siphon's ones, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I know. Yeah, I know things. Yeah, I'm so good at this game. Pat on the back, me. To be honest, when I saw that Void, whatever the fuck thing, Void, unique, Void Star, Void Forge. When I saw Void Forge, I'm like, oh, I'll play Elemental Hit with that.
Ellie hit.
Why elemental
melee?
hit?
Oh
What?
my god.
Yeah. What do you mean?
What?
No.
Two-hand sword Ellie hit. What do you walk
Yeah,
up and
like-
bonk one mob?
Like Flicker Strike to
the
get in
thing is-
there, and then Ellie hit with like some melee splash and shit. Oh fuck!
But
that'd be
Ellie
so
hit
good.
that's so
No,
meme, dude.
Cat-
because
I know
Ellie
it's a
does-
terrible idea. This is why I don't
Flipped
make
Ellie
my own
damage.
He doesn't
ideas.
understand. He doesn't understand he's supposed to be flat scaling, and it's not the same thing. He's so
Yeah.
lost in the sauce. Let him die. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's gonna be great. I know how this game works.
Well, you do, but you refuse to use that knowledge.
What do you? I know how the game works. I don't know how builds work. That's Jousis'. That's right there. That's Jousis. Hey Jousis, when you figure out that Mjolnir thing, just give me the POB and I'll make it really like good. You just give me the POB for like the expensive one and I'll make it real good for you. Promise.
All right.
Shit. Yay. That's
Alright.
everything, right? Is there anything else? Memory lines? Nah. What's corrosive? Nah. Bestiary getting nerfed? Yeah. Well, not really. Like target farm, like abuse, multi-boxing, dead-ish kind of. That's
I mean,
good.
Bestiary got nerfed in the fact that you can no longer make jewels, and it now makes talismans for some reason.
Was that was phrased super awkwardly with the bestiary, where they said that like now you're not guaranteed when you're in the party to get an additional one, but the chance on whether you get an additional one, like the map owner always gets one, but whether you get one as someone who accompanies the map owner depends on the quantity, and that scales with how many players you have in the party. So it still sounds like you're more likely to get additional ones when you're in a higher amount of party, like when
I
you're
don't know.
6 people rather than 2.
Yeah,
So-
but theoretically, so if you have a 4-person party and 2 people get the beast, and you have a 6-person party and 3 people get the beast, then it's not really that big. Like, you're not multiplying it more than you could otherwise do.
I think it's just if you're playing in a 2-person party, you'll have the same odds as getting a beast as if you're playing in a 4-person party. It's just saying that the chance of you getting a beast will scale up with the more people in your party because that's how party play works.
You're assuming the reasonable thing that it's like actually based on a beast, that it's rolled on a per beast. Like the first one's
I'm not
guaranteed,
assuming
and then
that.
whether you get a second one is based on that. But like the way that they phrase it sounded, it's like rolled per player, so that like the first player gets it guaranteed, the second player has a chance of rolling it as well, the third one has a chance of rolling it as well, the fourth and so on has a chance of rolling it well, and they made it sound like that chance, whether the second, third, and so on player are able to roll it as well, gets higher the more people it is. So like on a person-to-person basis, you have a higher chance of getting an additional beast when you're in a bigger party as opposed to a lower party, which would be opposed to what they're trying to do, which is shift away the focus from doing it in large parties, which is why it's like really weird. But I think I just misunderstood it, and
Or
they
a
just
beast.
phrased
How
it
about
very
that?
awkwardly.
Could be either.
I think you're correct, but it's still like it's a step in the right direction, but not far enough of a step. But it's still like enough of a step. Like, you know what I mean?
It's a step.
Yeah, they reduced it from 6 beasts with a party of 6 to like 3 to 4 beasts with a party of 6, and it still incentivizes you to play in a party of 6 as opposed to a party of 2. But
the incentive is not as strong anymore.
yeah,
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Well, I agree. I think that this will make or break party play. The game
party
is at a
play is
crossroads.
dead. Confirmed. But for all those guys that used to hang out in that Korean man's hideout and would all stand around the portal, and when he went in, they'd all go in one at a time, about 20 seconds each time, and then later they'd come out and they'd each have like a beast. Man, those guys, all those separate friends that hang out in that guy's hideout are going to be really upset about these party play changes. Sadly.
What are you insinuating?
Huh?
Hmm?
I'm
What are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating this man has no friends and he makes his own friends, which is
Who's
himself
this
on multiple accounts.
phantasmal Korean man you're making up?
Huh? What is it?
Who?
You know, there's people. You know, when you buy it, well, you don't because you're SSF. Okay,
Divergent
Lighty.
Korean man.
People play trade, right? And if they want something, they can go buy it. Okay, it's crazy, but bear with me.
I went to my mom's wallet. I got my PayPal card. I went to playerauctions.com. I bought a bunch
Your
of
PayPal card is in your mom's wallet.
Well, it's mine because it's hers and she loves me very much. You know, it's if she didn't love me, mommy wouldn't let me take her card. And with that, I went to one of many websites, and I purchased divines just like Chris told me to do. And now I too can be a big dick Path of Exile player. I could be one of the big boys in Ruthless.
You are. You just claimed you claimed to be
big
one of the
boy.
top players because of all the RMT, isn't it, Lighty?
No, I'm a player who happens to be a top. It's a different thing altogether. You're misunderstanding, Jim.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the bottom percentage.
You are a bottom. You're a little bottom. Oh, poor Jim.
I wish I had a webcam so you could see how much I'm cringing right now. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys think we got a big Atlas expansion next league? Because we always got a big Atlas expansion, like with new endgame stuff for the Christmas, but they extended leagues so far that now instead of 321 lining up with Christmas, we got 320 lining up with Christmas. So you think 321 is still going to be the bigger league, the bigger expansion, or do you think they've shifted a lot of their production resources into what is the Christmas league, which earns them the most money?
They could just not, and then like 6 months from now, which is basically 2 leagues, is ExileCon, which basically implies PoE 2. So they could either yes, do it, or they could go, oh, next one, guys, and then drop the game.
I feel like they're still working on the
Exit
previous
scam.
Atlas expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
It would fit the pattern to do it in 321.
Don't think we need more. I don't think we need more or a different system than the Atlas passive tree. I think reoriginating nodes, adding new notables, removing some ones maybe, potentially adding masteries, I think would be a cool thing.
Sockets.
Cluster Atlas tree.
We have
Jewels that go in the Atlas passive tree.
Yeah, I mean, well, kind of, which is just going to bolster back to Watchstones, basically.
Watchstones.
What if you could only get them?
We know what system we know the passive system works, right? We've had it for 10 years. We use it currently, so we're familiar with that. Now we're familiar with masteries to a degree. We're familiar with jewels. I don't see why they would make a new framework that we don't understand when we could just apply the same logic.
No,
to
but
them.
like what I've always wanted, for example, is like a weather like mechanic, like Tempest or Warbands to come back, like the Elder influence on the Atlas, like something that moves on the Atlas that's dynamic, that adds a little bit of layer of excitement that evolves over the course of longer play sessions.
Yeah, but then
I
some
hate
really
you.
smart person will figure it out, and then the 1% will be shared with everyone, and then it'll get nerfed into the ground and then deleted
Yeah.
2 years later.
This is
Well,
why we
that
can't have
applies
nice
to all
things.
paths. I mean,
We have a
Right.
weather
True.
mechanic. Veritania's boss fight has a big cyclone. If you step in it, you die.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that forcing that upon the players would probably be counter
Yeah,
Atlas Pass tree
it's
as a
in a
concept.
it's in a good way right now, is what they wanted, right?
It
Everyone
is.
like
This is everyone's very happy they could, for the most part, everyone can adjust the tree to the level of difficulty and subsequent rewards that we'd like to encounter in a nice, fair, controlled vanilla environment, just as Papa Wilson intended. I don't
How do
think
you-
adding, a
how do you
level
get
of
higher tier maps again? I've forgotten how it works. Can your whole
You
Atlas
just
be
keep mapping.
T16s now?
what? What do you
Can
mean?
can your whole Atlas be T16s? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, you just put in 4 void stones.
Why not?
So like
It's been so long since I got to like endgame. Okay, yeah,
Oh,
sure.
Day 3, you should have all your void stones, right? And then you put
Day
them in.
3?
You start,
Oh, okay.
In SSF?
yeah,
I mean, I could
Yeah,
do
you
it.
just play
I
a
could do
lot.
it. Yeah. Day 2,
yeah.
day 3.
What's wrong with you?
Everyone's got
Probably still in
15 hours a
fucking
day, like
Tidal
me and
Island.
Lighty.
Well, I usually go
15?
hard
What do you
on
mean?
League Start, right? Like I play like 20 hours and then I crash hard and then I sleep like 20 hours and then I
No, you gotta do
procrastinate on coming
at
online
least
again.
30-hour days.
I do about 10 hours the first day because I'm focusing more on my mental health.
What?
I know, right? But then, like, I'll
That's not-
binge. Listen,
That's not real. This is Path of Exile.
that's because I got up early, right? I get up early, play for 10 hours, go to sleep, and then, like, the next day I'll do, like, 11 hours, the next day I'll do, like, 12, and then I'm...
your Pepsi
then I'm a
and
degenerate.
chicken nuggets.
Dude, there's so many Pepsi
No.
bottles on my floor. It's the real reason my webcam's off.
Good. Well, fill them full of piss and keep mapping.
Yes,
what's the
puppy.
problem?
Pepsi actually good in your country?
I don't know.
It's like I used to be like you super Pepsi.
Pepsi Max, not
overcoat,
Pepsi. Pepsi's disgusting. Pepsi Max is
terrible
tasty.
things. Yeah, but the thing is, like, even regular Pepsi here, around here, has artificial sweeteners in it. Like, you look at it, and even the regular non-light version, not non-diet version, has artificial sweeteners on top of the sugar. And I'm like, okay, why would I do this
Well,
to
the
myself?
Pepsi Max one only has the artificial ones and not the sugar.
Okay, yeah, if you're a sucker for the artificial ones, then yeah, sure.
I'm
If
fine
you
with
like
that. I don't drink coffee, so it's the only way I can get caffeine. Listen, don't just normalize like your addictive
You can
substances, but
snort
don't have
caffeine
mine.
powder. You can get
I don't like.
caffeine
I
pills.
don't like.
with,
Listen, I had caffeine gummy bears, and they made me feel sick, and they made my pee really weird colors, so I don't want them anymore.
True.
I mean, my
Is there,
pee
like-
is weird.
Yeah, tastes
Because
weird
they
Can you
as
get
well.
like a
Caffeine gummy.
caffeine patch, like a nicotine patch? Can
No.
you,
Get you out of your
just
cage,
have, like
like,
a
what is
caffeine thing
happening?
on
No.
your arm?
No, I like Pepsi. It's cheap. It's honestly that's the reason it's cheap. It's just cheap. It's just cheap. It's cheap. That's why I drink it. It's cheap. I'm cheap. I live in a shed. There's Pepsi bottles everywhere. Nana makes me nuggets for breakfast, and then I get
Anna
like
makes me nuggets for breakfast. The Slippery Jim story.
it's not tendies. It's nuggets. Okay, I'm a grown boy. I get nuggets.
Now, why? Let's
I
not
want
lie.
nuggets
You
as
call them
well.
nuggies, not nuggets, right?
No, I call them nugget chicken nuggies. Yeah, why not?
See, I know you do.
She calls them. We used to get chicken strips, right? And I'd be like, I'm having chicken strips, and she's like, you want your tendies? So I said, no. I'm like, no, I don't want tendies anymore. If we're gonna be calling them that, I don't want them
I'm
anymore.
a big boy now. I'm a
Yeah.
big boy, please.
No,
Call them
legitimately,
tenders,
I legitimately had like proper breakfasts and stuff, but everything that I eat, I'd only ever eat that. I wouldn't mix it up, and so after like 2 weeks of having avocado on toast or whatever for breakfast, I'm becoming allergic to avocado because I'm just having it constantly.
What?
Listen, it sucks. Every single breakfast thing that I like, I am becoming intolerant to.
You better be careful mentioning these sort of biological intolerances around this German man. You're gonna start hearing eugenics in a couple.
Anyway, avocado, banana, egg. I can't have any of them anymore. So I'm moving on to
Also, cut
nuggies
that out
because
of the podcast.
you
Otherwise,
can't
people
have-
are gonna like
you can't have
People are
nuggy
gonna
allergies. Is what I'm saying. It must
find
be
you at
way harder
ExileCon and
to
they're
get a
gonna
nuggy
feed you
allergy.
bananas and all kinds
Oh,
of
hold
stuff.
on. You can't eat eggs. You're going
I
to ExileCon. The whole thing's full of eggs.
Listen, I got rid of my eggs last time I went. I dumped them all on Quinn. We're done. I don't. That's the last time I touched an egg. I've been
Boy.
egg free for 2 years.
Now, some people go to AA, and you go to EE. It's very different. Eggs anonymous.
I was wondering. I'm waiting for it. But the problem is, I went to the doctor. He's like, yeah, we want to do blood tests to see how you're going with this allergy shit. And I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, that means you have to eat all the allergy stuff before the blood test. I'm like, isn't this what we've been avoiding? But whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a breakfast burrito of egg, banana, and avocado, and I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm cramming in as much off topic as I can because we've been talking about PoE nonstop for like an hour, and I can barely handle it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh
Hmm.
boy. Did we even get to
I need
what
to
your
eat
league starter
something
was?
soon.
What was your league
Huh?
starter, Cat?
My league starter?
Yeah.
I actually don't know. Like, I'm tempted to do Cleave. Like, I really like how Cleave looks, and
Oh
I'm playing
God.
software trade anyway for league
I
start.
can't.
So,
You know, you can just
but
play
then
behead.
Cleave is so
Cleave
bad.
has
What are you
like
doing?
dead spots and like blind spots where you don't hit like right next to you.
Val Cleave was so close to being well designed,
It's Summon
and they
Reaper.
totally missed the mark because
It's
there's
on kill.
yeah, it's a fundamental issue with Cleave's Val Cleave's design, and that is so when you Val Cleave something, if you kill something with Val Cleave, of which it has built-in calling strike, you
Right.
get to headhunter them. That's cool, sure. The problem is once you cleave something, if you Val Cleave something, you don't kill it, you don't get the buffs. You don't get the headhunter buff, but you do get the buff that makes your cleave stronger when you kill that mob subsequently. Okay, so now your
Mhm.
cleave is stronger, and you're more likely to not be able to get rares low enough to cleave them. And realistically, as you're mapping around with cleave anyway, if you're like stopping to smell the roses every time a rare gets to close to 10%, to be like, let me get my Val Cleave ready, that's already like so shit of a build that you've kind of like missed the mark entirely.
I feel like it
Unless
should
your Val
apply
Cleave
a
is
debuff.
exactly, yes, it should apply a debuff and say if this mob dies in the next 4 seconds, boom, there you go, because that removes the clunk factor of it. But as it stands now, if you're not one-shotting things with Val Cleave, basically, it doesn't work. It doesn't give you the thing that Val Cleave is going to be cool to give you, which is the headhunter things.
I think based on the footage, it has a really low cost and multiple charges. So like the person showcasing it was having that problem. He just vol cleaved like 3 times.
Can store 3 uses.
That might work some of the time, but like occasional.
Does it have a soul game prevention, like a big one?
It should be
Do
really
we get
short.
information?
Yeah,
4
but everything has
seconds.
a degree of soul game prevention. But you could. So Sack Harvest is gone also, so you can't get around that. You can't get extra Val Souls. You can Triumvirate maybe if you want to put an extra one in your Triumvirate, but and you could do I guess the Soul Catcher setup if you really want to go full in. But all this is like all this workaround is basically coming out to the fact that you could play any better skill and just run Inspired Learning.
What
And
does
it's
the
gonna probably give you a
ultimatum
better
thing do?
insurance than average.
I never got to use it.
what?
I've probably asked before. What does the ultimatum thing do?
Which one?
The one that's like good for Val skills. I don't know.
Ultimatum thing.
Ultimatum
the
good for what
scepter. You mean
skills, huh?
Yao Mech's Accord. It's a whole other thing. It's
Like-
realistically that.
I thought you meant the Hateforge gloves,
Hateforge?
but that was changed. That was changed. It used to like Hateforge used to
Well-
replace the Val Soul cost with the Rage cost, right?
It still does, but you need to have a specific weapon with a modifier that's acquired from the Red Queen's Gaze Alluring Sextant only drop. It's a whole fucking thing.
What?
Um,
The
I
Red
getcha.
Queen's Gaze Alluring only
so
drop?
there's a Sextant modifier that when you put in Mortal Fragments, there's a chance to spawn a chest, which spawns
Yeah, that one.
Val
Yeah.
mods. Those things, when you kill them, have a specific modifier that allows a level of soul gain prevention to bypass that lets you basically hate Forge in perpetuity with other Val prevention items. But yeah, for the most part, you can't hate Forge like you used to, but it's still extremely good and rare and expensive. If that's what you meant, Jim. I'm trying to dissect your
Yeah,
Jimisms.
probably. I don't know. Do you get that from ultimatum?
Hate Forge?
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
it's a 2%
Okay, that's
drop
what
off
the
of Trial
Trial
Master.
Master.
Probably what I was talking about. Yeah.
Trial Master got slightly more accessible this league because they reintroduced, or that they didn't reintroduce the div card exists, but they've undisabled a div card King's Path that used to give upgraded Calm's Ring prophecy now gives you an ultimatum peace, which is
That's good, I
something.
guess. Yeah, it's yeah.
Not bad because it's a fucky boss to actually try to farm out. It's a really
In
annoying
some
boss.
capacity, I want Uber bosses like Uber Maven or whatever to drop from Maven, so you have to run Maven to get Uber Maven. But in the same capacity, that's what Ultimatum is, and I hate it.
I don't understand with that analogy at all.
In some capacity, I don't want Uber Maven to be an Atlas tick. I want it to be a drop key from Maven. But in another capacity, that's basically what Ultimatum is, and I hate it. So I have no good solutions. I just hate everything.
What ultimatum is?
Yeah,
I
like
don't,
to
I don't,
get
I don't, I don't get it.
to get the fight,
Yeah.
you have to do all this other shit, and it drops from those shit to then get the thing, right?
Well, that's the basic fragment mechanic, but your analogy falls short because there's no keystone, there's no loss of anything. Like if you were to do normal Maven to get Uber Mavens, that would be it's the equivalent of maybe for your example, you're saying is Blight Ravage maps from Blight maps maybe is a similar thing.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean that's
I'm saying I hate the current system with the Atlas tick in, but I also can't think of anything better because the only other option that I can think of is the fragment system, but I also don't like the fragment system.
uh I prefer I think the healthiest system, if possible, is a whole boss dropping as an item after a deterministic amount of time, and then the player being able to craft the item because then you
The whole
get
boss,
an
just right there in the arena.
yep
Yep.
big old boss like invitations. I think are the best system we've had because it allows us to personalize our difficulty and rewards accordingly.
Yeah.
I think that's the healthiest option if you want to run like if you're just farming invitation bosses for their unique drops, their flat percentages, you have your 2% chance to get Omni, fantastic. If you want to crank up the difficulty and get maybe more exceptionals or have a higher chance of Forbidden Flesh and Flame, you have the ability to do so, and that's also fantastic. I think that's probably the healthiest way and the best system they've had in a while for like player. What it's it's actually a keyword they haven't used it often really. It's in the past two leagues they've stopped using it. I wonder if they have like a change of glossary amongst the company, but they haven't used the word player agency too much recently.
Mm.
But that was like the best use of player agency is the invitation system because it's literally it's like historically they're really obsessed with the concept of like craft your own difficulty, which I think is very healthy because like anything else in Path, like specking into the Ubers or Keystones or whatever, you want to make the map hard, you alk it. You don't want to make the map hard, you run it white, and then that has its merits and whatever. So I think it's probably the healthiest system. I think with having an invitation would probably be the best versus like fragments just feel shit because if you go uneven, it feels shit. Like nothing
Yeah.
feels worse than having a 4 fragment boss and like one of your 4 things is like 9 behind the others, and it's like, all right, well,
Imagine if like
that's just hard to.
Simulacrum was 4 different colors of splinters, but you needed to get
Yeah,
like 10
I
of
mean that's
each.
pretty much it. Harvest is the band-aid for that
Yeah.
a little bit, but the cost is like atrocious actually for certain harvest things. Like rerolling the basic elder fragments is 400 or 500 juice per fragment, which is like super expensive. So some of them are good, some of them are bad. And also harvest is weighted. Like the odds of getting if you put like a breachstone in harvest, for example, like if you're trying to do the formed or the hidden, sorry, the breachstone invitation. So you're missing Ulnatal very badly, and you just it won't spawn no matter what you do. You turn to harvest. The odds of hitting Ulnatal versus the other ones is like I think it's a 1 in 20 versus like the normal 1 in 3 or something. So it's like quite bad.
Right.
Even worse for Chula, etc. Used to be even, but now it's heavily weighted.
Would the math check out any different between putting like a breachstone in versus putting in an amount of splinters?
The only thing that checks out is that although the cost of gambling goes up the more of the thing you put in,
And it's like a flat
when you hit
amount.
yeah, when you hit the thing, it's a better result on average because you don't have to do it again. So what I mean by that is like if I put in 1 Ash and I get in 1 Unatal, it cost the same one, But if I put in 10 Esh and get in 10 Ulnatal, it costs the same amount, but I've saved myself that same statistic 9 other times now.
Yeah, it's probably the
So
averages out
on
to the
average,
same thing.
it
Yeah.
averaged out to the same thing, but in reality, it's a much more favorable experience when it does succeed.
Opinion on relics? Both the ones that, well, not the ones so much that buff like the league mechanic, but the ones that apparently
They
buff
look
you
like
outside.
they look like items and stuff, but they're compounds. So they're basically like just like your sentinel tree, like your sentinel thing where you put the links on or something. It's your in-league progression system for your account. The fact that they like also take inventory space and the thing where you arrange them looks like an inventory doesn't really
It is
matter.
just Diablo 2 charms in a Haraja cube. That's like,
Yeah, they can affect you
Right.
outside the Sanctum, can't they?
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
one of them. There you can unlock a special slot for the sanctified relics, right?
Yep.
And then you can have one sanctified relic, and those have effects on your character rather than in the sanctum, like sanctum specific effects. And the character specific effects last or extend beyond the sanctum, right? They also apply
So-
in regular play.
It really reminded me of Scourge, where they showed in one of the videos or displays, like it was offering a keystone on one. I think it was Leith Shade, which on paper sounds amazing, but to me it really reminds me of Scourge, where they showed like people getting keystones on bodies. And I would
Exactly,
say
and then you never got
99%
any
of the
keystone.
player base never saw one in 3 months of active play.
Right.
So it's like,
They always show the
That's kind of the
really,
meme,
really
like, you
chase
know-
items.
Do you
Yeah,
think
the-
there's
the-
going to
the
be
s-
like rare or unique ones? Because we've only seen magic ones, right?
I imagine there's probably going to be, well, it depends. They're unmodifiable anyway.
Yeah.
So I think you can modify them in the system, maybe, but I don't remember what. Honestly, this league there's so many fucking moving parts that I didn't.
Yeah,
I kinda
maybe there's like
mulled
a
over.
crafting bench reward or something like that in the sanctum where you like,
Yeah,
you can
there's-
regal a relic or something like that.
Not that leagues like this you can't like theory craft for and speculate, but this is like a perfect example of a league where it's like on paper it looks like one thing, but in reality it's gonna play like a fucking
Oh, yeah.
like
Every
expedition
league
or heist
is like
even.
that.
Well, every league that is like to this level of complication, I would say like the moving it might not be complicated in function, but on paper the amount of moving parts seems quite high. There's a lot of things happening, and then in reality it's like, oh, we just pop in the contract, run it, and then fucking do a grand heist. But you look at it like, oh, I got a rogue gear, and I gotta get the levels. There's quest contract, there's all this stuff. But so we could be, I think, vastly overestimating the involvement in the system, maybe, but. I don't know. I mean, it's a free, in the spirit of patch to patch equalization. It is some of them are like melee, fortify and hit. Well, that's something I didn't have last league, and if I get it next league, that'll be better than not having it. So
Yep.
that seems cool. I guess I hope that they I don't think they would, but I hope they don't balance content around
Getting
us
them.
having a certain level of relic
power.
It wouldn't
No.
feel
Yeah.
powerful if they balanced around it. It would just feel shit.
Yeah, but that's our perspective versus their intended course of our
But
fun.
wasn't
Yeah.
heist balanced around like having a certain level of heist gear, for example?
Yes.
They have to
Yes.
balance around that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
otherwise
like,
it's not balanced.
the league mechanic itself is balanced around it, and you getting like incremental whatever the
Oh,
other
you mean
things
they
are called.
balance stuff outside of
Yeah.
the league
That's the
mechanic,
difference.
like
As long as they're
balance
not-
around you
Gear-
having
Yeah.
As long as they're not
Heist
balancing
gear
the
doesn't
core
affect your
game
outside life.
around these sanctified relics, that's fine. Because otherwise, if they do, not having them is just gonna feel shit. There's no way they balance everything else
for
around
now,
getting
we
a
don't,
relic.
we don't. For now, we also don't know whether they're they're going core. Like we have no
They're
way
not
of,
going
of
core.
telling. So.
No, they already said. They said Bex. I have confirmation on Twitter. 0% chance they go core anyway. That's what they said. Which is interesting that they're leading with that. Like, which if anything makes me think they're going to be super yoked and like very common. Because to come out the gate and say this is
And they're
not going to go
account bound.
core, no one play. Yeah, they're account bound, but I'm saying
Yeah.
like they're not going to go core. They're whatever. They're going to basically be removed from the game afterwards because the place you put them won't exist anymore. That whole thing. They better be they should be really fucking strong then, because
Hmm.
it's like you have your 3 months to have perma unwavering stance or whatever. Enjoy it. That's kind of how it sounded a little bit. Enjoy your free stats for a month or 3
Yeah.
months.
I like the idea of getting one and then making a build around it if it's good enough, instead of just getting one and sucking it in and hoping it works.
I'm not sure what it could possibly have. that it would be like I
Well,
want to make a build.
not to the
around.
point where it's, hey, this is build defining, but to the point where if I got a strike one, I'm not playing strike, I'm gonna make a strike build so I can use this and have some fun.
Mm.
Don't make a strike build. They just got nerfed. What are you doing?
Hey man, if they got nerfed on the patch notes, that makes you appreciate it on the relic even more, because now it's back to being normal. I can play flicker
That
strike
would
again.
be. Oh man, that would be
Just
some.
the
That'd be
exact
some,
opposite of the nerf is on the relic.
No, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If there's a relic that says you have 30% strike range, people are gonna be a little bit unhappy. I think on average.
That'd be so good.
There'd be some nice Reddit memes coming out of that one. I didn't think of that, but that would be like, that'd be funny. Funny. Also, like, the whole strike thing is the strike becoming a mastery is actually such like a colossal nerf for a lot of builds versus the notable, because you could anoint a notable, you can't anoint a mastery, and attack masteries are only located on one very small part of the tree for some reason. So if you're pretty much not playing like, duelist to, I guess Marauder duelist to Ranger, you're just shit out of luck. Or yeah, you're just pretty much shit out of luck for getting those masteries.
On top of that, the mastery that they're replacing was considered like essential
Yeah,
for
the strike range.
strike
That's where,
skills.
yeah,
The 30%
exactly.
increased range. Yeah.
Yep.
I loved the
Yeah,
compilation of everyone reading that melee section. I was just like, oh my god, it's a buff. Oh, that one's okay. And then they're reading halfway through and they finally get to that bit and they're just like, no! No, I needed that. Oh, shit. Very good highlights.
It's that's the thing where it's like, if the this is the pointless endeavor. I'm giving up. I was trying to rationalize
If they're intending what?
decision making, but
Do it.
it's there's no rationalizing it. I'm saying there's no point. Like, if the intent was like, there is, of the strike skills in the game, there was one problematic one, and it was lightning strike. And they nerfed lightning strike in 3 different ways, and everyone hates when they do blanket nerfs. Like, they're nerfing one thing, and it's fucking over like 30 different builds.
What were the ways they nerfed it aside from
over.
projectiles?
Elusive and Nightblade. That was the other big nerf to it.
Okay. With the
And then
withering
now the
step
strike
thing?
thing. Yeah, yes,
Oh.
the withering step thing.
Okay.
And also the withering step. That's another example of them fucking up. Is the withering step thing removing the elusive, and preventing you getting any elusive fucked with some of the masteries for a lot of builds. There's like a lot of things that they fucked up doing these balance things. I don't know if they're gonna get rectified, but like, I mean, in recent times there was one really good example. So in Expedition, you had Forbidden Right totems. Probably could be the strongest build that ever existed for its budget, right? Like, you put in, at the time it was maybe 1 exalted, and you could literally do every piece of content in the game to where it was like, I place a totem, I could die, and I'll still clear the instance. Like, it was that strong. Okay, so problematic. I understand. I agree. We're all on the same page. That build should be nerfed. Historically, when builds have been way too strong, they nerf them. They nerf with, they're basically performing surgery with a chainsaw versus a scalpel. But for that nerf, it was actually quite clever how they went about it, by reducing the max HP and increasing the damage reduction. So only the totem version got nerfed. Every other version of Forbidden Right was still good. Self-cast is really, really good. COC is really, really good. And there was a little bit of a nerf to like Dark Pack totem builds as a byproduct, but for the most part, they actually successfully pulled off a targeted nerf.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they could do that for so many other things, but so often, I don't know if it's they just don't have a good fix at the time, and they feel like that whatever build existing is so offensive that we have to just do the big blanket nerf now, or what the scenario is. But so oftentimes they'll do things like, the one I use often is when they nerf proliferation initially. Like, they did it because they were doing it for Flame Blast back in the day, but like, every mom and pop player who's playing Glacial Hammer is like, I just lost proliferation. Like, those sort of things it really sucks, because anyone who's playing, some people out there loved Molten Strike, they loved Frostblade, they love whatever, and like, they just lost this really important strike thing, when really the only problematic strike skill, and it was problematic, was Lightning Strike. And that's like a shame, kind of. I just wish they were more surgical with their decision making,
Yes.
because it sucks.
I guess Bone Shatter to some degree was like exceptional, like was performing better than
Yeah,
others.
sure.
So, like
But even if there's two, though,
within
like
a niche archetype that was
yeah,
already like
no, but
not
Bone
very
Shatter's
well off.
what. So I was talking about this earlier, but Bone Shatter is 68 to 70% of all starter slayers in the first week are Bone Shatter. Like that's obviously an unacceptable amount of one-sided play. Now, why that happens is could be for a lot of reasons, but there's no shortage of ways to targeted nerf Bone Shatter that don't involve nerfing every other strike skill as a byproduct.
Would it
Like,
be
not that
that
anyone
like they're
who's fucking playing Dominating Blow. Well, that guy just got shit on because of the strike nerf. Like, that's the type of thing where it's like, these builds that were already basically terrible are being affected.
could
They didn't have to be.
the specifically targeted nerfs be purely when they're doing like a mid-league nerf on something that like they know this is OP and this is ridiculous, and they know if they do a mid-league nerf that's the generic nerf of let's hit 3 things at once, it's gonna really piss people off versus pissing people off that know full well that their thing is broken. Versus like a nerf at the end of the league in a patch note, you're half expecting it and more okay with it, and in generically speaking, their goal is to slow the players down as a whole more so than specifically.
Well, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about at all.
I just mean
What
like
I'm,
if Lightning Strike was too broken last league, like really too broken,
they
they
would
would
have
have
nerfed it
done
mid-league.
they would have
Sure.
nerfed it mid league and done a targeted nerf like you're
Look,
wanting on the patch notes now.
The problem with Lightning Strike isn't the fact that it was too good. It was that it's just good enough to be, without question, better than the second thing, which is why the strike skills being played were 90% Lightning Strike. Now, if they just reduced so they reduced his projectiles from 7 to 2. Like, that's fucked. That's so fucked. On top of it losing so much damage. So it's obviously going to be way, 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 way worse. That's fine. Again, the goal was to kill Lightning Strike effectively, comparatively, right? They did that. Okay, Bone Shatter. What you could do is you could reduce its melee range by an equivalent value that would make up their intended 30% nerf. They could do that too. And if they just nerfed Bone Shatter directly, the same time they nerfed Lightning Strike directly, and then kept on the 30% strike range, there would be no issue. Because then everyone else who's playing the non super strong popular strike skills would still get to enjoy their strike skills. But they didn't do that. They targeted a nerf for Lightning Strike, and then they did a generic nerf to every strike skill, which was really strange. That's the part that's like inconsistent. Like, why nerf every other strike skill in the game? Like Glacial Hammer. Why they nerf, like, again, Dominating Blow. Like, there's no the list goes on of things that like are affected by that change.
Right.
So it's just kind of strange. I don't understand the reasoning for that.
Maybe if it was worded as instead of most strike skills, it was just the majority of people playing strike skills, because then you could write it off as a specifically targeted lightning. It would be the same result though.
It's the same result as you're just nerfing every strike skill if you're
Yeah.
trying to target just two. I understand you're trying to play devil's advocate, but like,
Oh
I can't
yeah,
imagine there's
I
any
love playing
scenario.
devil's advocate. It's my favorite.
I don't see any scenario where making this strike nerf makes more sense than just targeting the two skills you thought were problematic.
Do you feel like it's the same thing you were describing earlier, where they just wrote an excuse more so? Like, it's not about melee splash being the problem. It's just we needed to nerf it, and we're gonna write a way to make the players maybe go with it more
We'll
so
never
than
know.
multi. That's fair.
We'll never know. We'll never be a fly in the room when these decisions are made. We don't know the context of what's happening. We don't know if this is a like a write off, and it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Going back to the talking about like you'd love to see what bugs they've patched previous, like on the internally. They're never going to do something like that, because if they ever go, we were thinking about doing this but we didn't, and players go, man, I'd really love if you did. It's just a rabbit hole, you know.
In the musical Hamilton, there's a whole song where it's like, I want to be in the room where it happened. It's like, I'd love to be a fly on the wall to see what things get passed by and why these decisions, like, there could be things that us as a community care about wholeheartedly and discuss for hours and weeks on end, and they could be a 2-minute meeting for them that they just get swept beneath the rug and we would have no idea, and vice versa. We just don't know.
Like the Lion Eye stairs.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just quickest thing I could think of. Like, players like ridiculously cared about that travel thing, and GGG were like, oh, fucking yeah, we could do that right now in 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing with quality of life. It's like quality of life changes are impactful because they're things that we as players interact with on a daily basis. The concept of them like a lot of people just wish they would, like myself included, remove wisdom scrolls and just have rares be right click ID because it's
Mhm.
like an unnecessary step that exists in the game. I don't understand why it still exists, but for them it's like a big point of contention. Or having it like the option to remove the return to town button upon death. Like I would, if that was a toggleable option, I'd toggle it in a heartbeat. You know, like it's
Right.
caused me nothing but anger over the years of that option from existing. But those are things that would honestly impact me on a week to week basis that I would care much more about. And then for them, I don't think they're very big issues. But I'm sure every person has their laundry list of quality of life.
Yeah, everyone has that thing of like if you were a dev for a day and you could fix one thing and then
Yeah, the
retire.
magic wand, scenario, whatever.
Yeah.
Fucking return to town button is cancerous though.
I know the
I
feeling.
don't think I've ever clicked it purposefully in its entire existence. Only ever accidentally. And every time I
Yeah.
do it, it makes me angry.
It's like a tutorial thing more so for new players, I'd say. So they
Yeah,
can't get lost.
that was so. Funnily enough, when they were showcasing the MTX setups they have for the new league, and then they showed that thing where when you buy an MTX, you could wear a thing that shows you when you're six linking,
Right.
and how everyone can click congratulate in town. My first
Yeah.
thought was, you can add a button that we can all click to congratulate, but you can't let me remove the fucking return to town button.
Yeah.
Like that was my first thought.
It's something that's buried core into your consciousness. It's like just a
Yeah.
constant. Oh
That could
no.
be some year-old spaghetti code. They can't just
Oh
unspaghetti.
yeah.
Now, I mean, generally speaking, if you have to really a lot of these things in Path of Exile. I hate to use the word, but it really comes out to the level of scope you have as far as zooming out of the problem. Like Path of Exile in the past year has probably been the worst on average received by players um,
Hmm.
ever. But if you zoom out to 10 years, it's the best ARPG ever made. It's like one of those things where the depending on the lens of your myopics can
The
totally
context,
change
yeah.
your opinion on it. People oftentimes are concerned about them as a company lying and being disingenuous because admittedly so they have been a couple times in the past year, but that's an anomaly for them in the grand scheme of their game's design. In the 10 years of Path of Exile being around, only one of them have been a bit shady. So really it's kind of like
That the loot box
overall
recycling.
it's not. Yeah, I mean overall it's
Okay.
like whatever, I
Yeah.
guess. But it not to ignore recent history, but it's just like I'm just again I chalk up most of these things to like it's without question there's been a lot of bad decisions in a lot of different departments and things could have been handled better. But I still chalk it up to like essentially a write off until Path 2's out. Like you have a hall pass, because a lot of shit is going down IRL and in company for them. I'm sure it's tumultuous to a degree. So enjoy the write off until Path 2. But I definitely feel that when Path 2 comes out, like the leeway will kind of come to an end for a lot of people.
It's going to be a big turning point as well, whether even if it lands well with like the majority of players.
Well,
It,
I
it'll be
so
a fucking event, that's for sure.
Diablo 4 will be out before Path 2,
Mm-hmm.
without question, right?
Yeah.
I've played Diablo 4 already months ago, and I played it again in the recent beta section.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's pretty good. It's good enough that I if I was them, I would be concerned that if it got better and Path got worse for the
Right.
average casual player, that's gonna bleed into your market a little bit. Not that might not be on their mind, and they've said like to a degree they don't really care about what other ARPGs are doing, which I think is probably it's a good mentality on paper, but it only works if you're making all the right decisions. It's like we know what
Right.
we're doing, but then sometimes it's kind of like, well,
Yeah,
everyone kind of
it works
disagrees, right? It
until you're
doesn't.
not successful anymore.
And whether you think the game company's successful or not is a little like irrelevant because we have certain metrics to determine this to a degree. We
Like,
know
and
how
what
much.
everyone thinks successful is a different thing.
Yeah, but there are some just numbers that do exist, like the numbers being the amount of people playing your game, the amount of people watching your game,
Mhm.
than a money your company's making. Like those are things we can track, and those have some weight to them. So we know that in recent times, their decisions have affected their player count and their viewer count quite substantially. So whether you attribute that to poor decision making or the cadence of the times or other ARPGs or whatever, there's that could be totally up to interpretation or debate. But I will say like there are more ARPGs now than ever. They're starting to copy each other and starting to learn what people like. And I think that's competition is healthy, but like Path of Exile I think is I think a very stubborn company and prideful in a way. Like as a game, it's quite because it's like it is the best I still think now, has been basically unchecked for 10 years. That gives you a little bit of a fat head when it comes to like, revering yourself compared to other games.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of games coming out. There's a lot of games coming out. There's going to be more ARPGs because people are playing them, people are buying them, and people are engaging with them. Like Diablo 4 is going to do well. If Diablo Immortal did well, and in every playable and monetary metric, it actually did really well, made a lot of money, a lot of people played it, and that game was shit. And Diablo 4 is way better than Diablo Immortal, so I definitely people are gonna be playing it. Like, and Diablo 3 is still played a metric fuck ton across many platforms, um, very successfully for how people enjoy those games. So like, I would if not if I was them, but like they should definitely to a degree be like make sure they all their ducks are in a row when Path 2 comes out because this is gonna be like not that it's their one chance, but they really don't want to fuck up this launch
Yeah.
and fuck up the game when it comes out.
Like they got
I do not want
lucky
to
in
be
the
playing.
sense
Yeah.
of like the original like Diablo 3,
Oh
whatever it
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah.
flopping, and PoE happened to be having a really good league at the time, and so many
And
people
then
coming
and
over.
then nothing else came out for 5 6 years at
Yeah.
all. Like it was a bit of an anomaly in that space. Like I think my fear is that 4 years from now I'm playing a local client of Path of Exile because the game went under. That's my fear.
Mm,
Like I don't want that. I want nothing but them for to succeed because that furthers my own agenda basically of playing the game forever.
sure. It's a
Yeah,
10,
like you
10-year
said,
plan.
with,
How
with
long's that been going for? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that you nailed it there with like GDG being stubborn and having like this vision and being very rigid in their ways, so to say. And
Yep.
that used to be their strength, and it may, as the times change, become their downfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
If they're not willing to adapt and if they're not willing to
yeah.
optimize their game to what players want, that's what I'm saying.
Because
Like
the fact of the
economically,
matter
it,
is,
it
like,
may still be the best ARPG in our view, but it may not
sure.
be economically successful enough
Yes, exactly.
to be feasible.
Like every other ARPG is actively and should be forever ripping ideas from every other successful ARPG
Mm-hmm.
because it's kind of it's a formulaic game type, right? You grind it in an area, you get gear, you progress your character. That's the basis of ARPGs to a degree. So if one game has a really good idea, it'd be really foolish for you to not do something similar to agree if it's extremely well received. And a lot of the other games that are coming out or have come out, like whether it's Last Epic, Undecember, Torchlight, Infinite, Diablo 4, any of those, like they're looking at each other. They're looking at Path and saying, all right, this works, this doesn't. People like this, people hate this, and they're just a lot of them are just catering to the player base, and that obviously works to a degree, but they're one game's gonna find a sweet spot eventually. I just really hope it's Path that like doesn't be like, well, we would never make a change that we wouldn't take something from the game. Like we're original designs only, but like just because it's
Check out
okay
our
if like
battle
someone else has a good
royale.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the same stretch you have battle royale, and so it's like kind of a meme. But yeah, they're just historically they feel like they're very rigid with their like you know original ideas only, kind of like we do our thing, they do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna look at what they're doing, like the visors up. We're not gonna worry about Diablo, yada yada. But like, well, I mean, you should to a degree, like, because fuck, I'm playing Diablo 4 on launch. I mean, there's no way I'm not playing on launch. If Diablo 4 launches at the same time as Path League launches, I'm gonna play Diablo 4 because I've played 35 Path Leagues. I'm only gonna get to play Diablo 4 once on launch. Like,
That's fair.
I think a lot of people are gonna be probably feeling something similar. I mean, I heard I don't remember who said it, but someone said this quote where it was like, I'm pretty sure that 90% of the player base of Path of Exile are ARPG fans first and Path of Exile fans second. And if there is a scenario where there's just a bar none better ARPG, people will just transition over time because I'd rather play a good ARPG than a bad Path, like to a degree. And I kind of agree with that, but it would have to be really, really bad. I mean, they'd have to make all the wrong decisions for the next 2 years, but
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to. But yeah,
And even like
Yeah,
that's
but it's
just with
not
the
like
cycle that PoE has made with leagues and stuff like that. Like most people will come back for the league start, but a lot of people
yeah.
are just like,
But
I've
if that, you know,
played to the point where I'm having fun. I can go play something else for 2 months or whatever.
yep. We're saying Cat.
no, I was just searching for something. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I'm sorry that I'm all over the place. I mean, you don't see me constantly stepping away. I have the wireless headphones, but I'm like
You're fine, mate.
hopping all over the apartment. But in regards to the PoE topic we were talking about, I don't know what I was gonna say. I was like,
Fantastic.
Nice, useful. I'm gonna complain. I want the Wikipedia from last epoch in PoE, or at least something fucking useful.
I want the wiki button from RuneScape in PoE.
There's a
That's
wiki
even
button in
better.
RuneScape.
Um,
Oh, is
yeah.
it like a
So
RS Lite type of thing or whatever?
you push the wiki button, then you touch any single thing in game, and it redirects you to the wiki.
There's a
It
third-party
it
tool
is
in
so
PoE that
good.
does it, but I could understand why you'd want it
Yeah,
not third
it's
party.
just yeah. I mean, I don't mind if there was like a so RuneScape has the RuneLike client, which is the dedicated client that activates as a hub for all third-party things. If we had a unified front,
Hmm.
in Path, I would use that, but we just don't. We have like a hodgepodge of
There are so many things,
various.
so
Yeah,
many
which is the problem. I
third-party
mean,
tools.
I wish they would homogenize into one type of thing,
Problem
but
with
I
that
don't know
is
if
it'd
we.
be under that Overwolf or whatever that like to buy out tools and sell your data and shit.
Yeah, I mean they could take my fucking data if it means my life is easier.
That's fair.
That's fine. That's to me that's a trade. You want to know that I'm a male with a 14-inch penis? That's fine. You could take that, but I'm gonna get my wiki button. So that's my trade-off.
that sounds uncomfortable.
It's 14 inches wide. It's only
It's
2
super
inches long.
comfortable. All you have to do is press the button and press the item and it goes straight there. What do you mean? 2
Exactly.
clicks.
So yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean
Fair enough.
there's a lot of things in Path we used to have also. We don't only have like Twitch chat in
Yeah.
chat used to be a
There
thing.
was a thing, a time in like in Ruthless or whatever, where people were talking about like things that like basically the same thing. What they'd add if they were a dev for like a week or whatever. Some guy's like, I got a great idea. What if we could have Twitch chat in global? I'm like, that used to be a thing, dipshit. He's like, what?
Yeah.
They patched it out. Don't know why. Probably just Twitch API
I don't
constantly
understand that
updating.
marketing decision. They just wanted to cut ties with Twitch for some reason.
No, it was because the way that it was integrated gained access to somehow their back end in some weird way. Like whatever the integration was, they don't like anybody gaining access to any of their shit. Full stop.
Well, I mean, I mean, depends on how they implement it, right? Like, I mean, it's up to them to implement it in a way
Sure.
that it doesn't give access to.
Well, I
other
don't think
people.
Well,
Twitch
if
wanted to
they,
do any
yeah,
work. So
Twitch
it's
already
like
have their own API, and
yeah,
that
and
way
they were
is
just being
basically
they were
reading
being
files.
rigid about it. So as if what you're gonna peek behind the curtain of Path and see what you can see a giant bowl of fucking spaghetti.
Twitch aren't gonna come
what
to
is gonna be
you.
back there?
Twitch aren't coming to PoE begging for
No.
chat implementation. It's the other way around, sir. They got a deal.
Yeah,
That everyone
I
is,
think
sir.
their 5,000 viewers are gonna be okay.
Yeah.
It was a fun day in Kalandra League where Path of Exile's Twitch viewer base was under 200.
Hell,
Yeah.
were they all watching you?
No, I just got off. That's why I went to.
Uh,
It just dissipated.
Because after you, no one wants to watch other PoE streams. Nothing even comes close to Lighty.
Oh yeah.
there's some weird
Well,
shit out
because
there.
true. But I also end each stream with the strip show, so it's kind of like a big little treat.
That's where all
Oh, right,
the
right.
viewers both come in and disappear.
They come in and then they just come. The full stop.
Lots of common, not much going.
I do say so. When I posted my schedule for the week across all my things, And I did add on the launch day, added on the Google Doc, sexy cosplay
Oh yeah.
because I do have a sexy costume this time around.
Oh, you do.
Can't think of
First
anything.
Nice.
sexy one. The
Is it
last
gonna be
one
like
was
Chaos Orb pasties?
no.
Okay, that's all
The
I can
last
think
one was
of.
Sasuke Uchiha, and before that was Guy Fieri.
Oh
Before
yeah.
that was Dr. Robotnik. This one's gonna be super sexy though.
You could just say it. No one's getting to this part of the podcast.
These are the real Lighty viewers again to this part of the podcast.
Yeah.
These are the deep dive.
There's like 7 people still here.
Implying
Like,
that's
it's
them,
me.
implying that Jim will have enough time to download and upload this podcast to YouTube before the cosplay even happens.
Bitch,
True.
I will not even. I'll just raw upload this. That's how I do
Oh yeah,
it.
there's no editing to be done.
Yeah, no editing. Not even that
Wait,
Kanye
you're not
part we
editing
talked
out
about before you
the-
got here. What do you mean? Editing out the what?
Didn't you tell people like your entire list of dietary problems where
Pepsi?
like you're opening where you're allergic to bananas and all that stuff and you
I'm
can't
not
have that shit for
deathly.
breakfast?
I'm just like allergies. It's fine. It's not
Just
gonna
get
kill
People are
me.
gonna
Poopy
troll you
butt,
on
man.
ExileCon with that. They're gonna
No one
throw bananas
remembers.
at you.
Listen,
put
people
bananas
who
in
go
the
into
butt.
ExileCon don't sit through 4-hour-long podcasts.
So is Jousis dead?
He's doing
I'm here.
maths. He's doing maths.
Rest in peace.
The like
That's
Sometimes
insane.
I still hear his voice.
the transcript on like who's talking the most is Jousis at like 5%, but just like calculator noises. Just
You
fuming.
can't hear the pencil
Tippy
scratching.
tappies.
Why can't real life have POV?
I still don't use POB, and I never will.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how to. All I do
Never?
is take a finished build that someone's
I
made a
don't see the point of
POV
it
for,
personally.
and then delete shit.
I
Make
mean,
it
if you're
realistic.
doing SSF, what's the point of POB? You're just gonna get what you get.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Well,
get
you
what
still
I
need
get.
to
I get
know
what I
when
need.
you have a fork in the road. Do I equip this item or not? Is it better than the other? I mean, sure, there's other ways to find out.
I just
But
do the
for
math in
some
my
niche
head.
cases,
Easy.
yeah. But if the math
Easy.
involves like refunding like a cluster jewel region and
Listen, I
specking into a
understand
different
that we
portion
have
of the
to,
tree and all that.
have tools for those. What's
Listen,
the word? The developmentally challenged.
Don't get me
people
wrong.
out
I'm
there
not.
who don't,
I'm not using
meet certain
POB.
handicaps.
I'm not using POB like Jousis. I'm just using it as a. It's on my second monitor, and it's like a. This is what my tree is going to look like because
Yeah, it's a
GGG
tree
hasn't
planner.
put a fucking tree planner in the game yet. So I just.
Yeah,
I
You
I
can
have it there.
also search for, let's say, I have one passive node. What is the node that will give me the most damage out of the whole tree?
Before I
can
had a
answer that.
second
Ask me.
monitor. Before I had a second monitor, I just printed out my fucking tree on a piece of paper.
You don't
I'm
just
like,
know
this
your
is
tree
where
off the
I'm
top of your
going.
head? Oh my god! I have my tree memorized.
That's
to the
because.
T.
Okay, fine. I didn't this
Easy.
when I didn't
Yeah,
know about POB or have
I'm
a
a-
second
hey,
monitor. I was fucking
ask
copying
me.
builds.
Ask me
This
what
is
my-
Breach League.
Ask me a question.
Highly
Ask-
functional individuals like you are in the minority.
Ask
in
you
the
a
PoE
question?
player
Listen,
base.
first off, you shouldn't make fun of minorities. Second off, ask me what my mother's name is.
Of course you have to. Why? I don't need to ask.
What's your
Ask-
mother?
no,
What's
of
your mother's
course-
name?
I
Is it
forgot.
I don't
I
need to
forgot.
is it
Listen,
Martha?
I forgot. And I'll
Okay.
tell you why I forgot. Because that information has been deleted and replaced with my mental passive tree. Okay, it's gone. Ask me what my middle name is. No fucking clue. My address, no idea. All I know is Path of Exile.
Your middle
If
name
I
is
have to-
Second. Your last name is Account. That's why your account name is Lighty Second Account. It's your full
You
name.
could be right. That could be correct. You're not totally wrong. All right. My mind has been. If I had to tell you why I know what I know, I wouldn't have room to know what I know. Okay.
This is why I use POB because I'm like you, except I can't remember anything. So I need it there written down so I can look at it.
Poor Jim.
I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, let alone what I did yesterday. So how the fuck am I gonna know where to path on a tree?
Because you just know how to play the game.
I don't.
Oh, well, let me tell you about this lovely game called Diablo 3. It might be more your speed.
Diablo 4, you mean? I gotta wait for it. Early
True.
bird edition. Yeah, it might be. Legitimately, it might be because PoE was my first ARPG. I've suffered from the very beginning. This game is hell. Every quality of life we get, I accept. Please. Give me a goddamn in-game Wikipedia, Chris. Give me some goddamn skill tree pathing and planning.
The problem was, even if we got an in-game Wikipedia, it would be kind of a little bit pointless to a degree because the wiki now is better, but still missing so much. And
Yeah.
also, a lot of the information is just not like fully accurate, so it doesn't really help. Like even so, the thing that Yosis was saying about Hidden Blade, like that's not on the wiki. It's not even on the wiki right now. And that's kind of an important thing to know. It's kind of the most important thing to know about the thing.
If you click on the skill itself, I think it talks about it.
Let's see. Let's see. The Hidden Blade.
That's a
Fucking
thing that took
redirect.
me a bit to figure out is if you go on the wiki and there's an item that grants a skill, the item page won't necessarily talk that much about the skill. You have to click on the skill and then that page goes
Unseen
into greater
Strike.
detail.
Wait, you had to learn that?
Well, yeah, because I assumed that like, if there is some interesting interaction with this item and its skill, it's going to be on the main page.
Hmm.
Okay, so it kind of says what you says, but it says it.
Oh yeah, and that thing
Uh,
about it using the support gems in the weapon that it's using might be wrong.
yeah, that's not right. And then also the way that they're talking about the priority of the things is also not right. But that's fine.
That
What
totally
it
It
does
says
tracks.
get
more.
right is that it only alternates weapons when you lose and regain phasing.
Yeah, what it does say is it says it'll alternate between the weapons when you gain phasing. It says if you can remove and apply phasing quickly, you'll be able to trigger one weapon more than another. Um, it doesn't mention anything about if you just gain and retain phasing, it will only use the primary weapon, etc. Which is kind of the important part. But that's kind of what I mean. Like there's a lot of good information here, but it's partial. Like this is
Yeah, it took an intuitive leap to put together that you could only trigger Mjolnir hits.
Is that
yeah,
Jewel still in the game?
yes,
Oh, good. I
yeah.
take it all the strong
But
ones
that's what I
are
mean.
still
Like
in the game.
not in a weird way. And the sentence might sound weird, but some information in Path of Exile in many cases is worse than no information because it gets you a
It could
little
be
bit of the way
wrong.
along,
Yeah.
and then it gives you a wrong um, understanding of why X Y Z is happening.
And it could be misinformation on purpose because people are dicks.
You
Very
think we're
true.
gonna have a meta where everyone's gonna use every lightning skill is gonna use Val Smite now to buff their lightning damage?
So I don't think that, but I do think in general Smite is like pretty okay. And when we see the numbers in Val Smite, the real question is like, what is going to replace Lightning Strike? That's my big question. And Helix. And my first thought is probably Venom Jar, but Venom Jar is like only really good if you have the Divergent one and like really really high end Awakened Gem setups. So like, what's the everyman strike melee skill going to be? I'm thinking it must be Frostblades. I don't really know what else could be
Well, that's a pretty good one.
close to as good. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Frostblade seems like the play, I guess. Unsure. Frostblade is pretty good though. It doesn't get affected by the strike change too much because it still has super good AoE. So I think ultimately it's actually going to be pretty fine, which is good. Just healthy, tasty.
I want Frostblades to be so good so badly, but like I really don't believe it. I don't think Frostblade's gonna be good.
Yeah,
What other
if you
strikes
lose
go?
the threshold jewel that gives 20% pen,
Well, the 20% pen you're going to get back from the curses this patch.
Yep.
That's kind of a moot point, I think, for
But
that.
everyone gets that back, so it's like relative.
It is
So
well that, but
like
yeah, but everyone
Frostblades
gets
doesn't
that
get that
back
over
too.
other builds that deal cold damage. So like
No,
relatively,
but we're
Frostblade
only
still loses pen.
we're talking claw builds. That's what's using Helix. The best weapon in the game is a claw at the moment. And currently they were all using Helix or Strike. What is replacing that? That's my question, I guess. And I don't know if there's anything better at the moment than something maybe like Smite or like I think Venom Gyrus could probably be the best one, but something like more like Smite or more like um Frostblades or of that type, I guess. It's hard to say. Reeve, legally? I mean, you could Reeve, I guess. If you wanted to.
Mm.
Not sure if you'd want to, but you could.
I could reeve. I haven't reeved in a while. I actually played. That was super fun, and it lasted longer than I thought it would. I played. I think it was Inquisitor. Was it Inquisitor or Hierophant? I played an energy shield base, energy blade, reeve Templar.
Okay.
Yep.
It's quite terrible.
Hey, Lighty, you said you spec'd into the breach nodes on your Atlas tree the beyond nodes on your Atlas tree once.
So,
Is that
yeah, I mean, I've inspected all of them throughout the course of the league.
okay? Would you recommend me running Kirak mods if I spec in, like Kirak Beyond if I spec into Beyond on my tree, or shall I just not and then just hope I get it naturally?
I wouldn't recommend specking into really anything on the left side of the tree in general. Left side of the tree.
What do you mean rituals
It's
over
real-
there? Pretty good.
Yeah, it's real shit though compared to the right side of the tree.
Like what?
For what's in the left side versus the right side?
Well, I mean, like, why is the right side so good for what? Like,
Expedition, Legion,
pack
Harvest,
size.
and you're comparing it to like
Ah, yeah.
Blight, Beyond, and then Ritual, I guess. But like, yeah, the right side tree just has better stuff. Has Stream of Consciousness. It has. Well, I'm not sure if the new plus rare thing is going to be added back in. That'd be kind of cool, but who knows? Probably not. You had that like last time on the Atlas tree.
Yeah.
It gave us an extra rare modifier.
Extra quant on your res.
Yeah, that's pretty strong. But yeah, no, the left side of the tree has historically been shit. So it comes down to this. So the left side of the tree is representative of one big problem: is that the vast majority of content on the left side of the tree have unscalable values for rewards. What I mean by that is things like bestiary, things like ritual, don't really get any better when you turbo juice them, right? But things like expedition, things like harvest, things like legion get exponentially better when you're magic finding them, getting grand design, getting huge juice. Those things scale really well off of that sort of stuff. Abyss is also on the right side of the tree, another example. But the things left side of the tree typically are like kind of static reward mechanics. So it's not that they're bad if you really enjoy bestiary, you really enjoy ritual. Yeah, pick up beyond. It's on the same side of the tree. But like the value in which you scale those things don't really go remotely as high as the value of scaling the pack size of harvest of expedition or the rarity and quantity modifiers of legion. Like
I
it's
was
just not
thinking
even
just
close.
like a league start thing, get like Kirak shit, get like maps drop one tier higher and get beyond, and then just blast maps until I've got all my shit and then respec it.
I mean, so there's one big elephant in the room question in that, and that is we don't know how hard rares are going to be, and beyond mobs atypically are spooky when scaled up at the current iteration. So you might not want a league starter where you're fighting a bunch of now potentially harder rare beyond mobs,
Which side is
interrupting your
Delirium?
maps
Which side's
constantly.
Delirium on?
Also left. But Delirium is also schismed into two different subsections. You have the mapping section, and then you have the Delirious map section. There's no point to have on the do Delirious map clusters when you're just doing generic mapping. They're really only toggled on when doing Delirious maps, and only doing 60% Delirious maps to guarantee two bosses that, for like farming jewels or getting like higher rewards. So you wouldn't typically put those on. If you just want to turn on Delirium rate, you can, but I wouldn't recommend having more than two blockable mechanics active at one time in general.
Fair enough.
If that answers your question.
Yeah, no, kinda.
If
More...
you're in trade though, and your goal is to make money early on, historically Blight has been extremely good.
Why is that?
I like
Because
Blight.
any build can run. Blight doesn't matter what build you're playing. Blight is a solved mechanic. You have a appropriate Blight setup, you could be naked and do Blights as successfully as somebody wearing perfect mirror gear. It doesn't matter. You're not speeding up the Blight. You're not making your life any easier, really. Blight, as someone who have done multiple Blight Ravaged, the jump between a tier 16 Blight and a tier 1 Blight is not that big versus a tier 16 Blight to a Blight Ravaged. the loot from a Blight Ravage is not that much better than the loot from a tier 16. So I would recommend staying between 14 and 16, and you could do those with your fucking eyes closed and your balls out, and you should be able to smash the game, and you could pretty
It
much sell
depends
off
if you
all
pick
those
the right
jewels, you know.
layouts and stuff. Like, there's still situations where your build sort of matters, and you have to help out with your build, especially.
Yeah,
on
if
the
you
bad
get a
layouts,
if you
I
get a
think.
blighted map where it's completely open and it goes in 5 different directions, like a pentagon, like to
You'll
start
have to
with,
do
then you
more
might need a little bit
tower
of help.
work, but I don't think it'll really be that much of a difference because you could typically just craft your blight maps to be easier if you needed them to be.
I
Like,
truly
I mean,
hate
you're
That
not
is
really
blights.
true. If you know, like, it's a bad layout type, and I'm likely gonna have bad tower positions in
yeah,
relation
I
to
mean,
the
you
lanes,
can't
then yeah.
you can't horizon blight maps. We know the layouts. If you have like a dunes, maybe put on 3 orange. If you have any indoor map, put on 3 reds. It doesn't really
I
matter.
remember specifically one time I got a layout that was so bad that like the entire 3 portals leading up to the pump on the one side, there was not a configuration of towers that would hit all of them.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't give me enough tower spawns.
Yeah.
Yo, anyone got anything else they want to talk about? Because I'm fully keen on ending this now because that's everything I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, maybe we should.
It
I don't know
has
if
been
we
a
all
while.
did we all
You said that
mention,
an
like,
hour ago that
for
it was all you
No,
wanted
I.
to talk about, and then I still heard you talking a lot.
Hmm?
league starters?
Yeah, no,
You
that
wanna
was
talk about
because
league starters.
that was all.
Yeah.
At that point, that was true, and at this point, it still is true.
Okay.
We
We
about
talked about
starters,
league
didn't we?
starters. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Did everyone say what they're playing, or I don't remember?
Yeah.
I said I
What
was
I'm playing
tinkering
is
with
not a good
Cleave.
league starter because it requires too many uniques
So
that
far,
are
2
hard to
people
get
have
at
said
the
completely
beginning.
shit things. What's yours, Jousis? Flicker Strike.
I already
isn't it?
said I was gonna try to do the Mjolnir hidden blade thing, which
Yeah.
requires a hidden blade, which is a heist unique
Not
exclusive.
gonna happen. And that thing's
Yeah,
rare
so
as fuck.
I'll level as lightning damage.
Okay.
Are you gonna use Valsmite?
Oh my god.
Valsmite, I haven't looked at what it does, but it sounds exciting.
Well, it gives you a bigger buff than the regular smite for flat damage global.
Let's
Flat
do
lightning
that.
damage.
Considering the only other option for the build is Vol Flicker Strike, and I'm not actually scaling the Flicker Strike damage, Vol Smite sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, Valspar looks pretty
Oh,
cool.
you've only said lightning, you're leveling lightning damage, so I don't know what kind of skills you were planning to use and all that. But...
Well, yeah, if I'm flickering around with a Mjolnir, the Flicker Strike's going to do no damage. I only care about the repositioning aspect and the fact that I'm triggering a lightning spell.
All right. True.
So
Oh,
the
probably
Vol
Shock
Flicker
Nova.
Strike would just be sort of a waste of time.
Fair.
I was thinking
Probably.
Mana Bond, but that requires enough mana scaling, and as a raider, that sounds like a bad idea.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cat, shout yourself out to the fucking 10 people that are still here. I'm ending this bitch. Stop trying to make new questions, Lighty. Fuck you. I want this to be over. I'm
I
suffering
do need
here.
to do math.
Yeah, we
That's,
gotta
I mean,
go.
I can
Suffering.
talk
I'm
about
hungry.
9
That's
hours.
the thing.
He could
I'll
talk for 9 more
sacrifice
hours.
myself.
If on it, okay, fucking, I'll think about making another one of these, but like 2 months in or something like that. When we're
Well, why don't you do it a week? Why don't
not
you
a
do it a weekend?
weekend.
So
There's
then,
too many things in a weekend, and
Aw.
that's between when we were all like hating it and like hopeful, and them actually patching the fun out or in.
mean,
So 2
even
months
if
in, when
it's-
everyone hates the game and has had their
even if
fully
it's terrible, I still have a
But yeah,
great
in
time
this month
playing.
of December, you guys can just come on Fated to vent.
2
about
2
how you
months
hate
in,
the game.
Lighty's still playing, and I'm still playing probably. I don't know about Jousis. He'll be doing math homework still. Probably it's very hard.
I just like playing Path.
He does. You do.
Yeah.
That's great. Says the guy like on RuneScape for the last 4 hours.
Well, I don't stop playing
No
games.
XP waste.
That's fine. He's also AFK in Blight Maps right now.
I was playing Raid on my phone while we were doing this because I was trying to multitask.
That's fair.
Playing,
No,
you're
stop.
actually playing Raid.
Oh,
Oh,
I
God.
play. Sir.
Oh,
well,
Let's
you want to
check.
get into
Let's
it?
check.
I'm out of here. I'll be back. Tell me when it's over.
No, I was just wondering because like I thought you were just advertising it, and I no.
No. I have a
Condemning everyone.
almost a 2.5 year long series on Raid. Yeah,
Okay.
I have the
28.
world's foremost Raid series, sir.
28 offers
You're
to
fully leaning
advertise for
into it.
Raid Shadow Legends in my
Oh, yeah.
inbox.
Yeah, you get a lot. I was expecting to do one because they just released a new like UFC fighter Ronda Rousey just did a partnership with Raid and they released
Well,
released
I
a
always
character.
thought every single video of your series was sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
No, I'm not sponsored by Raid at all.
Never before have you been?
I've done sponsored streams for them, but that's like totally separate. For my Raid account is 100% free to play and has an additional ethical challenge constraint on it.
Okay.
The way to
peak
do it.
ethical. Yeah. The only sponsorship I have is my clothing sponsorship, which I've had for multiple years. That's all the clothing I wear, like what I'm wearing right now. That's the only thing I have for sponsors.
I want that
I
as
don't really
well.
like I don't really like sponsors really particularly, but this
Agree.
company, I just love all their clothing. So I have too much clothes. I'm starting to give away stuff now. I've got like, unironically, like 200 articles. They send me 6 things a month for years. Like it's so much. Well, I just have to like start giving stuff away soon, probably.
I started doing Opera GX sponsorships because I've been using the browser anyway. I like it.
I know Baylor
the-
shouts it out all the time. He's like a big proponent of it, or was at least. Not sure if he still
Yeah.
is, but
He should be looking to get sponsored by them as well, but I don't know.
I like Chrome. I don't really deviate too far from basic Chromies from my homies, you know.
I like anything
Well, I
that
mean,
shows
the-
me
the-
multiple tabs when I make a new tab that I can pick from, so I can easily go
A
binge
lot of
on
people
my
do like
usual
Opera.
shit things.
I've seen
Yeah.
things from them, but they want me to do a video thing. I don't really want to do a video thing. I'm a grumpy old man.
What?
They want me to do like a
Why do you want-
minute video integration, but I don't want to do that
Why not?
because it's going
Do
to
it.
detract from the video. I don't care enough about them, you know.
They make me anxious.
Well,
Yeah. Now, if you want me to do a 1 minute video about how cute Catmaster is, I can do that.
okay, how much do you want for that?
I'll pay you.
1 minute video? He'll pay you. Hey, you want to pay me? I'll take money.
I assume you look hideous right now because you're not showing yourself.
I am so sweaty,
Okay.
and I don't know if it's from sickness or from heat.
I
Maybe
wonder if
both.
it's like generic stink.
Both. Yeah, no, yeah, it's pretty bad right now.
I'm assuming it's one of those.
I'm turning the recording off. Fuck this.
Okay.
Bye.
Say goodbye and, like,
Goodbye.
plug our... Nope. All right.
Have a
Okay,
good
bye.
Fucking
one.
plug your shit. Plug your shit.
Find me at twitch.tv/CatmasterOP. We also do a Fated Connections podcast. The next episode's with Lighty and Sir Gog, and you can find the countdown for the next episode at fated.fyi/next. That's FETED.fyi/NEXT. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
FETED? Is that how you spell faded?
FATED.
FATED. I thought you said
I
E.
said P. You said P.
Give me the link and I'll put it in the
Did I say
description.
P?
Yeah, check the description for where
That-
where you can find everyone.
Yeah, that makes way more
FATED.
sense.
What are you
Also,
saying?
information about MK Ultra.
Oh.
Really
Well, I
not
mean,
having a good time
You just
right
enter
now.
Fated Connections into Google, like Fated Connections on Google, on Apple Podcasts, on iTunes, on like anywhere you'll find
You know,
it. I
this
guarantee.
this podcast is also available at most of those places, but it's pretty late for me to tell you that at the end.
Where is
So
it located?
Yeah,
If-
I'm trying to do like shout outs in the
FA
middle or in the beginning of the podcast.
It
now,
makes more
because,
sense
like,
to do
no
it at the
one listens
beginning.
in the end anyway.
Interesting to advertise the podcast in the podcast because they
Interesting-
have to have been listening to it.
interesting to advertise your podcast
Well, yeah, but the
after we
people
just
listening-
advertised Raid Shadow Legends for like 20 minutes.
But the
Well,
people listening on YouTube or like
my
on
series.
like whatever platform
Oh
they're
yeah,
listening
they might
to
want to
not be
find
aware
another
that
platform.
that it's on the other platforms and also that there's the live cast, right? Like a lot of people did not understand when I started airing the podcasts as premieres on YouTube 24 hours after because Twitch 24-hour exclusivity clause shit, right? And so I started doing premiere exactly 24 hours after and people thought it was live. And now I just try to bring that up during the podcast and say, right, you can listen to the live version of this if you're listening to the audio on YouTube. You can listen to the live every other whatever whenever we do them, and you can check out the
Very
countdown timers.
fascinating.
Lighty doesn't need to
Catmaster
plug himself because it's all his viewers that are still here and like 2 of mine. And whoever the fuck clicked on this to see Jousis' amazing build advice, it was the math equation. That's what
Wait,
they
are you
came
live
for.
streaming this?
No. So
You
I can
never
put it
do
up.
these live.
I
Why
can put it
not?
up immediately, bitch. I don't have to wait 24 hours. That's not the reason. no, I'm good.
He likes to say lunch.
Video will have to wait until I'm done doing math.
I edit out all the
That's
racist
my
shit.
shout out.
What's the video? Oh yeah,
I
the
am
thing.
2 build videos
Nice.
behind. So like after this league starts, I'm gonna start uploading videos from 2 leagues ago.
More of mischief, right? Boom.
That's this league, which I have another video that's behind that one.
The fuck?
So
can't keep
the
getting away
league
with
before the Maw of Mischief one, I had Wordless Wordlooper.
Oh.
And that's the one that I'm doing the song for right now. And this song is difficult, but I promised that I would do it. So
It's
here
the
we
music. Like the videos are done, the builds are done. It's
Yeah,
just you're
I
making
have
music.
all the footage 2 weeks into the league. Like I have all the footage, and then I spend 6 months making the song, and here we are.
Jousis is a musical content creator, not a PoE streamer. That's why he doesn't want to go to Exile Con. Anyway,
I'm going to Exile Con.
Yeah, no. Well, he'll be in a flamingo.
Oh shit, me too.
Furry outfit. Are you? Oh, that's just normally
no,
though.
no, I'm not.
No, yeah.
Don't put that evil on me.
Anyway,